under the moonlit gloom that covers the kingdom of Silvercrest. Elena stands at the threshold of destiny. Whispers of war loom on the horizon, pressing her into an arranged marriage with Alpha King Lucian, a fearsome ruler whose hardened heart bears the scars of past betrayals. Fear competes with defiance in Elena's chest as she enters a palace brimming with secrets. Tonight, a reluctant bride steps forward. Tomorrow, her courage may reshape an empire. With every step, she wonders if a single heartbeat might alter the course of fates entwined beneath the moon. Elena stood by the window of her childhood bedroom, the evening light casting long shadows across the worn wooden floor. She let her gaze drift over the fields of her father's territory, a modest stretch of land dotted with quiet villages and pockets of thin forest that led toward the rugged border. In a matter of days, she would leave this place perhaps forever, because duty demanded her presence at the side of the Alpha King, Lucian. She still found it difficult to fathom how her life had come to this. She was neither a pampered noble nor someone accustomed to finery. Growing up, she had known a life of simple routines and ordinary joys. She had accompanied servants to gather herbs, helped with ledger tallies in her father's modest keep, and spent her evenings reading histories in the dusty archives whenever she could. Her father's title was far from lofty. They were little more than a vassal territory dwarfed by mightier powers. But, despite their unremarkable station, they played a crucial role in the greater realm's precarious balance. And when the threat of war came knocking from every corner of Silvercrest, Elena had become the peace offering. The official decree had arrived, sealed with the king's own crest, to avoid bloodshed and to ensure a lasting truce among the rival territories. The formidable Alpha King Lucian demanded a bride from one of the allied houses. Elena's father, deep in debt to the crown and anxious to protect his people from certain destruction, had all but accepted the proposal on her behalf before she even learned of it. Outwardly, he claimed it was the highest honor for her to be chosen, but Elena knew better. The old man's voice trembled behind his formal smile. He was afraid both of the king's rumored cruelty and the unstoppable might of his legions. There was little choice but to comply. Night gathered outside the window, and a rising moon glowed over fields of quiet farmland. Elena exhaled, arms folded tight across her chest. She fought a swirl of emotions: resentment for being bartered away, fear for what awaited her at court, and a spark of defiance in her heart that refused to be snuffed out. Her father's territory might be humble, but she had always been proud of its people, honest, hard-working souls who deserved protection from the horrors of war. If her marriage to Lucian would keep them safe, then she would shoulder the burden, no matter how heavy it felt. She pressed her forehead to the cool glass and recalled the stories. Lucian, the Alpha King, was said to be fierce beyond measure. His dominance in battle was legendary, and he was rumored to have torn foes limb from limb under the silvery gaze of the full moon. Some whispered that his heart had gone cold after a betrayal in his past, that no trace of warmth or mercy remained in him. Elena imagined a towering figure draped in black fur, with eyes of ice that missed nothing and forgave less. She tried not to think of what it would mean to share a marriage bond with a creature so formidable. Yet marriage, in the realm of werewolves, was not merely a ceremony performed before a gathered congregation and sealed with vows. The bond between mates, especially if recognized by the goddess of the moon, had the power to alter destinies, weaving a potent mix of raw passion and spiritual unity. In times of old, an Alpha King's mate was revered as the true queen of the realm, someone who wielded influence not only over the throne, but over the hearts of the Wolfen clans. But would Lucian even allow her that measure of respect, or would she remain a pawn, a living sacrifice ensuring peace. By the time dawn broke, she had slept only a few hours. She rose from the window seat, stiff and weary, and began to prepare. Her father had arranged for a small entourage to accompany her to the royal court, just a handful of servants and one trusted advisor, plus the royal guard the king had sent to retrieve her. She could not ignore the tremor in her own hands as she dressed, choosing a modest traveling gown rather than anything elaborate. She had no illusions about dazzling Lucian with fripperies. If rumors were true, he would only scoff at such attempts. He valued might, power, unwavering loyalty, qualities not displayed through satin and lace, but through character and resolve. Her father was waiting in the courtyard, his face drawn and his shoulders stooped. He barely resembled the proud figure Elena had once looked upon with admiration when she was a little girl. Recent weeks, overshadowed by urgent political demands, had aged him more than the entire previous decade. As she approached, he forced a wan smile. "You look well," he said, his voice brimming with forced optimism. Elena dipped her head politely. "Thank you, Father. I'm ready to depart. It pains me to see you go," he confessed quietly. "But we cannot risk war." Lucian's terms were non-negotiable, and I can only hope that under his dominion, you'll be safe and, he swallowed hard, searching for the right words, perhaps you'll be able to soften him. She doubted that, but she let the echo of his words fade without argument. Before she stepped toward the waiting carriage, she glanced behind her, memorizing every detail of the courtyard, the ivy climbing the stone walls, the battered training post where she had once practiced archery, the tired rose bush in the corner that had somehow survived countless frosts. Small things, small memories. She breathed them in. They might be the last familiar sights she'd know for a long time. The journey took several days, spanning roads riddled with potholes and occasionally following the glimmer of a wide river that cut across the territories. At times, Elena stepped down from the carriage to stretch her stiff limbs. The royal guard accompanying her paid little heed, which was just as well. She was grateful for the pockets of solitude. Her personal advisor, Lady Marian, had traveled with her. Marian was a calm, older woman who had served Elena's late mother for many years. With gentle eyes and a reassuring smile, she would read to Elena passages from ancient lore about the early werewolf kings, how they had established the fundamental laws of the realm and negotiated fragile truces among rival clans. She described how, in centuries long past, the strong would devour the weak, enslaving entire bloodlines. Then came kings who sought order and prosperity, forging alliances through both conquest and cunning bargains. Whenever the conversation turned to King Lucian, Marian grew more guarded. She repeated only the general knowledge that he had inherited the throne at a young age, that his father was a warrior king of unyielding principle, and that Lucian's own triumphs on the battlefield were already the stuff of legend. None of this eased Elena's misgivings. She wondered if he possessed an ounce of compassion, or if he was simply a fearsome predator wearing a crown. Another day passed, and the landscape changed from flat farmland into rolling hills, each crest revealing a more imposing stretch of mountains in the distance. At twilight, Elena caught sight of the Silvercrest Palace, perched high on a cliff face, its towers and walls glowing in the dying light. Sprawling like an ancient fortress, it seemed to loom over the valley below with silent authority. Despite the distance, she felt the weight of its presence pressing on her spirit. They arrived at the gates by nightfall. Torches blazed in iron sconces, illuminating the carved stone architecture. A grand courtyard stretched within the palace walls, alive with bustling activity guards patrolling, servants hurrying, and a few stoic nobles crossing from one hall to another. Elena drew in a sharp breath as her carriage came to a halt. She felt the hushed expectancy in the air, as though the entire court knew of her arrival and watched for any sign of weakness. Immediately, a flock of attendants materialized, bowing respectfully. Though their eyes gleamed with curiosity, they helped her step down. The surrounding space felt larger and colder than anything she'd ever known, echoing with footsteps and murmured conversation. Unlike her father's modest keep, this place reeked of power, from the polished marble floors to the high arches etched with ornate designs depicting wolves and moon phases. She stiffened her spine, summoning courage she wasn't sure she truly possessed. If rumors about Lucien's temperament were accurate, she would need to appear confident, unafraid, and worthy of the role forced upon her. A tall man, clad in formal livery, approached. "My lady, I am Sir Randall, steward of His Majesty's household. The king has ordered your quarters be prepared in the eastern wing." He gestured to two young attendants behind him, who rushed forward to gather her meager luggage. "If you would follow me, I'll guide you." Elena nodded. She cast a quick glance around for Lady Marian, who also emerged from the carriage, looking weary but determined to stay by her side. Together, they stepped into the main corridor, a cavernous passageway lit by an endless row of torches. Painted frescoes of legendary battles stretched across the walls, their swirling shapes telling stories of bloodshed, heroism, and the primal power of wolves. The flickering light made it seem as if the scenes were alive, the combatants shifting in shadow. They climbed a wide marble staircase leading to the second level. At the top, Elena glimpsed the silhouette of a tall, broad-shouldered figure. Her heart fluttered uncomfortably, for every fiber in her being told her that this must be him, Alpha King Lucien. She almost tripped over her own feet in that moment, apprehension twisting inside her belly. He stood like a statue, arms folded behind his back, wearing a simple black tunic embroidered with silver thread at the cuffs. Even from this distance, she felt the intensity of his gaze. His posture exuded complete control, and a faint aura of suppressed power radiated from him, as if he had only to will it for the entire palace to kneel. His hair was raven dark, cropped in a neat style that emphasized the sharp planes of his face. A faint scar across his cheek hinted at the many dangers he must have faced in his life. Elena forced herself to keep her chin level as she reached the last step. Sir Randall bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, the Lady Elena has arrived, as commanded." For an instant, the grand hallway fell silent. Elena's pulse thundered in her ears. Then Lucien spoke, his voice low and precise. "Welcome to Silvercrest Palace." He did not bow, nor did he smile. Elena could not discern even a flicker of warmth in his dark eyes. She wondered if he viewed her as merely a piece in a larger political game. "Thank you," she managed, her voice surprisingly steady. "I am honored to be here." Lucien's gaze flicked over her quickly, appraising her with the same detached air a warrior might give an unfamiliar sword. "We shall see how well you adjust to court life," he said finally. "Until then, my steward will ensure you lack for nothing. Rest, Lady Elena. We'll speak further on the morrow." She opened her mouth, half expecting more courtesy or at least some sign of personal interest. But Lucien turned away, striding down a side corridor without a backward glance. The abruptness left her with a hollow feeling. She had braced for hostility, but the king's calculated indifference stung in its own way. For a moment, she wanted to run after him and demand to know why he viewed her so dismissively, but she reined herself in. Sir Randall cleared his throat politely. then resumed leading her and Marian to the eastern wing. They passed through more lavish corridors, turning right and left so many times that Elena lost her sense of direction. Eventually, they reached a pair of carved wooden doors with silver handles shaped like howling wolves. Inside was a suite that took Elena's breath away. Tall windows overlooking the starlit valley, a 4-poster bed draped with plush fabrics, a crackling fireplace, and a sitting area with gilded chairs. It was worlds apart from her modest room at home. "My lady, if you need anything, pull that cord and a servant will come," Sir Randall explained, pointing to a tasseled rope near the hearth. "A maid will bring fresh clothes in the morning. Please be prepared for your first official audience with His Majesty after breakfast." Elena nodded, her attention partly on the lavish furnishings, partly on the roil of questions in her mind. The steward took his leave, and Marian inspected the room with a critical eye. "It's grand, but I sense the coldness in these walls," the older woman said softly. "We must be cautious here." Court life is seldom kind to newcomers. Elena glanced at the reflection of her own face in a large mirror. She saw tension around her eyes, a set line to her mouth. "I have no illusions about the welcome I might receive," she murmured, "but I won't let them intimidate me." That night, Elena slept fitfully. Dreams filled with howling winds, dark corridors, and a faceless figure looming in judgment. She woke at dawn, unsettled and exhausted, but determined to face the day. Servants arrived to dress her in a more formal gown of midnight blue velvet. Braided silver cords glittered at her waist, and a thin circlet of moonstones pinned her hair back. The effect was striking, though it felt foreign to her simple tastes. In the presence of so many maids, each quietly efficient, Elena wanted to appear resolute. She made small talk, asking them about their names and how long they'd served the king, but they responded with polite brevity. She suspected they'd been instructed to keep their distance. Once she was dressed, Marian accompanied her to the antechamber outside the throne room, where court officials gathered for the first formal audience of the day. A hush fell as she entered. Eyes turned toward her from all corners, some curious, some openly critical, and a few carefully neutral. Elena recognized the subtle game of politics unfolding in the angles of their postures, in the way they whispered behind gloved hands. It rankled her that she was likely the prime topic of conversation. She forced a small smile, inclining her head in greeting. Only a couple of them offered a similar courtesy in return, presenting the Lady Elena of House Lysander. A herald announced, his voice echoing off the vaulted ceiling, "Betrothed to His Majesty by royal decree." 2 attendants pulled open the double doors to the throne room, and Elena stepped inside on unsteady legs. The space was vast, lined with marble columns carved into the shape of wolves entwined with vines. Banners hung from the rafters, bearing the crest of the royal house, a silver wolf against a midnight black field. At the far end stood a dais with a single throne, crafted from dark wood and accented by silver inlays that resembled the phases of the moon. Upon it sat Lucian. He wore a stark black coat trimmed in silver, his presence commanding despite the lack of any ostentatious crown. The moment Elena's gaze locked with his, the noise of the assembled courtiers faded into the background. She curtsied, hoping to convey both respect and a dignity of her own, though her heart battered her ribs. "Your Majesty," she said quietly. Lucian did not immediately respond. His attention swept over her once again. She could feel the penetrating weight of his silence, like he was cataloging every detail of her appearance, her posture, her dress, her expression. Unbidden, a faint blush threatened to creep across her cheeks. At this court, Lady Elena, formalities must be observed, Lucian said at last, his voice resonant and unhurried. You shall be recognized as my future mate and, in time, queen to our people. It is my expectation that you conduct yourself with the decorum and strength befitting such a station." She dipped her head. "Yes, your majesty." A surge of rebellious pride rose within her, prompting her to add, "I hope to honor this position." Despite the unexpected circumstances, several of the nearby courtiers shifted. Perhaps they were unused to such a direct tone. One, a man with silvered hair and piercing eyes, raised an eyebrow disapprovingly. Another, a woman dressed in luxurious satin, let out a small laugh as though Elena's words were naive. She forced herself not to glance away. "I see." Lucien's eyes narrowed slightly, though not necessarily in anger. "You are dismissed for now. Sir Randall will introduce you to the other noble houses that hold sway in my court. Make it your priority to learn who stands where. In other words," Elena realized, "who supports Lucien and who might be inclined to undermine his rule." She bowed again. "I will do as you request." Lucien turned his attention to the next matter of court business, effectively dismissing her. Stepping out of the throne room, she noted that a hush followed her until the doors closed behind her. There, in the corridor, she exhaled a slow breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Marion stood nearby. "You managed that better than most would in their first audience," she remarked quietly. "It felt like I was standing on a knife's edge," Elena admitted, adjusting the cuff of her velvet sleeve. "He barely acknowledged me as a person." Marion pursed her lips. "These are delicate politics, my dear. Lucien is known for his reserve, never showing vulnerability, never letting others guess his true feelings. I suspect he's testing you as much as you might be testing him, albeit unconsciously." Elena nodded and turned her gaze to the ornate tapestries along the corridor. Each one told a story of conquest or alliance, of battles fought under the gleam of the moon. She tried to imagine Lucien in such battles, roaring commands to his army, his wolf form likely towering above friend and foe alike. The thought made her pulse quicken, not entirely from fear. There was a primal magnetism in imagining the raw power of the Alpha King unleashed. They spent much of the morning following Sir Randall around the palace, meeting various nobles and courtiers. Elena tried to memorize names and faces. Lord Edwin, a shrewd diplomat with calculating eyes. Lady Clementine, who seemed pleasant enough, but whose subtle barbs suggested a flair for gossip. Baron Tarek, who eyed Elena's posture, as though assessing a racehorse. Each interaction felt fraught with an undercurrent of tension, as though the entire court was measuring her worthiness. Word had it that Lucien's father, King Aldrich, had once ruled with fairness, tempered by an iron fist. Aldrich's death some years before had thrust Lucien onto the throne, and in the intervening time, his violent campaigns against external threats had solidified his territory's dominance. Yet, internal tensions remained. Several lesser lords chafed under what they perceived as Lucien's iron-handed approach. Others feared him too much to voice dissent openly. And now there was Elena, the bride from a minor house, suddenly elevated to a position that could shift the balance of influence in the royal court. The day wore on. By late afternoon, Elena found herself exhausted, her throat parched from polite conversation and forced smiles. After one final introduction, a dinner invitation from the chamberlain, which she politely declined, she could barely muster the energy to stand. "Let's return to the suite," Marion said, concern softening her tone. "You need to rest." "Grateful," Elena agreed. She parted ways with Sir Randall, who assured them he would notify her if King Lucien required her presence for any official duty. The corridor leading back to her quarters was quiet. The torches not yet lit, since dusk was still a short time away. Only soft light streamed in from the high windows, As they turned a corner, Elena nearly collided with a young woman carrying an armload of scrolls, parchments scattered across the stone floor. Instinctively, Elena crouched to help gather them. "Oh, I'm so sorry," the woman exclaimed in a flustered rush. She appeared to be only a year or two older than Elena, with chestnut hair pinned in a messy bun and warm brown eyes that showed relief when Elena helped pick up the fallen scrolls. "I didn't see you there. I was just delivering these to the library," she continued apologetically. Elena handed her the last scroll. "No harm done. I'm Elena, and you are." A blush crept to the woman's cheeks. "I'm Claudine. I assist the royal archivist in cataloging old records. Thank you for helping me." She paused, noticing Elena's fine clothing and the presence of Lady Marian. Her eyes widened. "Are you the new?" Elena nodded politely. "Yes, but please, do just call me Elena when we're not at official events." Claudine's face lit with a friendly smile. "It's an honor to meet you, truly." She hesitated as though weighing something internally. "I know this palace can be intimidating at times. If you ever want a quiet spot, the library is usually empty except for a few of us clerks. You'd be welcome to come and read, or just escape the hustle." Touched by the gesture, Elena returned the smile. "I might just do that sometime. Thank you, Claudine." They bid each other farewell, and Elena continued on, heart slightly lifted by the small kindness. She'd felt isolated all day, surrounded by suspicious glances and veiled words. Meeting someone unconnected to the political power plays was a relief. Perhaps there were pockets of genuine warmth within these cold walls. Back in her suite, Elena fell into one of the upholstered chairs by the fireplace. Marian poured her some water from a crystal decanter, and Elena drank greedily. "I didn't realize how draining it would be," she admitted, rubbing her temple. "Everyone seems to have an agenda." "They do," Marian said gently. "But you are strong, Elena. You'll find your path, and you won't be alone. Even in a den of wolves, there are those with kindness, like that young woman, Claudine." Elena nodded, though her mind wandered back to Lucian. Did he notice how the nobles treated her today? Did he care? Perhaps for him, this marriage was purely about securing an alliance and quelling potential rebellions. She felt a pang of loneliness, even though she had accepted her fate in order to protect her home. The thought of living the rest of her life as a political figurehead, unseen and unheard by her own husband, stung more than she cared to admit. Determined to preserve her sense of self, she rose from the chair and drifted over to a tall window. The sun was dipping low, painting the horizon in burnt oranges and purples. A few stray clouds glowed in the dying light. The silhouette of the palace rooftops stretched out below, and beyond them, the darkening expanse of the kingdom. "If King Lucian has no interest in me beyond the alliance," she murmured, "then I'll find a way to create my own purpose here. I'll protect my father's territory, and I'll do what I can to improve the lives of people under the king's rule." Marian stood behind her, gently resting a hand on Elena's shoulder. "That is what your mother would have done," she whispered. "She fought for the good of others, even when circumstances were cruel." Elena swallowed, remembering faint images of her mother's kindness. "Yes," she said, her voice steadier. "I'll do the same." Later that night, as Elena prepared for bed, she contemplated what awaited her in the days to come. She doubted Lucian would even summon her except for formalities. Still, she longed for answers about his past, his perspective, why he ruled the way he did, whether the rumors were true that he'd once been betrayed by someone close to him, leaving him scarred and cold. Instead of drifting to sleep, she lay awake in the large, canopied bed, staring at the shadows dancing on the walls. The faint sound of howling wolves in the distance made her shiver. She wondered if Lucien was somewhere in the palace, feeling the same restless disquiet. Or was he so hardened that he slept soundly, unconcerned about the forced bond that drew them together? The following morning came with a flurry of activity. A light rap on her door announced the arrival of Sir Randall. "My lady, the king requests your presence at the training grounds," he said once she answered. Elena brushed a lock of hair back from her face. Startled. "The training grounds? Why?" "He wishes to observe your skill in self-defense, given that you'll soon represent the royal house." Randall's expression was neutral, though his eyes hinted at curiosity. "A pair of guards will escort you. The king himself will be watching. Please dress accordingly." Elena thanked him, closing the door with a mix of apprehension and excitement. At least this might be a chance to prove she wasn't some fragile ornament. She rummaged through the wardrobe and found a practical outfit of sturdy trousers, soft leather boots, and a linen tunic, nothing overly grand, but appropriate for physical activity. Marion helped braid her hair tight against her scalp so it wouldn't fly in her face. Minutes later, they made their way through the corridor and out into a courtyard ringed by high stone walls. The morning sun shone brightly, revealing an area strewn with training dummies, sparring mats, and weapon racks. Soldiers practiced various drills, the sharp clang of steel echoing off the stone. A handful of onlookers stood at the edges, including some well-dressed courtiers. Lucien, clad in a dark training uniform, stood near a rack of swords. He turned when Elena approached, his expression as unreadable as ever. "Good morning," he said, voice crisp. "I trust you slept well." She tried not to let his cool demeanor unnerve her. "I did, thank you." She glanced around at the armed guards and realized this was no casual spar. "So, you want to see me fight?" He tilted his head. "I want to see what you're capable of. If you're to stand beside me, you must at least have the basics of self-defense. The court can be a dangerous place, and I do not intend to shield you from every threat." "I assume you have some familiarity with weapons." Elena squared her shoulders. "A little. I used to practice archery and basic swordsmanship at my father's hold. I'm not an expert, but I know enough not to stab myself." She thought she caught a flicker of amusement in his eyes, though it was gone in an instant. "Good. Then, choose your weapon." He gestured to the racks. Swords, spears, daggers, and bows stood within easy reach. Elena felt every eye in the courtyard upon her. The tension was tangible. She walked over and ran her hand along the hilt of a practice sword. It felt heavier than she remembered, but balanced. She swallowed, ignoring the twinge of nerves. Turning back to him, she said evenly, "I'll use a sword." Lucien nodded, striding forward and selecting a wooden practice sword for himself. "Move to the center," he commanded. They faced each other on a patch of sand used for sparring. The world seemed to narrow as Elena tried to focus on her breathing, ignoring the onlookers. Lucien took a stance solid, balanced, poised like a predator about to strike. She felt the slightest tremor in her limbs, but she refused to back down. "Begin," he said. Elena sprang into motion, circling to his left. She tested his reaction by feinting a thrust. He dodged with ease, not even raising his weapon more than a fraction. She could tell he was toying with her, gauging her speed and technique. Irritation flared in her chest. She tried again, this time committing to a forward slash. He deflected it deftly, his counter-strike swift enough that Elena had to jump back to avoid a stinging blow to her arm. The crowd murmured. She heard the scuff of her boots in the sand. For a brief moment, panic bubbled. She was clearly outmatched. Then, she took a calming breath. Remembering the lessons her father's armsmen had taught her, Use your opponent's strength against them if you can't meet it head on. Lucian lunged, faster than she expected, aiming for her torso. She sidestepped, letting his momentum carry him forward, then swung the sword around in a diagonal arc. He pivoted, blocking her strike inches from his shoulder. Even though it was only practice, sparks of adrenaline shot through Elena's veins. He was strong, almost inhumanly so, but perhaps she could find ways to hold her ground. She pressed the attack, performing a quick series of strikes and feints. Twice, she nearly got past his defenses, only to be thwarted by his lightning reflexes. He moved like a coiled serpent, weaving around her blade with a deadly grace. Finally, he caught her sword arm in a lock, twisting just enough to disarm her without causing injury. Her weapon clattered to the sand, and she froze, panting. Lucian's wooden blade pressed against her throat. He held her gaze for a beat longer than necessary. Her chest rose and fell with labored breaths. She felt the warmth of him, a hum of energy just beneath his cool exterior. Then he drew back, lowering his blade and releasing her arm. "You're not bad," he remarked, stepping away. "For someone who hasn't trained extensively." Elena retrieved her sword with as much dignity as she could muster. "I wasn't expecting to face the Alpha King himself," she replied, swiping the back of her hand across her brow. "Give me a year or two, and maybe I'll surprise you." The corner of his mouth twitched, almost forming a smirk. Ambition can be commendable, Lady Elena, as long as it doesn't turn into recklessness. He walked off to address one of the guards, leaving her standing there amidst a circle of onlookers. She couldn't decide if she felt humiliated, proud, or oddly exhilarated, perhaps all three. Yet in that moment, beneath the adrenaline, she sensed something else, an electricity in the air between them, a tension that went beyond mere fighting prowess. She wasn't sure she liked it, but she couldn't deny its existence. The crowd dispersed, some whispering among themselves, others wearing intrigued expressions. Marion approached with a small smile. "You did well. He didn't go easy on you, nor would I want him to." Elena handed the practice sword back to the rack. Her pulse still thundered. In a single session, she had glimpsed a side of Lucian that was vital, alive, fiercely competent. It drew her in, even if she tried to resist. She turned to see him speaking quietly with one of his advisors. Their eyes met briefly across the courtyard. In that fraction of a second, she thought she saw a spark in those dark irises, a flicker of interest, or at least acknowledgement. Then he returned to the conversation, leaving her to puzzle over what it might mean. In the ensuing days, life at Silvercrest Palace fell into a new pattern. Elena attended official events, dinners, and audiences, always at Lucian's side, but hardly ever engaging in deep conversation with him. He remained distant, fulfilling the bare minimum of social interaction required by their betrothal. The courtiers, on the other hand, grew more transparent in their gossip. Elena often felt their eyes on her, measuring her worthiness, her beauty, her intelligence. Whispered rumors circulated about how little time Lucian spent with her outside of formal settings. Some speculated he found her beneath him. Others wondered if he might be indifferent to marriage altogether, seeing it only as a contractual formality. She tried not to let the whispers gnaw at her. Instead, she immersed herself in the intricacies of court life. She discovered that by asking subtle questions and paying attention to the details, she could glean valuable insight into the realm's politics. Certain nobles, like Lord Edwin, displayed unwavering loyalty to Lucian, while others, like Baron Tarek, voiced constant criticism behind veiled politeness. She learned that alliances here were fluid, shaped by advantage and fear. Her lone sanctuary became the library, where she'd occasionally meet Claudine. The young archivist guided her through rows of ancient tomes and manuscripts. Elena spent hours reading about the origin of the werewolf clans, how the first alpha kings were chosen by the blessing of the moon goddess, how royal marriages had shaped the fate of countless generations. She stumbled upon references to a catastrophic betrayal in Lucian's lineage, a story involving a queen who sold state secrets to an enemy kingdom. Though the texts were sparse, it reinforced her suspicions about why Lucian might be so guarded. Claudine was a gentle presence, refreshingly free from court pretense. Over time, she opened up about her own dreams of becoming a historian, lamenting that her family had never been wealthy enough to grant her more than a modest position in the archives. Elena admired the younger woman's determination and was grateful to have at least one person in the palace she could talk to without suspicion. It was during one such quiet afternoon in the library that Elena heard raised voices drifting in through an open window. She set aside the manuscript she had been reading and moved closer to the sound. Beneath the arch of the window lay an inner courtyard, empty except for two figures locked in argument. She recognized one as Lord Titus, an influential noble whose name carried significant weight in court circles. The other was a slender man in the livery of a steward, perhaps an attendant or advisor. "You can't speak that way about the king," the steward said in a low, urgent tone, glancing around as if fearful of eavesdroppers. "If he hears you, he won't hear me, unless you betray me," Titus snapped. "But don't pretend you don't see the cracks forming. A forced marriage, growing unrest among the lesser lords. Lucian may be strong, but even the strongest can fall when the right threads are pulled." Elena stiffened, her breath catching in her throat. She leaned forward, trying to catch every word. "Lord Titus," the steward began, but Titus cut him off. "Mark my words. The day will come when the so-called Alpha King pays for his arrogance. He can't hold the entire realm in fear forever, and that new bride of his. If she thinks she's going to be the savior of Silvercrest, she's in for a rude awakening. She's no more than a lamb tied to a wolf." A chill rolled down Elena's spine. Though she had known of the political tensions, hearing such open vitriol shocked her. She wanted to storm down there and demand answers. But Claudine gently placed a hand on her arm, cautioning her to stay quiet. "This is dangerous talk," Claudine whispered, her expression pale. "Lord Titus is powerful and has many allies. He might not be loyal to the king, but he's still cunning." Elena breathed out slowly. She recalled Lucian's warning that she should learn who supported him and who didn't. Titus clearly fell into the latter category. If Elena were to secure any stable ground in this court, she would need to navigate such enmities carefully. She turned away from the window, letting the conversation fade. Claudine gave her a sympathetic look. "Do you want me to call for an attendant? Or maybe we should leave the library?" Elena shook her head. "No, I'll stay a bit longer. I'd like to read more." Her tone was resolute. "But thank you, Claudine." Once alone, she sank into a chair, mind racing with questions. Did Lucian know about Titus's disloyalty? Did he care that his rule might be threatened from within? Was this the reason he demanded such unwavering loyalty from those around him? She huffed out a breath. If only he'd talk to her directly, share something of his burdens. Maybe she could help. But so far, he had remained a closed door, locked by mistrust. Yet the more she encountered hints of conspiracy, the more she felt the need to prove herself. She was not merely a lamb. She was a woman with strength enough to do what was necessary to protect the realm and maybe, in turn, protect Lucian from those who sought his downfall. Despite her misgivings about him, a part of her believed that a strong but compassionate rule would be better for the kingdom than letting it descend into chaos. If Lucian fell, war might break out again, and countless innocents, including her father's people, would suffer. Days bled into weeks, and autumn deepened across the kingdom. The palace staff changed out bright summer tapestries for heavier drapes to ward off the chill. Harvest celebrations were held in the courtyard, though they lacked the carefree atmosphere Elena remembered from her childhood festivals. Still, she engaged in polite conversation with visiting dignitaries, danced when asked, and spoke warmly of her father's territory to anyone who inquired. She received polite nods and occasional thin smiles, but she sensed the undercurrent of suspicion had not fully abated. At last, an invitation arrived from Lucian, requesting her presence for a private dinner. The note was terse, containing just the time and place, but it was enough to send her heart fluttering. During all these weeks, he had barely spoken to her aside from official matters. Now, a private dinner implied he might finally be willing to engage with her on a more personal level. Elena spent longer than usual preparing, choosing a flowing gown of deep burgundy with subtle gold embroidery. It was elegant, yet not ostentatious, striking the balance she hoped would please him. Marian arranged her hair in loose waves around her shoulders, tying back only the front sections with delicate gold pins. She arrived at a small dining chamber in the western tower. It was dimly lit by candles and a single chandelier overhead, creating a more intimate atmosphere than the grand banquet hall. A round table stood in the center, set for two. Lucian stood by the window, gazing out at the courtyard below. He turned when she entered, and, for the first time, she thought she saw something akin to appreciation in his eyes. As he took in her attire, she curtsied gracefully. "Good evening, Your Majesty." He inclined his head. "Elena." She waited, unsure if she should speak first. Finally, he gestured to one of the chairs. "Please, sit." She did as instructed, and he took the seat opposite. A servant appeared with a carafe of dark red wine, pouring for both of them before withdrawing. For several moments, they sat in silence, the faint crackle of the fireplace filling the air. Elena sipped her wine, trying to calm her racing heart. "You seem more at ease than when you first arrived," Lucian commented, swirling the wine in his glass. She contemplated her answer. "I've had time to observe the court and meet some of its players. It's less overwhelming now, though I can't say I truly feel comfortable." He lifted an eyebrow. "You speak your mind freely, I notice." She almost laughed. "Would you prefer I lie?" A ghost of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "No, an honest answer is rare enough in these halls." Dinner was served by silent attendants, who placed dishes of roasted meat, vegetables, and warm bread before them. Once they withdrew, the mood in the room felt oddly conspiratorial, as if they were momentarily shielded from the palace's prying eyes. Between bites, Lucian studied her. Elena wondered if he found her manners lacking or her conversation dull, but she refused to cower. "You requested this dinner," she said gently, trying to prompt him to reveal his thoughts. He leaned back in his chair. Candlelight cast dancing shadows across his face, highlighting the sharp angles and the faint scar on his cheek. "I think it's time we acknowledged what we truly are to each other. Right now, we're strangers forced into a marriage for political reasons. I don't like being bound by alliances that aren't based on trust, but I also can't ignore the reality of our arrangement." Elena exhaled softly. "Nor can I," he continued. "The realm needs stability. My father fought hard to secure peace, and I've shed enough blood in battles at the borders. If we unite two territories, even one as small as yours, it sends a message of consolidation to those who would defy the throne." A slight pang of annoyance flared in Elena's chest at his dismissal of her home's importance, but she pushed it aside. "Yes, I've come to understand that." Lucian eyed her. You've been speaking to people, haven't you? Gathering information, learning who's loyal. She nodded, swallowing a morsel of meat. I have. I want to protect my father's land. I can only do that if I'm not ignorant of how the court functions. He paused, as if weighing her words. Have you heard anything troubling? Her mind flitted to Lord Titus and his veiled threat. She considered how much to reveal. If Lucian already suspected Titus's intentions, perhaps telling him would demonstrate her loyalty. But if he wasn't aware, she risked stirring a conflict she didn't fully understand. Nevertheless, she decided honesty might bridge the gap between them if only slightly. There are whispers, she began carefully, that not everyone is satisfied with your reign. Some suggest you rule through fear. Others think, one day, there might be enough unrest to challenge you. A tension hardened his jaw. Yes, ambition breeds in the shadows. He set his knife down. Thank you for telling me. The moment stretched. She sensed a shift, like a veil had lifted slightly between them. He cleared his throat and reached for his wine. I must ask, how do you see me? Elena, I've heard stories of how your father portrayed me. Rumors that circulate among the lesser territories. Perhaps you have formed your own opinion by now. She hesitated, carefully choosing her words. I see a king burdened by the weight of his responsibilities, she said slowly. You guard yourself against betrayal, maybe because it happened before. People say you're ruthless, that you crush your enemies without mercy. But I also see small glimpses of someone who cares for this realm, enough to do whatever it takes to maintain order. He regarded her with a measured expression. Not many would speak so plainly. I'm not here by choice, but I believe in making the best of one's circumstances. If this union can protect innocent people, then I'll do my part, whether you show me warmth or not. Lucian exhaled, looking away briefly. I do not wish to be your enemy, Helena, nor I yours, she replied softly. They finished the meal in a more subdued atmosphere, each lost in private thoughts, though no grand declarations were made. Elena sensed the faint stirrings of a shift in their dynamic. It was not yet friendship, nor love, but perhaps an acknowledgement that they could work together to achieve some common good. When the plates were cleared, Lucian stood, extending his hand to help her rise from the chair. She accepted, acutely aware of the warmth of his palm. For a fraction of a second, something in his eyes changed, a flicker of vulnerability that vanished as quickly as it appeared. Rest, Elena, he said quietly. We shall see each other again soon. She dipped her head. Good night, Lucian. As he left, the room felt suddenly emptier. She pressed her hand to her chest, trying to calm the flutter she felt there. Part of her still resented him for forcing this marriage, for dragging her life into the complexities of the palace. Yet another part recognized that he bore burdens she could barely imagine. Beneath the layers of stone and steel, there was a man with a wounded heart. In the following days, their interactions gradually increased. They spoke briefly at council meetings. Occasionally, he invited her to watch training drills or discuss upcoming diplomatic visits. Through these moments, Elena gleaned pieces of Lucian's nature, his tactical brilliance, the fierce loyalty he commanded in the palace guard, the flashes of respect he showed her when she displayed competence or insight. At times, she found herself strangely drawn to his presence, unnerved by the subtle pull between them. She felt it during late afternoons in the library, where she would catch herself daydreaming about the next time he might speak to her with something approaching warmth. She hated that part of her craved even his smallest gestures of appreciation. Yet she also recognized the potential for a real partnership, if only they could learn to trust each other. Despite these promising signs, court intrigue continued to swirl. News of small skirmishes on the outskirts of the kingdom trickled in. Some blamed bandits. Others whispered of rebel factions. Tensions among the nobility simmered, especially as talk of Elena's eventual coronation spread. Many wondered if Lucien would truly bestow upon her the authority that came with being queen. The tipping point came when Elena decided to host a modest gathering in the palace gardens. She invited nobles and courtiers, hoping to showcase her willingness to be an active participant in court life, not merely an accessory to the king. She worked with the gardeners to create a lovely setting among the late autumn blooms, arranging for music and light refreshments. The day of the event dawned bright and crisp. Guests milled about the manicured hedges, sipping spiced wine and nibbling on sweet pastries. Elena made her rounds, smiling, exchanging pleasantries, and subtly assessing each attendee. Lord Titus was there, wearing a thin veneer of politeness. Lady Clementine fluttered her lace fan and offered compliments that dripped with insincerity. Lord Edwin gave a curt bow, his loyalty to Lucien unwavering but his opinion on Elena still uncertain. Lucien himself arrived later in the afternoon, his presence causing a stir. He looked imposing yet regal in his formal attire, his posture radiating confidence. The crowd parted as he approached Elena, who felt a sudden wave of nerves. "This is well organized," he said, glancing around at the decor. "I see you've put thought into hosting." She inclined her head. "I hoped to facilitate a friendlier atmosphere. Let people mingle outside the rigid formality of the throne room." "An admirable goal," Lucien said, though his tone was carefully neutral. "Let's hope it leads to more open support for our upcoming wedding ceremony." A hush fell over the surrounding guests, ears keenly listening. Elena realized they were eager to witness any sign of warmth or tension between the future royal couple. Gathering her composure, she smiled faintly and said, "Yes, it would please me to see unity in this court." She gestured to a table offering a tray of small fruit tarts. Before Lucien could respond, a sharp scream tore through the garden. Heads whipped around to find the source of the disturbance. Near the fountain, a woman lay collapsed on the ground, pale-faced and trembling. Several courtiers rushed to her side. Elena and Lucien hurried over. The woman, a minor noble from a distant province, clutched her stomach in pain. Her lips were already turning a worrying shade of blue. A friend of hers gasped. She took a sip of that spiced wine, and then, "Oh, gods, help her." Alarmed, Elena grabbed the cup that had fallen to the grass. She sniffed it, detecting a bitter, acrid undertone that didn't belong in any normal beverage. "Poison." She looked at Lucien, horror etching her features. One of the palace physicians pushed through the gathering crowd. Dropping to his knees beside the woman, he administered a tincture, checking for signs of life. After a tense moment, he shook his head, face grim. The woman's breathing had stopped. A wave of shock rippled through the guests. In the stunned silence, Lucien's eyes blazed with fury. He glanced at Elena and then at the guests, suspicion swirling in the air. "Secure the grounds," he ordered a nearby guard. "No one leaves until we find the source of this poison." Panic set in among the courtiers. Some started to protest, but Lucien's expression brooked no argument. Elena's heart pounded. Someone had chosen her event to strike. Yet, who was the true target? Was it an attempt to poison Elena, or even Lucien? Or was the woman the intended victim for reasons unknown? Immediately, suspicion fell on Elena as well, since it was her gathering. Though that made little sense. She felt eyes upon her, doubting. She had never felt so powerless or accused. Lucien, perceiving the turmoil, grasped her arm gently but firmly. "Stay by my side," he muttered under his breath. "You had no hand in this, I'm certain, but we must show a united front." That single gesture, his protective grip, and the unequivocal statement of her innocence brought Elena a measure of relief. She nodded, swallowing hard. The next hours became a flurry of investigation. Guards questioned everyone, searching for clues. Whispers of conspiracy multiplied, each rumor more outlandish than the last. Eventually, Lucian ordered the guests to disperse under guarded escort to their rooms, promising that no one would be allowed to leave the palace until the matter was settled. The tension was palpable, fear trailing in everyone's footsteps. When the courtyard emptied, Elena stood with Lucian near the fountain, staring at the spot where the woman had collapsed. Her mind reeled with questions: who had introduced the poison, and why strike now? Lucian clenched his fists. This is a brazen act, meant to destabilize our power. Whoever orchestrated this must be counting on chaos. She turned her gaze to him, voice quiet. We'll find them. He studied her determined expression. After a moment, he nodded. Yes, we will. In that fraction of an instant, Elena felt as though they stood on the precipice of something bigger than just a forced marriage, perhaps the beginning of an alliance forged by adversity. Fear and adrenaline coursed through her veins, but alongside them ran a thread of resolve. She would not be a passive victim, a mere figurehead. She would stand beside Lucian. If he'd let her, her thoughts flicked to Titus's words. He can't hold the entire realm in fear forever. Perhaps this was but the first strike in a larger game. She inhaled, willing her racing heart to calm. If so, she intended to be ready. No matter how broken or unfeeling Lucian might appear, she believed they could work together to prevent the kingdom from descending into turmoil. She just hoped they wouldn't lose each other or themselves in the process. Elena stood in her suite hours after the tragedy, staring at her reflection in the flickering glow of lamplight. The dress she had worn to the gathering still trailed around her ankles, the burgundy fabric weighed down by the events of the afternoon. Her mind churned with worry, her heart heavy from witnessing a life snuffed out in moments. Marian entered quietly, her face somber. The palace is in turmoil. Guards are posted everywhere, and several guests are under close watch. Rumors are running wild. Elena nodded, finally turning away from the mirror. I can only imagine. The poor woman. Her words trailed off, replaced by a wave of guilt. Even though she knew she was not to blame, she felt responsible for hosting the event that became a stage for murder. Marian placed a comforting hand on Elena's shoulder. We'll get to the truth. I believe the king won't rest until he roots out the culprit. Elena sighed, sinking into a chair. Yes, but what if this is just the beginning? The timing is too convenient. With the wedding looming, whoever did this either wanted to spark chaos or send a clear message. Marian nodded gravely. We must be cautious. I'd advise that you remain vigilant, especially around the more volatile nobles. Before Elena could respond, a knock sounded at the door. One of Lucian's guards stepped inside. My lady, His Majesty requests your presence in his study. She exchanged a brief glance with Marian, then rose. Very well. She followed the guard through the silent corridors, where every flicker of torchlight seemed to cast ominous shadows. They arrived at a heavy wooden door. The guard knocked once, and upon hearing Lucian's terse acknowledgement, opened it for Elena to step in. Lucian's private study was a far cry from the grand public chambers, cozy, but lined with tall bookshelves, crammed with scrolls and ledgers. A large oak desk stood near a fireplace, its surface strewn with reports and half-burned candles. Lucian stood behind the desk, arms crossed, staring down at a parchment. His expression was a thundercloud of controlled rage and frustration. Elena, he said, motioning for her to close the door. I'm glad you came. She shut the door, stepping toward the desk. Your guard said you wanted to see me. He exhaled through his nose, tension evident in every line of his body. We've begun interrogations. So far, no one has admitted to anything, and our preliminary searches of guests' belongings have turned up nothing incriminating. Whoever orchestrated this is clever. Elena nodded. But the poison had to come from somewhere. What about the palace kitchens or the wine cellars? I've questioned the servants. The wine was drawn from the palace reserves, same as always. No one saw anything suspicious, at least not that they're willing to confess. She ran a hand across her forehead. Could it have been meant for me or for you? His eyes met hers. Possibly. The victim was a minor noble from a province that isn't particularly influential. There's no obvious motive for killing her specifically, which makes me think she was collateral damage. Or perhaps it was meant to appear that way. A chill ran down Elena's spine. This is so cruel. Lucien's jaw tightened. Cruelty is a language spoken fluently by those who thirst for power. I won't have my reign threatened by cowards, lurking in the dark. Nor will I stand idly by while you're placed in danger. It struck Elena how fiercely protective he sounded. She took a step closer, speaking softly. Thank you. He leveled a serious look at her. Make no mistake, Elena, this palace is rife with intrigue. You'll be safer if you're informed. That's why I've called you here. I have some intelligence reports I want you to read, accounts of rebellious whispers, suspicious troop movements along the borders. It's time you understood the scale of what we're dealing with. Elena blinked in surprise. He was including her, trusting her with sensitive information. It was a marked change from his earlier dismissiveness. She nodded, determined not to let him down. I'd be honored. He gestured to a stack of parchment on the desk. These are for you. Study them carefully and share your thoughts. Tell me if you notice anything suspicious or any patterns. She picked up the reports, scanning the first page. It was filled with coded references to rumored alliances among discontented lords. Lucien, She paused, letting the reality sink in. I never expected you to share this with me. His dark eyes flickered with something akin to respect. You've proven more capable than I first assumed. And we are to be married soon. Whatever our personal feelings, our fates are tied. Elena's throat felt suddenly tight. Yes, she agreed softly. Our fates are tied. She sensed the weight of that statement. The significance of acknowledging that their bond, though forced, held the potential to shape the kingdom. They stood in silence for a moment, gazes locked. Then Lucien looked away, clearing his throat. Read them, he repeated. We'll speak again tomorrow. She clutched the parchments. All right, good night, Lucien. He inclined his head, and she turned to leave. As her hand touched the doorknob, she hesitated, glancing back. He was still behind the desk, eyes drifting over a map pinned to the wall. Even from this distance, she could see the tension radiating from his shoulders. For the first time, she sensed that perhaps he felt as lonely and burdened as she did. A wolf prowling through endless responsibilities with no one to confide in. She stepped out into the hall, determination growing in her chest. If they were to stand against conspiracies and threats, they would need each other, and as wary as she was of him, she couldn't deny that working together made her feel less alone. That night, Elena huddled by the fire in her suite, poring over the reports until her eyes burned from exhaustion. Names of nobles, mentions of suspicious gatherings, coded messages hinting at possible alliances. She recognized some of the figures from her father's territory, but most were new, drawn from remote provinces or old aristocratic lines. The web was intricate, and her head spun trying to piece it together. She made notes of recurring names or territories, cross-referencing them with what she'd observed at court. Certain details aligned with her conversation overhead between Titus and the steward. A pattern of gatherings in outlying regions seemed to indicate an organized faction, quietly building a network. Fear got resentment of Lucien's rule, or personal ambition could be fueling their cause. Late into the night, her eyelids drooped, and she sank back against her chair. Marion, having checked on her earlier, had gently urged her to rest, but Elena had refused. She needed to be prepared when Lucian asked for her opinion. With a soft sigh, she closed her eyes for just a moment, letting the crackle of the flames lull her into a half-dream state. Images flickered behind her eyelids. Lucian's fierce gaze, the cold halls of the palace, the lifeless body at the garden party. Shadows lengthened around her in that dream space, forming the outline of a monstrous wolf with eyes that glowed like embers. In the dream, she stood alone, trying to confront the beast, uncertain if it was her husband-to-be or an enemy creeping in the night. A log in the fireplace collapsed, sending up a shower of sparks that startled her awake. She sat upright, heart pounding, the reports scattered around her. Dawn light filtered through the window, painting the edges of the room in soft gold. She realized she must have dozed off for a few hours. With stiff limbs, she gathered her notes and climbed into bed, if only to snatch a final hour of true rest before the day began. The next morning, the palace bustled with tension. Guards doubled at every entrance, their watchful presence a stark reminder of recent danger. Elena made her way to Lucian's study again, her stack of notes under one arm. She found him pacing behind his desk, a fresh set of maps laid out. "I've been busy," he said by way of greeting. "Early this morning, I spoke with my head of security. We found evidence that the poison used might be of foreign origin, something not typically sold in local apothecaries." Elena set her notes on the desk. "I wonder if that ties into the rumored alliances along our northern border. Some of the more discontented nobles might have contacts outside the kingdom." He nodded. "I suspect the same. What have you found?" She outlined her observations, the recurring mentions of certain lords who always seem to attend these mysterious hunting retreats, the alignment of times and locations that matched possible rebel gatherings. As she spoke, Lucian's expression grew more intense, and he peppered her with questions. She answered as best she could, her confidence building with each response. "You're thorough," he said after she finished. "These connections, if we can prove them, could point us toward the conspirators." Elena felt an unexpected glow of pride. "I just cross-referenced the data. Anyone with the time and motivation could have done it." "Perhaps," he allowed, "but most wouldn't be so willing or quick to see the bigger picture. You have a gift for pattern recognition." She swallowed, unsure how to respond to the praise. "Thank you." He gathered up a few of her notes, scanning them carefully. "We need a plan to flush out these enemies. Making open accusations could force them deeper underground. But if we do nothing, they'll grow bolder." Elena shifted her weight. "We could create a situation that encourages them to reveal themselves. Maybe a false rumor about me traveling to visit my father or some other ruse that might draw an ambush." He shot her a sharp look. "That would be dangerous." She lifted her chin, so was waiting for them to strike again. "I'm not suggesting we do it recklessly, only that we use strategy." He studied her with an unreadable expression. "You don't fear putting yourself in harm's way." "I'm already in harm's way," she replied quietly. "We both are. The question is whether we seize control of the situation or wait for them to catch us off guard." After a tense pause, Lucian inclined his head. "I see your point, but we'll need to plan meticulously. For now, keep this between us and a select few we trust." She nodded, standing beside him as they pored over maps and rosters, discussing potential strategies. For a fleeting moment, Elena felt a sense of camaraderie. This was more than politics. It was the forging of an alliance, a partnership in the face of shared threats. When they finished, the morning had worn on, and servants brought in a light meal. They ate in companionable silence, each lost in thought. Finally, Lucien said, the wedding is still scheduled to happen in less than a fortnight. The ceremony will be a public display of unity. My advisors insist on it. But under these circumstances, it feels like lighting a beacon for our enemies. Elena set down her fork. Canceling or postponing it might also signal weakness. He nodded. Exactly. We proceed, then, but we remain vigilant. I'll double security. You must be cautious of any attempt to sabotage the ceremony. She forced a wry smile. I'm not sure if I should be flattered or terrified that our marriage is so central to the fate of the kingdom. His gaze locked on hers. Sometimes the most crucial events hinge on the union of two people. It can shape allegiances, fortify boundaries, or spark conflicts. History tells us that. She found her heart pounding in her chest. Slowly, she nodded. Then let's make sure we shape it toward peace. Something flickered in his eyes, a momentary softening. Yes, he agreed. Peace. In the days that followed, the palace's atmosphere thickened with anticipation and unease. The wedding preparations commenced in earnest, with tailors, florists, and courtiers, all jockeying for roles in the grand affair. Elena tried to maintain composure, going through the motions of selecting her gown, finalizing the guest list, and reviewing ceremonial rites unique to the werewolf monarchy. The swirl of activity was dizzying, often leaving her drained by nightfall. Outside her window, autumn leaves began to fall, carpeting the courtyard in shades of gold and red. She watched them drift from the palace tower, reflecting on how her own life seemed uprooted and carried by winds she couldn't fully control. Still, she clung to the small sense of agency she'd discovered through working with Lucien on uncovering potential threats. Word spread that the orchard near the palace would host part of the wedding festivities, signifying a new season of growth and unity. Despite the gloom, some courtiers seemed eager for a celebration, perhaps, to distract themselves from the tension. Others quietly grumbled that the realm was in no state for merriment, not when conspirators lurked. Yet no one publicly challenged Lucien's decision. One crisp afternoon, Elena decided to take a walk through the orchard, hoping the fresh air would clear her mind. She found the trees half bare, their branches curled upward as if in silent supplication. Fallen apples lay strewn about, and a few staff hurried around, cleaning the area in preparation for decorations. She wandered deeper into the orchard, seeking solitude. She was not entirely alone, however. To her mild surprise, Lucien appeared, stepping out from behind a large oak, dressed in a simple leather jerkin rather than his usual regal attire. He inclined his head in greeting. "Are you here inspecting the site as well?" Elena asked, folding her hands to keep them warm. He nodded. "Among other things, I needed a break from the suffocating halls and endless briefings. Thought I'd see how things are shaping up for the ceremony." They walked together beneath the branches, even in the orchard's relative isolation. A pair of discreet guards lingered at the perimeter, ever watchful. Elena and Lucien strolled in silence at first, taking in the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. A gentle breeze stirred the air. She glanced at him, noting the tension in his shoulders. "You seem troubled." He paused by a tree whose trunk was carved with faded initials, perhaps from some long-ago lovers. He touched the bark absently. "One of my scouts reports increased movement near the border. It might be nothing, but with everything else." Elena's mind flew to the conspiracies swirling around them. "You fear they'll attempt something on the wedding day, or just after?" He nodded grimly. "It's the perfect time to strike, when the palace is focused on the ceremony and security is stretched thin." She looked up at him, heart heavy. "We'll be ready, Lucien. Whatever they plan, we'll face it." A rustle of leaves overhead caused them to look up. A squirrel darted across a branch, sending a couple of withered apples plummeting to the ground. One landed near Lucien's boot, rolling to rest against his foot. The small, silly moment almost drew a laugh from Elena, but she stifled it, not sure if he'd appreciate the levity. To her surprise, a faint smile curved his lips. He reached down and picked up the apple, examining it as though it were some curious token. "Sometimes I forget there is more to life than war and strategy," he mused, voice low. "All this talk of conspiracies and alliances. It's easy to lose sight of simpler things." Elena felt her chest tighten, seeing him unguarded. She touched his arm gently. "I understand. My life has changed so drastically. I hardly recognize it. I miss the simplicity of my home, the orchard harvest, the small festivals, the sense of community without constant political scheming." His eyes met hers, dark and thoughtful. "Do you regret coming here?" She hesitated. "I regret that it had to be this way, forced by fear. But I don't regret trying to help my people, or wanting to bring peace. Perhaps that's naive." Lucien's jaw worked, as though he fought a battle inside himself. "Peace. It's something I used to believe was attainable through sheer might. Now I wonder if it requires more than an iron grip, perhaps a gentler hand, too." Her heart pounded at his admission. She opened her mouth to respond, but the voice of a guard from the orchard's edge interrupted them. "Your Majesty, we need you for a moment." Lucien's gaze lingered on Elena, 1,000 unspoken words in his eyes. He gently placed the apple in her hand, then turned and strode toward the guard. Elena watched him go, feeling as though she stood on a precarious threshold. If only she could break through his walls completely, show him that trust and compassion could be strengths, not weaknesses. Yet the swirl of danger and intrigue threatened to consume them before they could truly connect. Looking at the apple in her palm, she remembered a time when such a simple item was just a fruit, not a symbol of shifting alliances or hidden poisons. She closed her fingers around it, drawing in a breath of crisp air. She resolved that somehow they would find a path toward genuine unity, if only they both had the courage to keep trying. Preparations for the wedding became more elaborate with each passing day. Floral arches were constructed in the courtyard, and tapestries bearing both Lucien's crest and that of Elena's father's house were hung in the grand hall. The entire palace seemed to bustle with a tense excitement, servants running this way and that, courtiers practicing dances or selecting their finest garments. Elena found it surreal. In a short time, she would stand before the kingdom as Lucien's bride, reciting vows that bound them for life. Part of her still felt a pang of loss for the future she might have chosen had war not been a threat. Yet another part sensed that fate was weaving their lives together in ways she couldn't fully understand. Perhaps there was a reason they were both caught in this tumultuous tide. On a crisp afternoon a few days before the ceremony, she visited the seamstress for the final fitting of her wedding gown. It was a creation of layered ivory fabric, subtly embroidered with moon and wolf motifs in silver thread. Looking at herself in the mirror, Elena could hardly recognize the woman staring back. She looked regal, poised but also strangely distant from the simpler life she once knew. Outside, the corridors buzzed with speculation over what guests would attend. Diplomats from neighboring territories were set to arrive, each with their own agenda. Some believed the ceremony would herald a new era of prosperity. Others whispered that it was mere window dressing, doomed to fail if the realm's fractures ran too deep. Amid these swirling rumors, Lucien remained guarded yet resolute. He spent hours in war councils, verifying security details, dispatching scouts to the borders. In the brief moments Elena managed to speak with him, she saw the weariness etched into his face. If the conspirators were planning something, they gave no sign. No further incidents marred the final days leading to the wedding. The tension, though, grew taut as a drawn bowstring, ready to snap. The wedding day dawned with a weak sun that struggled against a bank of gray clouds. Servants hurried into Elena's suite, lighting the fireplace and carefully arranging every facet of her attire. She stood still as they braided her hair, weaving delicate chains of silver through the locks. The gown settled over her body like a gentle embrace, its train trailing across the floor. Marian supervised, ensuring every detail was perfect. When they finished, Elena gazed at her reflection with a mixture of awe and trepidation. The woman in the mirror looked every inch a queen, but her heart pounded with the knowledge that before the day was out, she would be bound to a king whose realm teetered on the edge of conflict. She inhaled sharply, recalling her vow to do whatever it took to protect her people. As the hour approached, a guard escorted her to the grand hall. Rows of courtiers lined the aisle, their expressions curious or critical. The air was thick with incense and the faint strains of music from a hidden ensemble. Lucian awaited her near the dais, resplendent in dark formal attire trimmed with silver. A hush fell as she entered. All eyes upon her, she moved forward, each step feeling both inevitable and momentous. Her gaze locked with Lucian's, and for a heartbeat, the rest of the world vanished. She saw something flicker in his eyes, admiration, perhaps, or a shared sense of solemn resolve. An officiant, dressed in ceremonial robes, stood beside them. The ritual began, ancient words echoing through the vaulted space. The werewolf custom dictated certain invocations to the moon goddess. The ceremony also included a nod to more traditional vows of loyalty and unity. Elena's heart hammered as she recited her part, her voice steady despite the tumult inside her. When Lucian spoke his vows, his deep baritone resonated through the hall. I vow to protect you, to honor the bond that unites us. The intensity in his gaze sent a shiver down Elena's spine. In that moment, she believed that behind his formidable exterior, there was a man determined to fulfill his word. The officiant then bid them clasp hands. Elena's slender fingers slipped into Lucian's strong grip, the warmth of his skin chasing away a fraction of her apprehension. A symbolic silver ribbon was tied around their joined hands, signifying the union. Soft murmurs of approval rippled through the assembled crowd. Even the suspicious ones could not deny the gravity of the spectacle. You are now joined, declared the officiant. May the moon goddess bless your reign with wisdom, unity, and the strength to face every darkness. A soft cheer arose, and Lucian leaned in, pressing a formal kiss to Elena's cheek. The flicker of contact made her flush, a storm of conflicting emotions coursing through her. Applause grew louder, echoing beneath the vaulted ceilings. Just like that, she had become his queen. Hand in hand, they descended from the dais. The official part of the ceremony had ended, and guests spilled into the courtyard and banquet hall for the festivities. Servants brought forth platters of food and drink. Musicians struck up lively tunes, and an air of celebration, however guarded, settled over the gathering. Elena and Lucian stepped into the courtyard together, where the orchard had been transformed into a serene space filled with lanterns and draped with garlands of late autumn blooms. Nobles offered congratulatory toasts, some genuine, others forced. Elena tried to smile graciously, mindful that at least half of them were likely assessing her every move. She caught sight of Claudine in the crowd, who offered a small, supportive grin before slipping away. Lord Edwin gave a short bow and raised his cup in acknowledgement. Titus, meanwhile, hovered at the edges, face impassive. Their eyes locked for a moment, and a chill skittered up her spine as she recalled overhearing his sinister ambitions. Smile, Lucian whispered near her ear. Startling her, we're under scrutiny. She forced a small laugh, leaning closer to him in a show of marital affection. It's exhausting, she murmured. All these watchers, analyzing our every gesture. He nodded, guiding her toward a more secluded corner of the orchard, away from prying ears. Guards lingered at a discreet distance. You've done well. Stay alert, though. If our enemies plan to strike, they might do so while everyone is distracted. Elena's stomach nodded. She scanned the crowd for any sign of imminent danger. People were dancing, chatting, sipping wine, yet beneath the surface calm, the tension simmered. She felt Lucien's arm loop protectively around her waist, drawing her closer. For the sake of appearances, or perhaps something more, she allowed herself to lean against him. His warmth was strangely reassuring. I have to greet a delegation from the northern provinces, he told her. Will you be all right if I leave you for a moment? She nodded. Yes, Doc. He brushed a hand across her cheek with surprising gentleness, then turned to weave through the guests. She inhaled, trying to quell her nerves. The entire kingdom was watching this spectacle, hoping or dreading that the Union would set a new course. She reminded herself that she was no meek lamb, but a woman determined to shape her own destiny. A swirl of motion caught her eye. A servant darted across the courtyard, nearly colliding with a heavily embroidered table. She looked rattled, on the verge of tears. Concerned, Elena moved closer. Before she could reach the servant, a sharp crack rang out like wood snapping under pressure, followed by a terrified scream. Chaos erupted. Guests stumbled back, forming a circle around a fallen lantern stand that had crashed onto a nearby table, setting the tablecloth ablaze. Flames licked upward, dancing with sudden ferocity. Elena hurried to grab a pitcher of water, dousing the fire before it spread. Panic seized the crowd, many believing they were under attack. Move aside. Lucien's commanding voice cut through the confusion. Guards rushed in, stomping out any lingering embers. The immediate crisis seemed contained, but the atmosphere was charged with fear. Elena saw the servant who had dropped the lantern stand, trembling violently, tears streaming down her face. I'm so sorry. It slipped, she stammered. Elena touched the woman's shoulder gently. It's all right, she said, though her pulse still pounded. No one was hurt, but as people gathered themselves, another cry went up near the gates. Someone shouted about a disturbance outside the palace walls. Guards poured out of the courtyard to investigate. Word came back quickly that a group of armed strangers had been spotted lurking in a nearby alley, then fled when approached. A sense of dread thickened the air. Were these random mishaps or the first steps of a coordinated attack? Lucien returned to Elena's side, brow furrowed. Are you hurt? She shook her head. No, I'm fine, but something's happening. Isn't it? He nodded, jaw clenched. It could be a distraction. Stay with me. Together, they circled back into the orchard, their heightened senses alert for further danger. Titus and a few other nobles trailed after them, expressions guarded. Elena heard whispers about sabotage, a cunning plot. Anxiety churned in her gut. Abruptly, a servant materialized, breathless and disheveled. Your Majesty, my lady, he gasped. A messenger from the eastern border has arrived. Urgent news. Lucien's eyes narrowed. During our wedding feast. The servant nodded vigorously. Yes, sire. He says the border watch reported unusual troop movements, possibly an incursion. Murmurs spread among the guests. The idea of an enemy incursion on the wedding day was enough to send pulses racing. Elena caught Lucien's gaze, her heart hammering. Let's go, he said, leading her away from the orchard and into the palace corridors. Guards cleared a path through the crowd, which parted with expressions ranging from alarm to confusion. The echoes of their footsteps rang off the stone walls as they approached the main hall where the messenger waited. The man knelt, breathing heavily as though he'd ridden hard. My king. Rumors abound that a faction of discontented nobles has formed an alliance with raiders from beyond the border. They're massing near the pass. Lucien's face darkened. How large a force? Uncertain. Sire, the messenger replied, voice trembling, but enough to worry the border patrol. They request reinforcements immediately. A hush fell over the hall. Elena felt the tension coil like a serpent. Had their enemies chosen this day, when the palace was preoccupied with the wedding? To make a move, Lucien turned to his assembled guards. Send word to my generals. Mobilize a ready contingent. We ride at dawn, if needed. He looked at Elena, the gravity of the situation plain in his eyes. We'll not let them tear our kingdom apart on our wedding day. I'll do whatever it takes. She nodded, stepping forward. And I'll support you in whatever way I can. A subtle look of gratitude crossed his features before he addressed the lords who had followed them inside. Titus hovered at the edge, observing with hawkish eyes. Stay vigilant, Lucien commanded. We don't know if this is a feint or a real threat until we have more information. The wedding feast is officially concluded. Escort all guests to secure quarters. Titus dipped his head, concealing whatever his true emotions might be. The other nobles scurried to comply, rallying guards to shepherd the panicked crowd. Within minutes, the once celebratory halls emptied, leaving only the core palace staff and a handful of soldiers to manage the building tension. Elena stood beside Lucien, the echo of distant footsteps trailing away. She could almost taste the fear in the air. Barely married, they now faced the real possibility of an imminent conflict. A sense of resolve settled over her. She was not a mere ornament of peace. She was the queen who would stand with the king. Come what may, they would not falter. Lucien placed a hand on her arm, meeting her gaze, though he said nothing. In the depths of his eyes, she read both determination and a flicker of something more trust, perhaps, or the beginnings of genuine partnership. She took his hand. Together, she said softly, we'll face it together. And despite the fires of chaos threatening to engulf them, she felt a spark of hope in that single word, together. Elena woke the morning after their wedding with an uneasy hush cloaking the corridors of Silvercrest Palace. Pale, wintry sunlight filtered through the high windows, illuminating halls patrolled by weary-eyed guards. Though the threat of an armed uprising at the eastern border loomed, the day's immediate quiet felt ominous, like the deep breath before a storm. She rose in her new chambers, a set of rooms adjoining Lucien's, feeling the strangeness of her altered status. No longer the outsider bride, she was now queen in name, if not yet fully in power or universal acceptance. Slipping out of bed, she crossed to the window, gazing at the courtyard below, where a handful of soldiers drilled in tight formations. Their tension seemed to radiate on the wind. After dressing in a practical woolen gown rather than royal finery, she found Lady Marian waiting with a pot of tea. Marian's eyes were soft with concern. You've barely slept, she said gently, setting the tray on a small table. I couldn't, Elena admitted. Any news from the eastern border? Marian shook her head. Nothing conclusive. Scouts are gathering information, but word is that Lucien is preparing a swift strike force to support his men at the pass. Elena exhaled, already deciding she would find Lucien and stay abreast of the unfolding crisis. She left Marian to her tea and headed into the hallway, accompanied by 2 royal guards who now stood posted outside her door at all times, a constant reminder of her new reality. A short walk brought her to the war room, near the eastern turret, where low, urgent voices carried beyond the closed door. Inside, Lucien stood at the head of a long table, cluttered with maps and half-burned candles, surrounded by several advisors. He looked up as Elena entered, conversation falling silent. Elena, he said, inclining his head, The advisors offered murmured greetings. Some still appeared skeptical of her presence, unsure whether the new queen would have meaningful input in martial matters. "I'd like to be updated," she said, mustering a calm, assertive tone. "Is there more news from the eastern border?" Lucien's gaze flicked to his advisors, then back to her. "We've just received a dispatch. Captain Alden encountered a larger force than anticipated, likely mercenaries or bandits, but well organized. They're testing our lines more aggressively than we thought." One advisor, a lean man with ash-blonde hair, added, "We can't be certain who commands them, Your Majesty. Could be local brigands, or they might have connections to a larger plot." Elena stepped closer to the table, where a detailed map depicted the mountainous region at the kingdom's edge. "Or they might be the vanguard of something bigger, watching how we respond. Given recent attempts to destabilize the realm, like the poisoning at the garden party, we can't dismiss the possibility they're tied to an internal conspiracy." A ripple of tension moved among the advisors. Lucien nodded, grim. "Exactly. We can't leave Alden isolated. A partial mobilization seems wise, but I'm wary of deploying too many soldiers and weakening the palace's defenses." Elena scanned the map. "What if you sent a small, elite group wolves who can move swiftly and track these intruders? Enough to handle a skirmish, but not so many that we leave ourselves vulnerable here." A faint spark of approval flashed in Lucien's eyes. "We'll do just that. Captain Alden's strike force needs backup. Fast. I'll lead it myself, with a hand-picked detachment." He gave the advisors rapid orders for assembling the troop. They departed to organize, leaving Elena and Lucien alone in the war room's quiet aftermath. The candles flickered over scattered maps and reports, the scent of wax mingling with tension. "You're learning quickly," Lucien remarked, walking around the table. "You offered a sound suggestion. I want to protect our people," she replied simply, "and stand with you in this fight." His eyes lingered on her, holding a depth that made her heart flutter. "I'm grateful," he said quietly. "I need to oversee the troops' departure. You may remain here or see to other affairs, but be cautious. Whoever targeted the garden party is still free." "I will," she promised, watching him stride out. The roil of questions in her mind intensified. The entire court seemed perched on a knife's edge, uncertain which threat would strike next. A few hours later, Captain Alden and his elite warriors rode out, fully armed and mounted. The palace felt oddly hollow with so many skilled soldiers gone. Elena sought refuge in the library, where Claudine was cataloging historical scrolls. Among the towering shelves, the hush provided momentary peace from the swirling tensions. "My queen," Claudine said with a respectful curtsy. "You seem unsettled," Elena sighed, running her fingers over the spine of an old tome. "There's an air of dread in the palace. The border trouble, the conspiracies." Claudine nodded, then lowered her voice. "Rumors say Lord Titus is meeting privately with other nobles, forging alliances. I don't have proof, but staff whispers suggest he's planning something bigger." Titus's name sent an unwelcome chill through Elena. She recalled his venomous words, overheard in the courtyard weeks ago. "Thank you for telling me. I'll let Lucien know." Claudine gave her a small, worried smile. "Just be careful. Titus has eyes and ears everywhere." Elena's chest tightened. The seeds of rebellion Titus had planted were clearly sprouting, nourished by fear and discontent. If the border raids were connected to his schemes, he might well push the entire realm to the brink of war. She spent part of the afternoon reading about past uprisings in Silvercrest's history, learning how rebel factions often allied with foreign powers or mercenaries. The parallels to their current predicament were too numerous to ignore. By the time she left the library, her resolve to protect the kingdom and Lucien's rule had only grown stronger. Later that day, Elena decided to observe the palace training grounds, where younger warriors drilled. She found Lucian standing at the perimeter, studying them with folded arms. His expression was stern, offering a curt nod whenever a trainee performed a move correctly. "How goes it?" she asked, stepping up beside him. He tore his gaze from the fighters. "They're improving, but with so many veterans at the border, we need every able fighter at peak condition." She nodded, watching a trainee deliver a clumsy strike. "I spoke with Claudine. She mentioned Titus has been active, meeting privately with nobles." Lucian's gaze hardened. He's likely stirring up dissatisfaction, hoping to rally more lords to his cause if the border situation worsens. They stood in silence for a moment, the clank of wooden swords against shields punctuating the air. Finally, Lucian inclined his head toward a small courtyard beyond the training field. "Let's speak somewhere more private." She followed him through a side corridor into a tranquil enclosure with a single willow tree. A stone bench sat beneath drooping branches. The late afternoon sun cast dappled shadows, dancing across the paving stones. "My father used to come here to escape palace politics," Lucian said, gesturing for her to sit. "I find it comforting." Elena settled on the bench, letting out a breath. "I can see why. It's peaceful." He remained standing for a moment, gazing at the willow's swaying leaves. "We have to neutralize Titus soon. I can't openly accuse him without evidence, and he's too influential to move against with mere suspicions." She nodded. "We need something concrete, someone in his circle who's vulnerable to pressure, or proof of his involvement with these raids. A slip of the tongue. Anything." Lucian turned, stepping closer. "I wish I could handle this quietly, but his network runs deep. If I act hastily, it could spark open rebellion." A surge of empathy filled her. She reached out, lightly resting her hand on his arm. "We'll find a way. You're not alone in this." His posture softened fractionally. He glanced at her hand, then up to meet her eyes. "Thank you," he murmured, voice low. For a moment, the tension around his mouth eased, revealing a trace of vulnerability. "I'm sorry you have to face such turmoil right after our wedding." Her heart clenched at the unexpected sympathy. "I accepted this fate for my father's territory. I can bear it. And perhaps we can find some happiness amidst it all." He sank onto the bench beside her, letting the willow's branches veil them from view. "That would be welcome," he said softly. "Too many days are consumed by war and intrigue." They shared a rare instant of closeness, a hush unbroken by palace demands. Warmth spread through Elena at his nearness. She sensed how heavily his responsibilities weighed on him, how lonely leadership could be. Even as she braced for heartbreak, a thread of hope wove between them. Then a guard's call from the training field shattered the stillness. Lucian stood, tension returning to his frame. "Duty never waits," he said with a rueful half-smile. "Thank you for listening." She rose, smoothing her skirt. "Any time." They parted, Elena feeling the echo of that moment linger like a faint melody. If they survived the storms to come, perhaps they might truly open their hearts to one another. For now, that fragile possibility would have to sustain her. By evening, news arrived from Captain Alden's forces at the border. A sudden confrontation had turned more dangerous than expected. The enemy was indeed larger and more organized. Lucian grim-faced, ordered a swift detachment of loyal warriors to ride at dawn, and Elena insisted on joining them to lend her support. She stood in the courtyard at first light, clad in riding leathers and sturdy boots, adjusting the bridle of her mare. Lucian was nearby, conferring with senior officers. He strode over to her, wearing a simple but finely wrought breastplate, his expression steeled with determination. "Captain Alden needs reinforcements," he said. "I'll lead a small force to relieve him. We move fast, engage quickly, then return before anyone here can exploit our absence." She nodded. "I'm ready." A flicker of concern touched his eyes. "Stay close to me or my guards. The battlefield is no place for half measures." She swallowed back nerves, meeting his gaze steadily. "I won't slow you down." With that, they joined the formation of about 50 riders. The group spurred into motion, hooves hammering the cobblestones as they exited the palace gates. Torches flared in the dim morning light, illuminating the hush of the city. Citizens peered from shuttered windows, alarmed by the sudden departure of so many royal troops. They rode hard, the wind biting Elena's cheeks. Memories of carefree childhood gallops flashed in her mind, but now every pounding hoofbeat carried the weight of war. Lucien kept a brisk pace, occasionally pausing to let scouts range ahead. The hours stretched, tension building. By the time they reached the rugged slopes of the eastern border, the sun was high, glinting off jagged rocks. Their approach revealed a campsite, ringed by makeshift defenses. Captain Alden greeted them, face etched with relief, but also exhaustion. "Sire, my lady, thank the moon you've come," he said. "We've been under near constant hit and run attacks from well-armed mercenaries. They vanish into the trees, then reappear where we least expect them." Lucien dismounted, scanning the camp. Casualties. Alden's jaw tightened. Some wounded, a few dead. "We've held them off, but we need more manpower to push them back." Elena's heart twisted as she saw wounded men lying on cots, moaning softly. She hurried to help the medics, distributing bandages and water. Lucien conferred with Alden, formulating a plan to counterattack at dawn. Soldiers who'd traveled with them reorganized supplies, checked weapons, and prepared for a possible night assault. The hours wore on. Elena's nerves frayed with each new groan from the injured. She recalled her simpler life at her father's estate, how the rare skirmishes never felt so dire. Now she was immersed in the kingdom's harshest realities and aware that rebellion and infiltration threatened them from all sides. At last, Lucien announced his plan. At first light, they would strike the enemy's forward positions, forcing them deeper into the mountains. With any luck, they could cripple the mercenaries' offensive capacity. "Stay alert tonight," he told Elena as camp settled under the evening sky. "They might try a night raid." She offered a shaky nod, too aware of the watchfires and the ring of men posted around the perimeter. "Let's hope they don't catch us off guard." He placed a hand on her shoulder, a silent comfort amid the swirl of tension. "Get some rest if you can." She found a spot near a small fire, pulling her cloak tight against the chill. Though exhaustion weighed on her, her mind refused to let her sleep. The distant line of trees loomed, concealing enemies. Her thoughts drifted to Titus and the possibility that these mercenaries served his agenda. If so, how far would he go to destabilize Lucien's reign? Despite her anxiety, at some point she drifted off in a light doze. She startled awake, hours later, to a horn's sharp blare. Shouts rippled through the camp, an alarm grabbing her gear. Elena rushed to the center, heart hammering. A figure sprinted up. "Sire, enemy scouts spotted near the east flank." Lucien immediately mobilized a response, dispatching squads to confront the threat, while the rest of the camp braced for an assault. Elena readied herself, following a group of archers to guard the supply wagons. Moments later, shapes moved in the darkness, shadowy figures charging forward. The archers loosed arrows. Torches flared, revealing mercenaries brandishing swords and axes, their faces painted with grim determination. Chaos erupted. Elena fought off a surge of panic, knocking an arrow and firing at a shape sprinting toward the wagons. He stumbled, dropping a torch. Another enemy roared and lunged with a blade, but a fellow archer took him down before he reached her. All around, the cacophony of clashing steel and panicked horses filled the night. She glimpsed Lucian in the fray, sword flashing in torchlight as he led a countercharge. Adrenaline flooded her, fueling each shot. At last, the enemy broke off, retreating into the darkness as quickly as they had come, leaving behind a few wounded and lifeless forms. Panting, Elena scanned the scene. Smoke lingered from scattered fires that had started, but the supply wagons were mostly intact. Soldiers moved among the fallen, checking for survivors. Captain Alden approached, sword glinting. "They were testing us again," he said grimly, but we held. Elena's arms shook from the tension of drawn bows. Yes, she couldn't bring herself to celebrate. The stench of blood and the moans of the injured overshadowed any sense of triumph. Dawn arrived amid a haze of fatigue. True to their plan, Lucian rallied the troops for a decisive push. Elena watched from a vantage point near the supply line, her bow ready. The main force surged forward under Lucian's command, merging with Alden's men. They pressed the enemy back in a coordinated offensive. The sounds of battle carried through the trees, shouts, steel clashing, war cries echoing. Hours crawled by. At last, the victorious ring of horns signaled the enemy's retreat. Soldiers returned in uneven ranks, many supporting wounded comrades. From what Elena could tell, the confrontation had been bloody but successful. Among the returning troops, Lucian rode up, armor spattered with mud and gore. Relief pulsed through her when he dismounted, gaze sweeping camp until it landed on her. "We forced them to withdraw," he reported, voice tight. "Let's hope they won't regroup soon." Captain Alden brought forth a captured banner from the enemy camp. "Sire, we found a trove of supplies and maps." A grave emphasis tinged his voice. Lucian's eyes narrowed. "Maps," Alden nodded. "Detailed sketches of our border defenses. Supply routes. Potential weak points. Someone gave them inside information." Elena's stomach clenched. This was confirmation of a traitor among the nobility. She stepped forward. "This can't be random. Someone high up is feeding them intel to destabilize your reign." Lucian's expression was grim. "We'll take those maps back to the palace and investigate. If Titus is behind this, we might finally prove it." They spent the rest of the day fortifying the position, treating the wounded, and collecting whatever intelligence the enemy left behind. Come nightfall, Lucian decided a swift return to Silvercrest was the best course. Captain Alden would remain with enough men to secure the area. Lucian and Elena, accompanied by a contingent of exhausted but triumphant soldiers, began the journey home. The ride back felt different, charged with new urgency. They carried physical proof of conspiracy in the form of coded documents and troop movements. If they could decode it, they might unmask Titus. Elena's thoughts whirled through each step that lay ahead, presenting evidence, deciphering codes, cornering the traitors. Late the following day, they reached the palace gates. Attendants hurried to receive them, expressions flickering between concern and relief at the sight of more wounded returning. Lucian wasted no time, ordering an immediate gathering of his council to reveal what they'd discovered. Elena followed him to the council chamber, ignoring the ache in her limbs. She needed to see Titus's reaction when confronted with these incriminating maps. The room filled with advisors, among them a carefully composed Titus and a worried-looking Lord Edwin. One glance at Titus's cool facade told Elena he suspected something big had happened. Lucian produced the stolen maps, laying them on the table. "We found these in the enemy camp. They show detailed knowledge of our defenses and supply routes information that no mere bandit clan could obtain without inside help." A stunned ripple passed through the council. Some lords paled, Titus observed quietly, feigning concern. Lord Edwin leaned in, examining the markings. This is extensive. Whoever provided this must have access to military records. Elena stepped forward. There's more. We recovered coded messages indicating deliveries, schedules, and references to hidden supporters. The archivists will decode them as quickly as possible. Titus pressed his lips into a thin line. Most alarming indeed. Rest assured, my king, I stand ready to aid your investigation. Treason of this scale cannot be tolerated. His practiced sincerity set Elena's teeth on edge. Lucian, though outwardly composed, radiated tension. Yes, Lord Titus. We'll see how events unfold. Meanwhile, the palace guards will double the watch, and we'll begin a thorough interrogation of these captured rebels. He dismissed the council, ignoring Titus's attempt to linger. When the room cleared, Lucian exhaled, turning to Elena. We'll break this open soon, she nodded, heart pounding. We have to. The kingdom won't survive much more strain. Over the next few days, the palace was a hive of covert activity. Interrogations with captured rebels yielded little, but the archivist chipped away at the cipher and the stolen documents. Claudine assisted, comparing the symbols to ancient codes. Slowly, patterns emerged. Meanwhile, Lucian carefully monitored Titus, who occasionally probed for information, trying to gauge how much the crown knew. Elena played her part, offering half-answers, fueling speculation that they were close to unraveling the conspiracy. Still, no direct link to Titus surfaced, until one young rebel, barely 20, cracked under questioning. He confessed to hearing rumors of a wealthy noble funding their operations, the Silver Fox, an alias rumored to belong to a cunning aristocrat with deep pockets. Though the youth couldn't confirm it was Titus by name, everyone at court knew who had earned that sly nickname behind closed doors. The net closed in. Days later, in the midst of negotiations with the northern tribes who arrived unannounced offering aid for a price, a royal guard raced into the throne room. Your Majesty. The archivists found a partial translation referencing a midnight exchange along the mountain route. They say it's happening in 2 nights' time. Elena and Lucian shared a charged look. This could be their breakthrough, catching the rebels in the act of collecting smuggled silver or weapons. If they succeeded, they might finally have something to nail Titus or his underlings. Lucian dismissed court, quietly assembling a discreet strike force under cover of darkness. Elena and Lucian departed with a small band of loyal soldiers, traveling swiftly to the designated pass. Torches were doused as they neared, each rider tense. They hid behind rocks and ridges, scanning for movement. Sure enough, a group of horsemen approached, lanterns unlit to conceal their presence. When the rebels reached the choke point, Lucian signaled the ambush, but a sudden scuffle of gravel gave them away. One rebel shouted, "It's a trap!" Chaos exploded in the narrow defile. Archers fired from above. Swordsmen rushed from the sides. The rebels fought back viciously, mules braying under heavy loads, likely silver or stolen goods. Elena fired arrows from a vantage point, her heart pounding. She spotted a cloaked figure at the rear, barking orders. He wheeled his horse, trying to flee. Lucian yelled for Elena to stop him. She managed a shot to his shoulder, sending him tumbling. She dashed downhill to intercept, narrowly avoiding the rebel's dagger until Lucian joined the fray, subduing him. In the end, the rebels were overwhelmed. Most were captured or lay wounded. A quick search of the cargo revealed sacks of silver bars and coded letters, a trove of incriminating proof. Returning triumphantly to the palace, at dawn, they secured the prisoners in guarded cells. Interrogations followed. Many spat curses or pleas for mercy. One or two showed cracks in their resolve, hinting that they served a wealthy benefactor. As the hours wore on, The puzzle pieces aligned with the suspicions pointing to Titus, though no one uttered his name outright. Finally, the archivists deciphered enough of the coded letters to confirm references to a silver fox funneling funds to the rebels. Titus was their prime suspect, though he'd left no direct signature. Now, it was time for the endgame. Lucian and Elena orchestrated a cunning ruse, announcing a council session to discuss possible reforms that might appease discontented nobles. Word spread that the king considered granting regional lords more autonomy, a rumor sure to pique Titus's interest. Loyal guards were stationed discreetly around the hall, ready to close in if Titus tried anything rash. The meeting unfolded in a grand chamber, with key nobles in attendance. Titus stood near the center, watchful and confident. Elena presented the idea of expanded councils, carefully phrasing it to lure Titus into overplaying his hand. He rose to suggest more radical reforms, pushing for a council of lords with veto power over the crown. Before the debate could deepen, a frantic guard burst in, announcing that someone had attacked the royal archives, setting fires and attempting to steal the coded documents. A hush fell. Then Lucian spun, eyes blazing, and roared, "Seize Titus!" Realizing the trap, Titus tried to bolt, but guards blocked every exit. Cornered, dagger in hand, he raged at Lucian and Elena, vowing that others would continue the fight. In front of shocked nobles, he admitted sending his agent to destroy evidence, thus revealing his guilt. The silver fox was unmasked at last. Enraged murmurs spread among the gathered lords. Titus struggled, cursing them all as the guards wrestled him into chains. The threat that had loomed over Silvercrest for so long was finally laid bare, though he hinted at other conspirators. Titus himself was the key linchpin. Exhaustion and relief warred in Elena's heart as Lucian proclaimed Titus's arrest for high treason. The hush in the hall was electric, equal parts fear and gratitude that the monarchy had exposed the vile plot before it tore the kingdom apart. Some lords cheered. Others looked on in sober realization that the rebellion they once whispered about had proven deadly real. When Titus was dragged away, Elena and Lucian stood before the council, hands clasped in mutual support. Their forced marriage had become a genuine alliance, forged by crisis and adversity. Now, with the chief conspirator unmasked, the realm had a fighting chance to heal from the wounds inflicted by treachery and violence. For the first time since the day she arrived, Elena felt a spark of true hope that Silvercrest could emerge stronger, that Lucian's rule might evolve from ruthless pragmatism into a leadership tempered by compassion, and that she, once a reluctant bride, could help shape this kingdom's brighter future by his side. Elena woke early the next day, restless in her grand chambers, despite the velvety hush of pre-dawn. She rose from bed, pulled on a simple robe, and padded to the tall window. Deep blue sky bled into the first hints of gold on the horizon, illuminating the courtyard below. Guards patrolled in doubled numbers, their cloaks trailing behind them, armor glinting in the torchlight. A heavy swirl of thoughts churned in Elena's mind. They had won a critical victory by capturing Titus, yet that victory was tempered by the fact that his conspiratorial network might still exist. Even if Titus refused to divulge names, the codebooks seized from the rebels could contain secrets that would lead them to every last traitor. Patience, she reminded herself, was key. And then there was Lucian. Their relationship had inched closer to a genuine bond in recent weeks. Through the shared storms of palace intrigue and battlefield danger, she felt a persistent flutter, recalling how his hand had steadied hers at the council meeting, how a protective fury had ignited in his eyes when he'd ordered Titus seized. Yet neither of them had truly spoken about their marriage Since that night, they'd nearly kissed before being interrupted by the urgent call to war. Now, with Titus under lock and key, perhaps they could find the space to address the complexities of their personal union. She took a steadying breath, pushing down a tremor of yearning. Love, or anything close to it, felt precarious in a world still riddled with intrigue. When she dressed and stepped into the corridor, 2 guards bowed politely. "Good morning, my lady," one said. "The king awaits you in the council chamber." Her pulse quickened. Something about the guard's stiff tone hinted that urgent news had broken. She nodded, heart tight in her chest. The council chamber was already abuzz. Advisors milled around in tense clusters, cloaks rustling as they debated in hushed voices. Lucian stood at the head of the table, conferring with Captain Alden and Lady Clementine, one of the nobles who had shown some measure of loyalty during Titus's downfall. She now wore a look of obvious worry. Spotting Elena, Lucian waved her over. He looked more fatigued than usual, faint shadows beneath his eyes. Yet the moment she approached, the faintest relief flickered across his features. "Elena," he said quietly, "thank you for coming so quickly." She glanced at the grim faces. "What's happened?" Captain Alden sighed. "We've just received word from the border that the mercenary camps Titus hired haven't disbanded. Some have disappeared into the mountains, but others are regrouping near the northeastern pass." Lucian's jaw tightened. Titus was a major sponsor, but it appears others are stepping in to fund them. They may be trying to spark unrest again, possibly to free Titus or strike at us in revenge. Elena felt a stab of dismay. So even with Titus in chains, we still face a scattered network of rebels. "Precisely," Lucian confirmed. "The archivists are combing through the coded records we seized. If they can tie specific names to these mercenary cells, we'll know which nobles are continuing Titus's agenda. But for now, Captain Alden will lead a contingent to guard the northeastern pass." Lady Clementine shifted uneasily. "And what of the northern tribes?" Warlord Rune's delegation is still in the palace, pressing for a final agreement on trade and joint defense. They sense our internal troubles and want to capitalize. Lucian raked a hand through his dark hair. "They've already demanded more than I'm willing to give. We can't afford to appear desperate, or they'll bleed us dry. But we also can't risk them turning to our enemies." Elena's mind raced. She recalled how Rune had implied the North might side with whoever paid better. "We need a balanced approach, or they might be tempted to strike alliances with these mercenary factions. If they sense a chance at an even bigger profit." She broke off, swallowing hard. Lucian nodded gravely. "Which is why we must keep negotiations with Rune on track. Show strength without over-conceding. An advisor, Lord Edwin, cleared his throat. Then perhaps the king and queen might appear more publicly united. The people still reel from the revelation of Titus's treachery. They need reassurance." Elena and Lucian exchanged a glance. Though they had functioned as a formidable team, they had never made a public display of affection or closeness. She wondered if it was time to quell rumors by affirming their bond, a bond that was indeed deepening behind closed doors. "All right," Lucian said after a moment, turning back to the table. "Here's the plan. I'll speak with Rune tomorrow regarding the final terms of our trade and defense pact. Elena, you join me. Let the entire court see our unity. In the meantime, Alden, you'll mobilize fresh troops to secure the northeastern pass. Lady Clementine, work with the archivists. If any new noble names emerge, we'll act swiftly." A cluster of nods followed. The council dissolved into hurried discussions, preparing for the next wave of crises. Elena lingered by Lucian's side as the others dispersed. He let out a low breath. "Never a moment's peace," he murmured. "But at least Titus is locked up tight. That's one less dagger at our throats." She touched his arm gently. ignoring the curious glances of passing advisors. "We'll handle this," she said. One step at a time, Lucian studied her face, his eyes reflecting a complicated swirl of gratitude and weariness. "We will." That afternoon, Elena sought a brief escape from the constant political strain. The palace orchard beckoned, though the trees were now mostly stripped bare by the advancing chill of autumn. The grounds still held a quiet beauty. She walked the neat rows, remembering how Lucian once spoke of simpler moments here, free from the burden of the crown. A slight rustle behind a gnarled apple tree caught her attention. She approached, cautious. To her surprise, a young woman, perhaps no older than 16, crouched there, clutching a sealed letter. At Elena's appearance, the girl started, nearly dropping the paper. "Who are you?" Elena asked gently. Though her heart pounded with sudden concern, the girl rose, cheeks flushed. Her clothing was that of a common servant, worn but well kept. "Forgive me, my lady. I'm Bria, a junior clerk in the archives. I've something you must see." Elena glanced at the letter. "What is it?" Bria darted a furtive look around. "I found it hidden among some old parchments that came from the rebels' camp. It's not in code, but it's sealed with a crest I don't recognize. I was afraid to bring it to the archivist in front of everyone. Someone might be watching." Elena's pulse quickened. "Let me see." The girl offered the letter. The seal bore a stylized wolf's head that wasn't the royal crest, nor was it any house crest Elena recognized. Carefully, she broke the seal. A short missive inside read, "Urgent. Funds have dried since Titus's capture. We need immediate support to keep mercenaries in play. No more delays, deliver your share, or we expose your secrets. The Silver Fox may be in chains, but our cause continues." No signature. Elena's mind whirled. This clearly indicated a secondary benefactor had been working alongside Titus. Some other figure in the shadows was continuing the scheme. Her breath caught at the final line. "Our cause continues." Bria shuffled her feet anxiously. "I didn't know what to do. If I gave it to the archivists in public, whoever is behind this might learn we've found it, or they could intercept it." Elena carefully replaced the letter in its envelope. "You did right to bring this to me quietly. Thank you. I'll ensure it reaches King Lucian." Relief flooded Bria's features. "Thank you, my lady. I only want to protect the kingdom." Elena gave the girl's shoulder a light squeeze. "Your loyalty is noted, Bria. Now go before someone wonders where you are." Bria bobbed a quick curtsy and hurried off, alone with the damning letter. Elena's thoughts spun. Another conspirator existed, able to funnel money to the rebels. How many more traitors stalked the palace halls? She folded the letter and tucked it into her sleeve, determined to share it only with Lucian. If they played their cards right, they might use this letter to set a trap, maybe lure out the hidden benefactor demanding funds. But first, she needed Lucian's insight. Within the hour, Elena stood in Lucian's private study, a cozy room lined with shelves of scrolls and ledgers. A small fire crackled in the hearth. Lucian's expression grew stonier with each sentence. As she read the letter aloud, he took it from her hands, studying the unfamiliar crest. Another hidden sponsor, possibly a second highborn family, or an influential merchant. Someone with significant resources. Elena nodded. They mentioned blackmail, deliver your share, or we expose your secrets. So there may be multiple co-conspirators. We suspected as much after Titus hinted he wasn't alone. Indeed, Lucian said, pacing, we can't let this go. We need to flush them out before they rally more mercenaries or cause further chaos. She met his gaze. We could devise a ruse. Let the conspirators believe they still have channels to funnel money. Lay a trap. He paused. Then grim approval lit his eyes. Yes, perhaps we can feed them false information. Pretend there's someone willing to pay their demands. When they come to collect, we strike. Elena's mind raced with details. We must be careful. One misstep, and they'll vanish again. Or they might escalate to sabotage. Lucian came closer, lowering his voice. You've proven yourself adept at subterfuge. I trust your instincts, but will involve only our most loyal guards. He paused, eyes flicking to the door. And, Elena, watch your back. Her heart did an odd flip. They were alone in his study, tension thrumming in the silence. This was the first time he'd so plainly shown worry for her safety. She mustered a slight smile, ignoring the flutter in her stomach. I will. You do the same. He caught her hand. I can't lose you. The kingdom needs you. I need you. Heat rushed to her cheeks. The clarity of his words struck her more deeply than any elaborate avowal could. After countless days of looming threats and near escapes, hearing him admit his need felt like a solid anchor in stormy seas. Lucian, she whispered, lacing her fingers through his. I'm not going anywhere. For a fleeting moment, he pulled her closer, pressing his forehead against hers. The warmth of his presence wrapped around her, a promise in the midst of turmoil. She longed to stand there forever, letting the world's problems drift away. But a soft rap on the door broke the moment, jolting them back to reality. A guard's voice came through the heavy wood. Sire, Warlord Rune requests an audience at once. He says it's urgent. Lucian exhaled, stepping back. Duty calls. He squeezed her hand one last time. Let's settle this matter with Rune, and then we'll plan our next move. Elena nodded, slipping the letter into a locked drawer of his desk for safekeeping. Another crisis to handle. Another day in Silvercrest's precarious existence. The palace staff scrambled to prepare a small reception for Warlord Rune and his warriors. Though the event was hastily arranged, the main banquet hall gleamed with polished floors and freshly lit chandeliers. Tables bore platters of roasted meats and spiced wine, a gesture meant to soothe the visiting northerners and appease their appetites for both food and power. Elena dressed in a gown of dark green velvet, a hue that reminded her of deep forests. She chose minimal adornment, save for a simple silver circlet in her hair. This was to be a diplomatic meeting, not a grand festival. She wanted to exude a calm confidence rather than ostentatious display. When she entered the hall on Lucian's arm, murmurs spread among the assembled guests. Few had seen the king and queen arrive together in such an openly united manner. Rune, standing near the dais with a goblet in hand, noticed too. The big warlord's eyebrows rose slightly, a calculating gleam in his gaze as he bowed. My king, my queen, he said, voice carrying. I trust the day finds you victorious over your enemies. Lucian met his gaze levelly. We've recently uncovered and quelled a major conspiracy in our realm, but we still stand vigilant. I hear you have matters you wish to press. Warlord Rune grinned, revealing a hint of fang. Only that we finalize our arrangement. Now that the immediate threat seems contained, Elena took a seat beside Lucian at a head table. She recalled how cunning Rune had been in earlier negotiations, demanding excessive concessions. They couldn't appear weak, yet they still needed to keep the North from being lured away by rebel gold. The line between compromise and capitulation was razor thin. Servants poured spiced wine. Rune sipped, smacking his lips appreciatively. Ah, you never disappoint, King Lucian. But let's speak plainly. He set the goblet down, his thick braids shifting as he turned to the pair of them. My tribe is eager to secure trade routes, grain for our harsh winters, textiles for our people. In return, we offer warriors, good ones, tested by the northern snows. He gave a booming laugh, though there was no real warmth in it. I'm sure your recent skirmishes have shown the value of having more strong arms on your side. Lucian's jaw tensed. Elena eased a hand beneath the table, gently resting it on his forearm to calm him. We recognize your warrior's worth, she said aloud, but we also know you have many potential buyers. If we cede too much, it would cripple our finances. We propose a limited mutual defense pact with specified trade privileges, grain exports at a reduced levy. In exchange for a certain number of your soldiers committed to supporting our border patrols. Rune's eyes glinted with interest. Reduced levy. That's better than your last offer. But how many soldiers do you want? Lucian interjected, voice measured. A minimum of 200 at any given time, sworn to obey our commanding officers while in Silvercrest territory. Rotations allowed, but the presence must remain constant. Rune stroked his braided beard, considering 200. Possibly more than my clan expected, yet I see the logic. Our men handle your rebel threats, keep your roads safe, and we get cheaper grain, not to mention trade access that can enrich our coffers. Exactly, Lucian said, and we both avoid further conflict or reason to mistrust each other. Rune's grin widened. Very well. Show me the formal terms. If they're fair, we might shake on it tonight. A subtle ripple of relief passed through the courtiers. Elena felt it too, though she kept her composure. This was the closest they had come to a stable agreement, but she noticed a certain cunning spark in Rune's gaze. He wasn't done testing them yet. Sure enough, Rune leaned in, lowering his voice, but ensuring those nearby could still overhear. And what about your famed wolf, Shifter Unity, King Lucian? The people say your father had strong ties to the old ways. Are you so modern now, or does the spirit of the moon goddess still guide you? Elena stiffened at the mention of the wolf-shifter bond. The monarchy's link to the werewolf goddess was revered, but also shrouded in superstition. Many believed the mate bond could grant near mystical strength to an alpha king. Others whispered that a broken bond invited ruin. Lucian's face darkened slightly. We honor our heritage. My father was indeed blessed by the moon goddess. He took pride in the old traditions, but I lead the kingdom into a future that balances tradition and modern governance. Rune shrugged, sipping again. Just curious if your union with this lovely queen has awakened any particular powers. Elena's cheeks warmed. She doubted Rune meant it innocently. She forced a calm tone. Our union strengthens the realm in many ways. Warlord Rune, that should suffice. Rune laughed, a resonant bark that rattled the dishes. Well said. I admire directness. He raised his goblet in a toast to forging new ties and keeping our enemies guessing. A round of raised cups followed, though the mood felt taut. Elena exchanged a look with Lucian. They had navigated Rune's provocations for now, but it was clear the northern warlord wasn't above using rumors of the mate bond to pry or gain advantage. In the swirl of palace intrigue, such speculation could be weaponized. Still, the negotiations ended on a tentatively positive note. Rune agreed to review their draft treaty overnight and promised a final discussion the next day. As the hall cleared, courtiers whispered about the fleeting closeness between king and queen and the prospective alliance with the north. Outside, the moon glimmered over the palace towers, a silent witness to the uneasy peace. When the banquet ended, Elena slipped away to the dimly lit corridor. A familiar voice called her name. Turning, she found Lucian approaching, his cloak draped over one arm. He looked weary yet determined. Walk with me, he asked, nodding toward a side stair. I need air. Wordlessly, she joined him, descending into a smaller courtyard behind the palace kitchens. Tall hedges and a trickling fountain lent privacy. The night air felt sharp against her cheeks, laced with the scent of damp leaves. Lanterns bobbed in the breeze, casting flickers of light on Lucien's face. He paused near the fountain, dropping his cloak over a low stone bench. "You handled Rune's questions well tonight," he said quietly. "He's trying to gauge whether we present a unified front, whether I'm truly the Alpha King with a bonded mate at my side, or if we're just a fragile alliance." She wrapped her arms around herself. "I thought so too. It's unsettling how quickly he latched onto those old beliefs about the mate bond. In some ways, I barely understand them myself." Lucien's gaze flicked up to the moon overhead. "Our lineage has always revered the moon goddess. The bond between mates is said to grant an Alpha King insight, strength, sometimes a near telepathic understanding with his queen. But that's more legend than proven fact, at least in my experience." He glanced at her, expression somber. "I don't want us to feel forced into some mystical role." Elena hesitated, memories swirling of how their forced betrothal had begun. "I came here out of obligation, to save my father's land from war. But we've shared enough now that I do feel something more." His eyes softened. Gently, he took her hand. "So do I. Let me be clear. I never wanted a marriage of convenience. I believed it necessary to maintain peace. But you've changed how I see this union, how I see you." A gentle pressure in his grip made her heart flutter. She thought of how he'd shielded her during the mercenary battles, how he'd fought beside her. She remembered the hush of the orchard, the warmth of his forehead against hers in his study. If that wasn't some aspect of a destined mate bond, it certainly felt like something powerful in its own right. She exhaled, stepping closer. "Lucien, we've grown so used to crisis after crisis. But if we have a chance at real partnership beyond just political advantage, I want that." His hand moved to her cheek, the warmth of his palm steadying her. The hush of the courtyard seemed to gather around them as he lowered his head, pressing his lips to hers in a soft, tentative kiss. Her heart thudded wildly, breath catching as she returned it, the tension in her body melting into a rush of quiet longing. If fate had indeed thrust them together, in this moment, it felt less like a burden and more like a gift. Time felt suspended as they broke apart. He cradled her face. "I pledge to protect you, to work beside you truly, not just for the kingdom, but because I can't imagine facing the future without you." Emotions surged in her chest. She nodded, words temporarily failing her. In a palace haunted by conspiracies and heavy crowns, this unexpected sweetness felt like the most precious secret. They lingered there in the courtyard, hand in hand beneath the moon's glow, before reality beckoned them back to the labyrinth of responsibilities. But the bond between them, once forced by circumstances, now began to take on a life of its own, a cautious promise of genuine love. At dawn the next day, Elena and Lucien convened with Captain Alden and Lady Marian in a small, secure antechamber. The letter Bria had discovered lay on a table alongside updated notes from the archivists. Captain Alden tapped the strange crest. "No match in our records of noble sigils. It could be a personal emblem used secretly, or maybe from a foreign power." Elena pursed her lips. "It references blackmail. Deliver your share, or we expose your secrets." So the conspirators are turning on each other now that Titus is caught, or fear is driving them, Lucien said grimly. "Our crackdown has them scrambling for funds. They might be threatening lesser co-conspirators to ensure loyalty." Marian glanced at Elena. "If they still hope to free Titus or continue his rebellion, they'll need coin and muscle. The letter's mention of an immediate exchange is worrying." They might be planning something soon, maybe even an attempt to break Titus out of prison. Alden's brow furrowed. We can post more guards around the dungeons, but these rebels are cunning. If they have an inside accomplice, we need to lure them into exposing themselves. Lucian nodded thoughtfully. Yes, and that's where the letter can help. If we stage a situation suggesting that we, under an assumed identity, are prepared to deliver funds, it might draw them out. Elena's pulse quickened, so we pose as co-conspirators, responding to this letter, claiming to have the gold they demand, arrange a drop site. When they come for it, we capture them. Captain Alden frowned. Dangerous. They'll be on high alert, suspecting a trap. Lucien's expression hardened. True, but it's our best shot at finding the next link in the chain. We'll prepare carefully. Use only our most trusted guards. We can't risk half the palace learning of this plan. Elena placed a hand on the letter. We should craft a false reply, forging the original crest. Indicate readiness to pay, but requesting a specific location and time. We'll send it through discreet channels so the real conspirators think we're one of their silent partners. Marion's eyes lit with approval. I'll speak to a master scribe who can replicate the dot style. We'll keep it quiet. Captain Alden exhaled. Just be sure we have enough force in place to lock down the drop site. If a fight breaks out, we want no chance of them escaping. Lucian looked around at them. Agreed. Let's proceed with caution. One misstep, and they'll vanish, or worse, retaliate. The four shared a glance brimming with determination. Another plan set in motion. Another net cast to capture the puppet masters behind Titus's rebellious threads. The deeper they probed, the more labyrinthine the plot seemed, but each new discovery brought them closer to cleaning the kingdom of its rot. Before the trap could be laid, another pressing matter demanded attention, the finalizing of the treaty with Warlord Rune. He had spent the night reviewing Lucian's proposals, and word spread that he was eager to conclude negotiations, possibly to seize advantage while the crown was distracted by internal troubles. A midday meeting was arranged in the royal audience hall. Courtiers gathered in subdued anticipation. Many whispered about the significance of forging a pact with the northern tribes at a time of precarious instability. Some worried that Rune might betray them the moment it suited him. Others recognized that a show of strong alliances could deter further rebellion. Elena stood beside Lucian on the raised dais, wearing a simpler but elegant gown in midnight blue. She scanned the assembly captains, advisors, lesser lords, and even Lady Clementine, all poised to witness the event. Rune entered with his retinue of muscular warriors clad in heavy furs, their eyes gleaming with curiosity at the opulence of the palace. After formalities, Lucian addressed the gathered crowd. We welcome Warlord Rune of the Northern Tribes. Today, we sign a mutual accord that grants his people favorable trade terms, while they pledge a standing force to help maintain security in our lands. Rune's braids swayed as he nodded. The North stands ready to stand with silver crest, so long as the terms remain fair and beneficial. A scribe approached with 2 copies of a parchment contract. The terms, hammered out over weeks of tense negotiation, detailed the grain levy, trade rights, and the rotating presence of 200 northern warriors under Lucian's command. Both parties had compromised to some extent, Silvercrest lowering export duties, Rune moderating his demands for free access to certain passes. Rune produced a seal bearing the emblem of his tribe, a stylized wolf, howling at the moon, and stamped it onto the parchment. Lucian followed suit with the royal crest. Applause rippled through the hall, though pockets of wariness remained. Officially, the alliance was sealed. Stepping forward, Rune clasped Lucian's forearm in a warrior's handshake, then turned to Elena, bowing over her hand with surprising courtesy. My queen, he said, voice resonant. May our peoples prosper together. She inclined her head, schooling her features into a calm mask. We look forward to forging peace and prosperity for both realms. Warlord Rune. Behind Rune's smile, Elena glimpsed a flicker of calculation. The man never did anything without an angle. Even so, this treaty, albeit uneasy, would buy Silvercrest time and resources to root out the remaining rebels without fear of northern opportunism. The ceremony concluded with a short reception. Servants carried trays of mead and honey cakes to toast the new alliance. Observing from near the dais, Elena caught Lucien's eye. He gave a short nod. They both understood the significance of this moment. If the realm stabilized, they could shift focus to stamping out the hidden pockets of treachery. If not, at least they had 200 hardened northern warriors to bolster their defenses. That evening, Elena roamed the palace corridors, mentally reviewing the plan to lure the unseen conspirators. The scribe would have the forged letter ready by dawn, and they'd dispatch it through a seemingly innocuous courier network, one known to pass messages discreetly among certain questionable circles. Then they would wait for a reply, hoping the conspirators would swallow the bait. Turning a corner, she nearly collided with Lord Edwin. The older noble apologized, bowing stiffly. "My queen, forgive me. I was lost in thought." "It's all right," she assured him, stepping aside. "Is something troubling you?" He hesitated, then sighed. "It's no secret. Many lords remain uneasy. Some resent the new arrangement with the North, fearing we've given up too much. Others worry about renewed rebel attacks, and there are rumors." He paused, clearly struggling with how to phrase it. "Rumors about me and Lucien?" Elena asked gently. Used to the swirl of gossip, a faint flush touched Edwin's cheeks. "More about you, my queen. Some say your influence on Lucien is well. They call it bewitching, that you enthrall him for your own advantage." A flare of anger warmed Elena's face. She'd expected cynicism regarding her rapid ascension, but to be accused of enthralling Lucien, as though using witchcraft. "Lord Edwin, do you believe such nonsense?" His eyes widened, and he raised his palms. "No, your majesty. I've seen how you've labored to protect this kingdom, but times are tense, and people will spin any tale to make sense of changes they don't like. I only tell you so you're aware." She forced a calm exhale. "Thank you. I appreciate the warning." Edwin bowed again. "If I might offer counsel, a gesture of transparency might reassure those who doubt you. Some public act, showing your dedication to the realm, separate from the king's command, perhaps philanthropic work or a direct address to quell fears." She considered that. A direct address might help, though it risked scrutiny. Still, building trust might smooth the path to rooting out the last conspirators. "I'll think on it. Lord Edwin, your advice is valuable." As he departed, Elena's thoughts spun. If rumors of bewitchment circulated, it spoke to a deeper undercurrent of anxiety among certain nobles. She wanted to dismiss it, but ignoring gossip could let it fester. With Lucien preoccupied by rebellious factions, it fell on her to prove she was here to strengthen the kingdom, not manipulate it. Late that night, Elena convened with Lucien, Marion, and Captain Alden in a deserted corner of the palace stables. They had chosen this spot to finalize the plan of sending the forged letter away from prying eyes. Horses stamped in their stalls, and a single lantern threw dancing shadows on the worn straw. Marion presented the letter, comparing it side by side with the original note Bria had found. The forged crest was near identical, only the most expert eye could catch the subtle differences. The body of the message was short, but mirrored the conspirator's style, an offer of gold in exchange for continuing the plot, requesting a meeting at a remote location near the southwestern hills. Captain Alden scanned the lines. "Convincing. Let's hope they bite." Lucien nodded. "We'll dispatch it tomorrow." via the usual underhanded courier channels. Once they set a time and place to collect the funds, we'll be waiting. Who will deliver it? Elena asked, glancing between them. Alden shrugged. I have a trusted soldier who's known in certain back alley circles for unscrupulous errands. He can pass it along without drawing suspicion. She slipped the letter into a leather pouch. And we must ensure no rumor of this plan leaks. Let the conspirators believe we're truly one of their own. Lucian's gaze flicked across the dim stable. We also need to keep an eye on Titus's cell. If they try to free him, we'll have advanced warning. Double the guard. No one visits him without my direct order. A shiver ran through Elena at the mention of Titus. She pictured him languishing in a dungeon cell, likely plotting revenge. He had nearly succeeded in igniting civil war. What if someone even more cunning stepped in to finish what he began? She forced away the dark thought. We'll do everything in our power. This time, they won't slip away. Marion lifted the lantern, illuminating the stable door. Let's be careful. Every step draws us deeper into a den of vipers. They departed in silence, each weighed down by the enormity of the ruse. Outside, the night sky pressed close, the moon half hidden by drifting clouds. Elena clenched her fists inside her cloak. If their trap succeeded, the realm might finally see lasting peace. If it failed, Silvercrest could plunge into chaos once more. Amid the swirl of clandestine operations, Elena found a rare moment of quiet a few days later. The letter had been dispatched, and now they waited anxiously for a response from the hidden conspirators. The tension of waiting gnawed at her, so she wandered to the palace greenhouse, a glass-walled structure where exotic flowers thrived year-round. Inside, fragrant warmth enveloped her, a sharp contrast to the chilly autumn outside. Vibrant blooms towered, some with broad leaves shimmering under the sunlight that filtered through the glass panels. She trailed her fingers along delicate petals, marveling at their fragility. Footsteps approached, turning. She found Lucian by the entrance. He wore a simple shirt and breeches, no formal cloak or crown. The greenhouse door closed behind him with a gentle click. I was told you might be here, he said, voice hushed. Needed a moment away from the endless watch. Elena offered a faint smile. I come here sometimes, just to remember beauty still exists outside of conflict. He stepped closer, letting his gaze wander over the blossoms. My mother loved this greenhouse. She curated many of these rare plants. After she passed, my father kept it running but rarely visited. It reminded him too much of her gentler spirit. I think sorrow echoed in his tone. She recalled how he'd mentioned his mother before, a nurturing figure who balanced the harsh rule of King Aldrich. Gently, she rested a hand on his arm. It's a lovely legacy. He nodded, then inhaled the heady fragrance. I'm glad someone appreciates it. I haven't visited in years. Too many burdens, too many demands. They strolled among the winding paths, flanked by lush ferns and orchids. Golden shafts of light streamed in, illuminating specks of dust in the air. Elena sensed Lucian's tension gradually ease, as though the memory of his mother's caring presence settled around him. Finally, they reached a small seating area tucked behind towering tropical plants. A wooden bench invited them to rest. Lucian lowered himself onto it, exhaling softly. Elena sat beside him, the hush of the greenhouse creating an intimate cocoon. When I was a child, he murmured, my mother would bring me here and teach me about each bloom. She said caring for fragile things made one stronger, not weaker, because it taught empathy. My father disagreed. He believed only might and discipline secured the realm. Elena touched a slender stem bearing pink blossoms. It seems you've inherited traits from both, strength and discipline from your father, but also the empathy to see a better path, one that includes protecting the vulnerable. He gave her a searching look. You've helped me realize that. Without you, I might still be lost in a cycle of war and suspicion. Emotion welled inside her. The greenhouse's warmth melded with the warmth of Lucien's gaze. You've given me so much, as well purpose, a chance to safeguard my father's people, and a place to truly belong. His hand slid over hers, fingers intertwining. For a long moment, they lingered in the quiet, letting the rustle of leaves and distant drip of water from the irrigation system lull them into a sense of serenity. The trials outside these glass walls felt distant. Eventually, Lucien softly cleared his throat. We should return soon. The conspirators' response to our forged letter may come any day now. Elena nodded, a pang of regret that this tranquil respite was so short-lived, but reality beckoned. They rose and left the greenhouse, stepping back into the corridor where armed guards and tense whispers waited. Yet a gentle spark remained between them, a reminder that, even in a realm of strife, they had found an oasis of closeness. 2 days after the letter was sent, a discreet courier delivered a parchment to the palace gates, addressed in the same cryptic style. Captain Alden whisked it to Lucien's study immediately. Elena joined them, bracing for news of whether the trap had succeeded. All eyes fell on the parchment as Alden unrolled it. The message was brief. Your assurance of funds is noted. Come to the old watchtower at Hawks Ridge under the next half moon. Bring no more than 10 men. Failure or betrayal will cost you dearly. Our cause endures. A faint thrill of success shot through Elena. They'd bitten. The conspirators believed the forged letter, expecting fresh gold. Lucien folded the note with a dangerous gleam in his eye. Hawks Ridge, he muttered. That watchtower's been abandoned for years, isolated, easy to defend or escape. Captain Alden nodded. Perfect place for a covert meeting. They'll likely have scouts posted. If we bring too large a force, they'll vanish. Elena crossed her arms, the weight of the situation pressing in. We only get one shot at this. We have to appear vulnerable enough that they reveal themselves, and we must ensure we can still capture them. Lucien turned to Alden. Gather a small team of our best. Archers, stealth experts. We'll hide most of them out of sight until the last moment. I'll pose as the conspirator delivering gold. Elena's pulse jumped. You want to go yourself. That's risky. Let me come. No, Lucien said firmly, though a flicker of warmth lit his gaze. I need you safe here. If anything goes wrong, you must oversee the kingdom. Besides, I can't let them sense it's a trap by bringing the queen as well. She opened her mouth to protest, but Captain Alden quietly agreed. It's safer for you at the palace, my lady. We can't risk losing both the king and queen. Swallowing her argument, she realized they had a point, but fear twisted in her gut. Promise me you'll be cautious. Lucien nodded, stepping closer. I'll return to you. Believe that. Her heart hammered, 1,000 unspoken pleas filling her mind. But she merely dipped her head in acceptance. Duty demanded a show of trust, even when her chest ached at the thought of him walking into a nest of traitors. They turned their attention to finalizing details, the timing, the route, the hidden positions of archers. If all went well, they'd catch the conspirators red-handed, but in the back of Elena's mind, a quiet dread lurked. Conspiracies had a way of springing unexpected traps of their own. Under a silver-slashed sky, Lucien departed with a small detachment of 10 hand-picked soldiers. Elena watched from a palace balcony, her hands gripping the balustrade. The uneasy swirl in her stomach only grew as their torches faded into the distance. The half-moon overhead felt like an omen, its pale glow more ghostly than comforting. Night dragged on in torturous slowness. She paced her chambers, ignoring the anxious stares of her maids. Marion tried to calm her, but Elena could hardly sit still. A sense of foreboding weighed heavy. If the conspirators had prepared an ambush, Lucian might be walking into mortal danger. Finally, near dawn, distant shouts echoed from the courtyard. She rushed down to find Captain Alden's group returning wounded, weary, but triumphant. Her eyes darted frantically, searching for Lucian among them. He appeared last, supporting a limping soldier. Dirt and blood smeared his armor, a bruise darkening his jaw. Relief flooded Elena so powerfully that her knees almost gave out. She hurried forward. "Elena," he breathed, the tension in his stance easing at the sight of her. She caught his arm, voice trembling. "You're hurt." He shook his head. "Scrapes, nothing serious. But we have them." Captain Alden barked orders to secure prisoners in the dungeons. Soldiers dragged several sullen captives from wagons. Elena counted at least half a dozen. Each had the worn look of mercenaries. Yet one older man in fine but dusty clothes stood out. He eyed the palace with grim resentment. "Who is he?" Elena asked, heart pounding. Lucian's expression was grim. "Lord Hagen, a lesser noble who rarely attends court, keeps to his estate near the southwestern border. He's the one behind that letter's crest." Elena stared at Hagen, shock coursing through her. Another noble co-conspirator, evidently one with enough wealth to fund the rebel cause. The letter had proven correct. Titus was not alone in orchestrating sedition. Captain Alden added, "He tried to slip away when we arrived, but our archers pinned him. Some of his men died resisting. He eventually surrendered, spouting the same nonsense about overthrowing tyranny." A hush settled. Servants, guards, and courtiers looked on, realizing the scope of betrayal ran deeper than Titus alone. Elena felt both relief and horror. Relief that they had cornered another traitor. Horror that a second aristocrat had plotted to destabilize the realm. How many more? Lucian squeezed her hand gently, as if sensing her turmoil. "We'll interrogate him. He'll name others, if there are more. Silvercrest is one step closer to safety." She nodded, struggling to steady her voice. "Let's ensure he doesn't follow Titus's path of refusing to talk. We need every name." Hagen glowered at them from across the courtyard, but the flicker of fear in his eyes was evident. Clearly, he'd expected an easy meeting to arrange new funds, not a royal ambush. Guards dragged him inside, ignoring his half-formed protests. Elena inhaled shakily. The night's ordeal was over, but the kingdom's long struggle continued. She leaned into Lucian's side, relief mingling with the heavy promise of further reckonings. For now, at least, they had another conspirator locked away, one more thread severed from the tapestry of rebellion. News of Lord Hagen's capture sent fresh ripples through the court. Council sessions buzzed with speculation. Some lords cursed Hagen's name, professing shock at his duplicity. Others traded dark looks, quietly evaluating their own alliances. The entire palace felt like a beehive stirred by a stick, every inhabitant on edge. Elena presided over a midday assembly, where minor nobles came to affirm their loyalty. A line of them stood in the throne room, each making a short declaration to the queen, while Lucian rested from his injuries. She tried to appear poised, offering measured responses of gratitude, but inside she suspected at least some were more anxious about not getting caught than truly loyal. At last, the queue ended. Elena dismissed the courtiers and sank back in the throne, exhaustion weighing on her. Lady Clementine hovered nearby, fanning herself with a lace fan. "They're all terrified," Clementine remarked softly. "Lord Hagen's confession could implicate anyone." Elena frowned. That terror might help keep further conspirators at bay. But it also might provoke desperate acts. Clementine studied her a moment. You seem steadier, my queen, more assured. The rumors about you are still swirling, but fewer are calling you an enchantress now. They're seeing a different side of you, someone committed to stability. Elena flushed slightly. Rumors fade with time. I hope they see I'm here to help, not to enthrall anyone. A small smile tugged at Clementine's lips. You and Lucian do seem closer these days. Even the staff have noticed you care for each other beyond mere duty. A flicker of warmth coursed through Elena. She thought of the greenhouse, the courtyard, the stolen kisses, and the synergy of their planning. We've grown to trust one another. Yes, trust. Clementine's gaze drifted. Perhaps that's what this kingdom needs most right now. Before Elena could reply, a guard entered, bowing low. My lady, the king requests your presence in the council chamber at once. Lord Hagen's interrogation has begun. Tension spiked. Elena rose, heart pounding. Thank you. She hurried off, Clementine trailing behind. Whatever Hagen revealed could either close the circle on these conspiracies or expose new threats. Her mind whirled with possibilities, other nobles, secret alliances, perhaps a final piece of the puzzle that had threatened Silvercrest for so long. Entering the council chamber, Elena found Lucian at the head of the table, jaw set in a grim line. Lord Hagen stood at the opposite end, flanked by guards, face pale but defiant. A small gathering of advisors, including Marion and Captain Alden, looked on. Lucian spoke coldly. Lord Hagen, we have evidence linking you to Titus's network-coded letters, mercenary payments, direct attempts to undermine the crown. Hagen's lip curled. And if I did, is it a crime to want freedom from your iron rule? A murmuring arose. Lucian slammed a hand on the table. You call it freedom. I call it treason. You conspired with outlaws, cost countless lives. If you refuse to cooperate, your fate is sealed. Hagen's gaze flicked to Elena. Of course, the queen stands with you. Another piece in your game, no doubt. Elena's pulse quickened, but she refused to be provoked. I stand for the kingdom you've endangered. Lord Hagen, if you have any sense left, you'll speak truth before you face punishment. He sneered. You think capturing Titus means you've crushed all dissent. We were many, spread across territories. Not all wished to kneel to Lucian's brand of tyranny. An advisor stepped forward. Enough riddles. Name them. Who else? Hagen's bravado wavered. A bead of sweat trailed down his temple. You'll offer me leniency if I talk. Lucian's eyes narrowed. That depends on the extent of your cooperation. But know this, you've spilled enough blood. The best you can hope for is a merciful imprisonment instead of execution. Hagen swallowed, gaze darting around the chamber. Fine. Yes, there are others. Some remained loyal to Titus even after his arrest, funneling money behind the scenes. A few are minor barons, others are wealthy merchants. We meet in secret, pass coded messages. It was all to build a coalition strong enough to force the crown to cede more power. Elena leaned forward. Names. Hagen. He rattled off a handful of them, people Elena barely recognized, but whose family ties or merchant wealth could be formidable. A hush of shock rippled through the council. She sensed scribes furiously noting each name. Her stomach churned as the list grew. The web of sedition was broader than she'd feared. Finally, Hagen stopped, trembling. That's all I know. Others might exist, but that's what Titus told me. I gave money to support certain mercenary bands. We planned to escalate the chaos until Lucian either broke or was overthrown. A loaded silence hung in the air. Then Lucian nodded to the guards. Take him away. He'll face trial, but if his information proves true, We may spare him the worst. As Hagen was dragged out, he shot them a last baleful glare. Elena exhaled unsteadily. The council erupted in urgent whispers, shock and fury tangling in their voices. Lucien's knuckles were white on the table edge. We must verify these names. Some are powerful. If they truly stand against us, we must move swiftly. Captain Alden grimaced. It'll mean uprooting entire families if they resist. Elena's gaze swept over the anxious faces. We have no choice. They are orchestrating civil unrest, but we must proceed carefully. Some on the list might be innocent if Hagen tries to barter false claims. We need confirmation, perhaps more raids or intercepted letters. Lucien straightened. Yes, we'll gather our forces, investigate thoroughly. If they're guilty, they'll face the same fate as Titus. Marion's expression was grim but resolute. Let's pray we can end this with minimal bloodshed. That was everyone's hope, Elena thought, but hope sometimes fell short amid the labyrinth of ambition and paranoia. The road ahead looked to be paved with confrontations and heartbreak, yet the seeds of a better future still glimmered if they could weed out every last conspirator before the realm tore itself apart. Over the next week, the palace mobilized in a thorough crackdown. Royal messengers rode across the land with sealed orders for local governors and allied nobles. Investigations launched into the backgrounds of those Hagen had named. Some had apparently vanished overnight, leaving estates eerily empty. Others proclaimed innocence, demanding official hearings. The tension grew nearly unbearable. Courtiers whispered of an impending purge, of widespread arrests. Lesser lords posted guards at their own keeps, worried they'd be next. Merchants hoarded goods, fearing unrest would disrupt trade routes. Amid the swirl of paranoia, Elena worked tirelessly, meeting with advisors, calming anxious visitors, and reviewing intelligence reports. Lucien, still bruised from the ambush, pushed himself relentlessly. Scarcely sleeping, Rune and his northern warriors remained in the capital, a show of force that deterred further open rebellion. Yet behind the scenes, Elena witnessed the toll on Lucien. One evening, she found him alone in his study, bent over a map with lines of red ink scrawled across it. He looked up at her arrival, exhaustion clear in his eyes. "You should rest," she said gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. He rubbed his temple. "I can't. If we let even one major conspirator slip, they'll regroup. We can't endure another wave of sabotage." She squeezed his shoulder. "And if you collapse, who leads the kingdom then?" A faint, humorless chuckle escaped him. "You, perhaps. You're more capable than you realize." She felt warmth beneath her worry. "We lead it together." She studied the map. Any updates on those barons Hagen named? Lucien tapped a region in the southeast. One was captured by local militia. Another fled across the border. The merchant is holed up in a fortified estate. Rumors say he's preparing for a last stand. Elena's heart sank. This could become a smaller civil war if these pockets resist. He nodded. "Face grim. I'll ride out tomorrow with Captain Alden to handle the situation personally." Fear spiked in her. "Again. You just returned from an ambush." His tone softened. "I must. I won't send men to face danger if I'm not willing to shoulder it myself. Besides, they'll yield more readily if the king himself arrives." She saw the unyielding resolve in his eyes, an echo of his father's iron will. Swallowing, she conceded. "Then let me come with you this time. Show unity, and maybe reduce bloodshed." He hesitated, tension flickering. "It'll be dangerous." Elena's jaw tightened. "Everything here is dangerous. We agreed on a partnership if that means sharing in risk. So be it." A long moment stretched, the weight of their mutual worry filling the silence. Then Lucien exhaled, nodding. "All right. We leave at dawn." We'll have enough loyal warriors, and the northern contingent might join too. One decisive show of force, and we might end this." Her chest fluttered with both trepidation and relief. They would face the next threat together, side by side, a united front in love and war. She pressed a gentle kiss to his brow, feeling the heat of his skin, the weariness clinging to him. If unity was their best weapon, then they would wield it unflinchingly. The following dawn broke with steel-gray skies. Elena and Lucian led a column of nearly 100 warriors, some from the palace guard, some from the northern tribe, in a swift march toward the southeastern region, where a merchant lord named Alistair had barricaded himself in a fortified estate, according to intelligence. He had refused all royal summons, instead rallying a small militia of disgruntled peasants and mercenaries. Elena rode at Lucian's side, cloak billowing in the chilly wind. The thrill of action warred with the gnaw of fear in her gut, yet glimpsing the determined set of Lucian's jaw gave her courage. They had prepared extensively. A swift resolution might avert a broader conflict. 2 days of hard travel brought them to the outskirts of Alistair's domain, a modest but strategically built fortress, perched atop a rocky incline. Fields lay barren around it, scoured by autumn's relentless advance. Wooden palisades and guard towers loomed, manned by archers who eyed the approaching royal column with open hostility. They halted out of arrow range, forming ranks. Lucian signaled a herald, "Announce us. See if Alistair will parley." The herald rode forward, brandishing the royal banner. His voice boomed, "By order of King Lucian and Queen Elena, we demand an audience with Lord Alistair to address charges of high treason. Surrender, and you may receive mercy." A tense pause followed. Figures on the walls conferred, gestures quick and anxious. Then, a single rider emerged from the gate, approaching cautiously under a white flag. A lean man with hollow cheeks halted within earshot, glancing nervously at the assembled force. "Lord Alistair offers negotiation," he said, voice wavering, "but he won't open the gates unless you disband your army." Lucian rode forward a few paces, Elena at his flank. "We are not fools. Tell Alistair to meet us here, or face assault." The man swallowed, urging his horse back toward the gate. Minutes ticked by, stretching taut as bowstrings. At last, a short entourage emerged, Alistair himself, wearing fine but travel-stained robes, flanked by sullen-looking mercenaries. They halted a cautious distance from Lucian's force. Elena studied Alistair. He had the air of a weary schemer cornered by circumstance, his eyes shifting restlessly. "King Lucian," he greeted, attempting a courteous bow. "This confrontation is unfortunate. I only wish to protect my livelihood from your expansions of power." Lucian's tone was ice. "You funded mercenaries. You joined Hagen's conspiracy, seeking to overthrow me." Alistair lifted his chin. "I did no more than defend our rights. The taxes were strangling honest trade. Titus promised." Elena spoke up. "Titus promised chaos. He nearly succeeded. If you persist in rebellion, you doom your people to bloodshed." A flicker of anger distorted Alistair's face. "We are done bowing to tyranny." "Tyranny," Lucian barked, reining in his mount. "You hoard wealth while common folks starve. You hire killers to wage war on the crown." "Don't speak of tyranny," the merchant lord sputtered. I had no choice." Titus controlled the mercenaries. "I only made deals to survive." Exasperation welled in Elena. Another conspirator twisting the truth. She inhaled, steadying her voice. "Survival does not excuse treason." Alistair's men exchanged uneasy glances. Their fortifications were dwarfed by Lucian's combined forces. especially with the hulking northern warriors in the mix. Sensing their faltering resolve, Elena pressed. We offer one chance. Lay down arms, open your gates, and face a fair trial. Resist, and we'll storm your fortress. Whispers coursed among the defenders on the ramparts. Alistair's shoulders slumped, as though seeing the inevitability of defeat, but desperation can breed rashness. Suddenly, he snarled, I will not be paraded as a prisoner. You'll have to take my life first. Chaos erupted. Alistair's guards fired crossbows. Lucian shouted for cover. Arrows whistled, striking the dirt at the cavalry's feet. One northern warrior let loose a furious war cry, launching a volley of axes. Within seconds, the battlefield ignited with the clamor of weapons. Elena's stomach clenched. She forced herself to remain calm, drawing her bow. Shield the king. A guard yelled, forming a protective ring around Lucian. She guided her mare to a slight rise, firing arrows at the ramparts. Distantly, she heard Lucian's commands to flank the fortress and break down the gate. The shriek of steel and thunder of hooves churned the once quiet fields. Northern warriors roared, hurling grappling hooks over the palisade. Royal soldiers advanced with shields locked, pushing toward the gates under a rain of bolts. Alistair's militia fought back, but it was clear they lacked the discipline to match a coordinated force. Elena loosed arrow after arrow, her heartbeat pounding in her ears. At one point, she saw Alistair vanish into the fortress, presumably to rally defenders. The clang of grappling hooks signaled the moment the northern climbers reached the top of the walls. Furious, hand-to-hand combat followed. Then came a resounding crash of battering rams smashing into the gate. Splinters flew. Another crash. With a final blow, the heavy timbers gave way, and Lucian's soldiers poured into the courtyard beyond. Shouts echoed, some of fear, some of triumph. Elena rode forward, heart tight with apprehension. She dismounted near the shattered gate, hurrying inside with a retinue of guards. Scenes of chaos greeted her. Wounded lay groaning. A few small fires crackled where lanterns had been knocked over, and terrified servants huddled behind overturned carts. Catching sight of Captain Alden, she rushed to him. Where's Lucian? Alden pointed deeper into the courtyard. He's cornered Alistair near the stables. She nodded and pushed on, stepping gingerly around debris. With each step, the adrenaline hammered through her veins. Another clash of steel sounded up ahead. Finally, she found Lucian standing amid a small ring of soldiers, sword raised at a cowering Alistair, who clutched a bleeding arm. It's over, Lucian said, voice echoing in the enclosed yard. Surrender, Alistair glared, chest heaving, eyes darting for an escape. But the ring of armed men offered none. His mercenaries lay disarmed or dead behind them. A final shred of defiance twisted his face. You think you've won, but the seeds of revolt are everywhere. Lucian's grip tightened on his sword hilt. Elena stepped forward, placing a calming hand on his arm. He's not worth killing. We need him to face trial like the rest. For a heartbeat, the coiled fury in Lucian's posture made her fear he might strike Alistair down. Then he exhaled sharply, lowering his sword. Seize him. Guards rushed in, wresting Alistair's weapon away. A limp acceptance settled over the merchant lord's features as they bound his hands. Elena's gaze skimmed the aftermath. Scattered bodies, battered walls, the stench of sweat and fear. At least the confrontation had been relatively brief. Another conspirator subdued another blow to the rebellion. Yet the cost was visible in the wounded, lying about, the lifeless eyes of fallen men. She felt Lucian's presence at her side. Their gazes met, each reflecting relief and sorrow in equal measure. We'll gather the survivors, he said quietly. Tend the wounded. Then we return them to the capital for judgment. Elena nodded, a tremor coursing through her. They had triumphed again, but the kingdom continued paying in blood. Each success chipped away at the conspiracy, but at what human toll? As the wind swept the courtyard, carrying the faint moans of the injured, she pushed down the ache in her throat. Silvercrest deserved peace, no matter the cost. By the next afternoon, the fortress was secured. Alistair and his remaining supporters were marched out in chains, placed in wagons under heavy guard. Lucian's forces surveyed the estate, confiscating any stashed weapons or contraband, with local peasants freed from fear of mercenary conscription. A reluctant gratitude replaced the tension. Elena took a moment to rest in what had once been Alistair's drawing room, a space of dusty tapestries and overturned furniture. She sank onto a wooden bench, letting the swirl of exhaustion catch up to her. A scuff of boots announced Lucian's arrival. He eased down beside her, wincing at a bruise on his shoulder. Dried blood stained a tear in his sleeve. She reached out instinctively, brushing it. "You're hurt." He huffed a mirthless laugh. "A glancing cut. I'll survive. You." She shook her head, too numb for words. The world felt heavy. Then, without warning, a wave of emotion crashed over her. She bowed her head, tears slipping free. "I'm just so tired of bloodshed." Lucian set a gentle hand on her back. "I know," he whispered. "I wish it didn't have to be this way," she sniffed, blinking back more tears. "We keep fighting, capturing traitors, but it never ends. I worry. I worry that this realm will never truly find peace." He turned slightly, drawing her into his arms. The faint smell of sweat and iron from his armor blended with the faint cologne he wore, a comforting anchor in the chaos. "It will. We're dismantling them piece by piece. Soon the conspirators will have no place left to hide." She clung to him, letting the steadiness of his embrace ground her. For a moment, they were not king and queen, but two weary souls seeking solace in each other. The battered walls around them bore silent witness to the cost of rebellion and the fragile hope that drove them onward. After a time, she steadied herself, exhaling shakily. "We should head back with the prisoners. The court will want answers." Lucian nodded, pressing a light kiss to her temple. "Yes, let's go home." As they emerged from the battered drawing room, the battered fortress behind them stood as yet another testament to the fires they had walked through. Still, Elena felt a small spark of conviction rekindle in her chest. They were not alone in this struggle. Together, they were forging a path toward a kingdom free from betrayal step by painful step. The journey back to Silvercrest was somber. Alistair, stripped of his wealth and posturing, now faced the same grim reality as Titus and Hagen before him. The rebellion's momentum was collapsing. Whispers among the captured men suggested even the most stubborn pockets would soon lose heart. Like a beast whose head had been severed, the conspiratorial network twitched with dying reflexes, but no true direction. When they re-entered the capital, citizens gathered along the streets, murmuring at the sight of another train of prisoners. Some jeered at Alistair, others looked on with fear or apathy. Guards ushered the captives into the dungeons, while the wounded were sent to the infirmary. At last, Elena and Lucian crossed into the palace courtyard. The tension in their shoulders only partially eased. They dismounted, handing off their horses to the stable hands. Captain Alden approached, saluting crisply. "I'll finalize the prisoner logs, sire. We'll begin interrogations in the morning." Lucian clapped Alden's shoulder. "Good work. We're one step closer." Exhaustion lined Alden's features. "Thank you, my king, my queen." As Alden and the troops dispersed, Elena turned to Lucian, voice hushed. "I wonder if we can finally focus on rebuilding. The list Hagen and Alistair provided. We've either apprehended them or forced them to flee. Titus remains in prison. The network is fractured. Lucian brushed a hand over his face. It might be the turning point. Enough conspirators are in chains that the rest will lie low, though we must remain vigilant. A breath of relief fluttered in her chest. Perhaps the kingdom can start to heal. He gave a weary nod. I'll call a grand council soon. Let the loyal lords see that the threat is nearly ended. She bit her lip. What of? Those rumors about me still swirling. Lord Edwin mentioned that some suspect I'm manipulating you. Should I address them publicly? Lucian frowned. Baseless gossip, but if you believe it wise, we could stage some event where you speak directly to the people, show them the Queen's compassion and your hand in securing peace. A spark of determination flared in her. I'd like that. Let them see the woman behind the crown, not just rumors. He slid an arm around her waist, a rare public gesture that drew surprised looks from a few nearby soldiers. Elena leaned into him, allowing herself a moment's comfort. The trials were not fully over, but at least the rampage of rebellion had reached its final throes. Soon, they could shift from constant defense to cultivating a stronger, kinder realm. Rest now, Lucian murmured, voice low, so only she could hear. We'll face the next steps together, no matter what they are. She nodded, eyes stinging with exhausted tears. Their forced marriage, once a matter of political convenience, had forged a bond of shared adversity, fierce trust, and budding love. If the final embers of rebellion could be stamped out, they might truly govern Silvercrest, not through fear, but unity. The following weeks brought cautious optimism. Each passing day, without fresh attacks or conspiratorial rumors, eased the collective tension. Lord Hagen's testimony, combined with Alistair's confession, enabled the Crown to dismantle remaining rebel cells. Sporadic arrests continued, but no major insurrections flared. Titus languished in his cell, his influence gone. Diplomatically, the new alliance with the northern tribes prevented any opportunistic meddling. Rune stationed his warriors across critical posts, offering a show of force. Mercenaries from the rebel cause found themselves hunted wherever they hid. Bit by bit, the kingdom turned from crisis to slow recovery. In time, talk shifted toward restoration. Roads once plagued by bandits cleared of debris. Rural villages received aid and tax relief to rebuild. Elena threw herself into outreach, visiting local markets to hear people's grievances. She spoke with sincerity, forging a connection that undercut the rumors, labeling her an enchantress. While some skeptics remained, more began to see her as a stabilizing figure at Lucian's side. Lucian, too, worked tirelessly. He restructured the royal guard to ensure loyal leadership at every level. He met with allied lords who had proven steadfast, rewarding them for their support. A sense of renewal hung in the air, though no one dared label it a new golden age yet. Scars of betrayal and war ran deep, but at least, for the first time since her arrival, Elena felt the kingdom exhale. The prospect of a lasting peace, tempered by fairness and compassion, no longer seemed a far-fetched dream. When she and Lucian walked the palace corridors now, the hush they encountered felt less ominous, more reverent, as if the staff recognized them as a true partnership in leadership. One cool evening, Lucian found her in the orchard. Lanterns glowed among the bare branches, illuminating her as she stood by a small stone statue of a wolf howling at the sky, an old fixture symbolizing the werewolf goddess's blessing. He approached silently, slipping an arm around her waist. "They call you the moon-blessed queen," he murmured, eyes shining. "Have you heard?" She turned, surprised. "No, I hadn't." He nodded, lips curving. "They say your presence helped break the conspiracies, that you and I share a bond akin to the old maid legends." The orchard staff whisper it under their breath. half believing it's sacred. Emotion swelled in her chest. "You don't mind?" He bent his head, pressing a soft kiss to her temple. "If they say you're blessed by the moon, I can think of no truer statement. You brought light where I clung to darkness, and I," his voice caught, raw with genuine feeling, "I love you, Elena." Her heart seemed to stop. Though she had sensed his deepening affection, hearing the words out loud made her world tilt. For a beat, she could only stare at him, tears gathering on her lashes. Then she raised a trembling hand to his cheek. "I love you too, Lucien." They leaned into a tender kiss, the orchard's lanterns casting soft halos around them. It felt like the culmination of every trial they had endured: fear, betrayal, heartbreak, and longing, all woven into a single moment of fragile joy. The rustle of a night breeze through barren branches sounded almost like a gentle chorus of approval. When they finally parted, he held her gaze with quiet reverence. "Marriages can start in many ways," he said, "but ours has grown into something real, something worth defending with every breath." She nodded, tears slipping free in earnest. "A new chapter for us, and for Silvercrest." His hand tightened on hers. "Let's see it done together." They stood in the orchard for a while longer, letting the hush of the night envelope them. Yes, the kingdom still bore wounds. Yes, the path ahead would require vigilance. But for this moment, she let hope bloom in her heart. A love forged in adversity could become the realm's greatest strength, and, if the moon goddess truly smiled upon them, a beacon that would guide Silvercrest into a gentler age. One crisp morning, Elena stood in the palace courtyard, bidding farewell to a group of traveling merchants. They had come to confirm trade routes newly secured by Lucien's sweeping reforms and by the treaty with the northern tribes. Snow lingered in patches across the stone pavers, sparkling under a pale sun. As the merchants' wagons rolled out the gate, a messenger raced through covered in dust and clutching a small, ornate chest. He dismounted in haste before Elena, bowing with wide-eyed urgency. "My queen," the messenger panted. "This came with strict instructions to be delivered directly into your hands." The courier said it was, from an unknown patron. Elena's stomach clenched. Unknown gifts were never merely gifts in a realm still tasting betrayal. She beckoned Lady Marian and a pair of alert guards. "Open it carefully," Elena instructed, stepping aside. A guard used a dagger to pry the chest's latch. The lid swung back, revealing a single velvet pouch. From that pouch, the guard gingerly extracted an ornate silver bracelet shaped like intertwined wolves, one large, one smaller, their bodies twisting in a design that almost looked like they were locked in combat. Tiny rubies dotted the eyes of each wolf, glittering with unnerving intensity. Marian's lips parted in quiet dread. "That's quite a symbol," she whispered. Elena forced herself to stand steady. "Did the courier say anything else?" The messenger swallowed. "Only that it was a token of respect and that you would know its meaning." A cold wave rippled through her. She did not recognize the specific piece of jewelry, yet the swirling, predatory design evoked the struggles she and Lucien had endured to unite the kingdom. It felt like a twisted invocation of their werewolf heritage, a relic that might carry curses or coded messages. "I'll take this to the king," Elena said firmly. "Well done, messenger. Get yourself a warm meal and rest." The man bowed, relieved to step away from the menacing object. Elena motioned for Marian to wrap the bracelet back into its pouch. As they retreated into the palace corridors, the distinct impression that this was no harmless trinket gripped her with icy certainty. Within Lucien's study, Elena set the pouch on a wooden table, watching her husband's reaction. He pulled the bracelet into the light, scowling at its wolf-shaped loops, rubies for eyes. he muttered, voice low. And there's an inscription, I think. Marion squinted. Yes, around the inner rim, very small script. Lucian fetched a magnifier, angling it over the silver. At first, the letters seemed gibberish, but then he read aloud. For the apex wolves who think they rule by the moon's blessing, you have awakened old forces. Beware the next tide of blood. A hush fell. The words bristled with threat, hinting at some new or old power stirring from behind the shadows of the realm. Elena's pulse throbbed. Could it be a new conspiracy, or an ancient one? Lucian murmured. There are legends of rogue wolf clans, exiled ages ago, that sometimes resurface to challenge the throne. Marion paled. Do you believe such stories hold truth? Nomadic werewolf clans that never bent the knee, still lurking in the wilds. Elena and Lucian exchanged a sober glance. Myths of savage clans, older than any formal monarchy, abounded. They rarely turned up in official histories, only in campfire tales or half-forgotten folklore. If indeed some ancient clan felt the monarchy was a usurpation of primal ways, a direct challenge might come in the form of savage raids or fearsome demands. Elena folded her arms. We can't discount the possibility. This message could be from some group wanting to reassert a primal claim to the crown. Or it might just be a ploy by some leftover rebel mocking our lineage. Lucian scowled, carefully placing the bracelet into a locked drawer. Either way, we treat it seriously. Double the perimeter patrols at night. Alert the northern detachments to watch for unusual activity. And keep this quiet. We don't want to feed a new panic unless we must. She nodded, unsettled. Part of her wanted to dismiss it as a dark joke, but the prickling unease in her gut refused to fade. A sharp reminder that Silvercrest's troubles might not be over. One spark was all it would take to reignite the chaos they had worked so hard to quell. Word of a mysterious gift to the queen soon leaked, carried by palace rumor mongers. Courtiers whispered half-formed theories, some blaming exiled rebels, others spinning fantastical yarns about a hidden clan of monstrous wolves. Each retelling embellished the threat until no one knew what was real. Even so, no immediate calamity followed. Winter's chill set in, blanketing the land in pale drifts of snow. The quiet of the season lulled many into believing the threat was overblown. Elena, however, remained on guard. She requested detailed reports from the outskirts of the realm, scanning for mention of wolf sightings or strange gatherings. She found nothing conclusive, only scattered accounts of missing livestock or travelers, glimpsing furtive shapes in the forests at dusk. A week later, Captain Alden approached her with an update in the throne room, eyes glinting with mild frustration. My queen, we've had no luck tracing the bracelet's courier. He vanished after delivering it. The stable boy recalled him riding north. Elena sighed. Thank you, Captain. Continue the search. Though I suspect it's a dead end. As Alden retreated, Lucian, who had overheard, gave Elena's hand a reassuring squeeze. We'll remain vigilant. They can't hide forever if they plan a real move. She nodded, exhaling slowly. I only wish I understood what kind of enemy we face this time. His expression softened. We faced conspirators, traitors, mercenaries. This is but another shape of threat. We'll confront it together, stealing her nerves. Elena clung to that promise. Though darkness might loom, she would not let it snatch away the fragile peace so recently earned. Mindful of Lord Edwin's counsel, Elena decided to deliver a public address, an effort to dispel lingering doubts about her loyalty and to reassure the populace that the crown stood united. Lucian supported the idea, encouraging her to speak from the heart. On a clear afternoon, a wooden platform was erected in the main courtyard of the capital city. Citizens, courtiers, and travelers gathered, curious to see the queen's promised speech. The crisp winter air bit at cheeks and noses, but the crowd's hushed energy kept them rapt. Elena ascended the platform's steps, wearing a warm cloak trimmed with fur, her posture poised despite the flutter of nerves. She cast a swift glance at Lucian, standing to one side with a guard detail. His faint nod spurred her onward. She began simply, her voice carrying, "Good people of Silvercrest, I stand before you not only as queen by decree, but as someone who has come to cherish this realm with all my being. We have seen turmoil, betrayals that threatened our stability, yet through courage and unity, we prevailed." A mild cheer went up. She continued, weaving in personal references to visiting local villages and hearing their hardships, acknowledging the heartbreak caused by war and conspiracies. As she spoke, an unexpected warmth grew in her chest, a sense of genuine connection to the throng below. "I know some of you questioned my arrival, my motives. My father's domain was small. Some wondered how I could represent Silvercrest's interests. But I have fought alongside King Lucian, seen the cost of ensuring peace, and I vow to use every breath in service to you. Our kingdom will not be dictated by fear or greed, but by compassion and justice." The applause built, rolling like a soft wave. Elena felt her eyes prickle with emotion. When she closed her speech, the crowd's response was largely positive, people clapping, calling out her name. She glimpsed men and women with watery smiles, and children waving small banners. Even some of the once hesitant courtiers looked reassured. Lucian approached, offering his arm as they descended from the platform. The mixture of relief and pride in his face told her that she had done well. She dared to hope that a new chapter of acceptance was unfolding, that rumors of enchantress or manipulator would finally fade into the past. Yet as they waded through the departing crowd, she overheard a snippet from a cloaked figure, speaking in hushed tones to a companion. "She's convincing. I'll grant her that. But fancy words won't save them from the shadow rising in the old forests. The monarchy can't outrun curses from the ancient clans." By the time Elena turned, the figure had merged into the dispersing mass of people, swallowed by swirling cloaks. A chill jolted her. Even here, amid applause and well wishes, an undercurrent of menace lingered. The mention of ancient clans aligned all too well with the bracelet's cryptic warning. 4 days later, as deeper snows blanketed the countryside, a soldier raced into the palace halls, breathless and carrying a note from the southwestern outskirts. He delivered it to Lucian and Elena directly, face taut with worry. "Sire, we found this." He handed over the parchment, sealed with plain wax. Lucian cracked it open. "Your patrols found wolf tracks near the old ruins of Glenhaven, larger than normal. The locals speak of half-shifted beasts roaming at twilight. Some farmers have vanished without trace. We fear something monstrous stirs. Please advise." Elena's pulse kicked. Wolf tracks larger than normal, half-shifted beasts. The old legends of feral clans seemed less and less like mere fables. She turned to Lucian. "We can't ignore this. That area is remote and easy place to hide." He nodded grimly. "We'll send scouts. If some rogue werewolf clan is indeed mustering, we need to confirm it before they strike deeper into our lands." "Let me join," Elena said. "I've studied the region's topography, and we both know werewolf matters sometimes respond more to recognized leadership. If they truly are an ancient clan, perhaps we can reason with them, avoid a blind battle." Lucian hesitated, conflict crossing his features. "It's dangerous." She squared her shoulders, voice steady. "We've handled danger before, and if they challenge the monarchy's claim, we must show them that we stand united." that we're not their enemies unless they force us to be. His gaze lingered on her, then softened in resignation. Very well, we'll go together, but I'm bringing a strong escort, riding out under a leaden sky. Elena and Lucien led a squad of 24 royal soldiers, fewer than an army, but enough to repel minor threats. Captain Alden accompanied them, along with Lady Marian, who insisted on supporting Elena. Having proven her mettle in past intrigues, Marian refused to remain behind when danger loomed again. It took 3 days of travel through increasingly inhospitable terrain to reach Glenhaven. Once a bustling outpost centuries past, it was now a crumbling ghost, a scatter of mossy walls and half-collapsed spires perched beside a frosty lake. Snow-laden pines towered around it, their boughs drooping under the weight of winter. The wind keened through broken archways, whispering of long-forgotten glories. Elena inhaled, the cold air tingling in her lungs. She sensed an eerie presence in the deserted place, as though the stones themselves remembered ancient conflicts. The soldiers established a makeshift camp outside the ruins, lighting fires to ward off the chill. Twilight pressed in early, painting the snow in pale violet hues. Captain Alden organized patrols, while Lucien and Elena ventured to inspect some of the structures. Broken pillars rose from drifting snow, carved with cryptic symbols that time had eroded. In the last rays of fading light, Elena knelt to brush snow off a relief carved into a fallen slab. It depicted a wolf under a crescent moon, ringed by runic lettering. Lucien crouched beside her, reading the runes softly. It's an older dialect of the werewolf script, something about the first tribes honoring the goddess, unbound by mortal kings. A chill ran through Elena, partly from the cold, partly from the meaning. So this place truly was significant to an older clan. If any of their descendants remain, they might see us as usurpers of their ancestral domain. He exhaled, eyes scanning the gloom. We'll soon find out. That night, the camp felt jittery. Soldiers huddled near fires, weapons within reach. Lady Marian brewed a soothing tea, distributing it among the group. Outside the ring of torchlight, the pines rustled ominously. Once or twice, Elena thought she caught fleeting silhouettes darting among the trunks, but the shadows dissolved before she could confirm. Near midnight, a distant howl rose, a long, haunting note that prickled every spine in the camp. Another howl answered from a different quadrant, echoing across the frozen lake. Soldiers scrambled to stand, scanning the darkness. Lucien rose, sword in hand, coat flaring. Captain Alden barked orders, forming a defensive perimeter. Elena's heart hammered. She approached Lucien, grappling with sudden dread. This was no common wolf pack. The howls carried an almost sentient resonance, a challenge vibrating in the night air. When no attack followed, the camp gradually settled, though no one truly relaxed. The howls had been a warning, one no one in that camp would soon forget. At dawn, Lucien decided to scout the area with a small team, hoping to find signs of the rumored half-shifted beasts. Elena insisted on joining, so the group rode out quietly, forging through snow-laden paths until they reached the outskirts of the ruins' far side, a cluster of rocky hills overlooking a frozen creek. Half an hour in, they discovered a disturbing scene. A farmhouse partially collapsed, the front door torn off its hinges, dried blood staining the threshold. Elena's breath caught. No bodies remained, only scattered belongings and tracks in the trampled snow, large and clawed. The same tracks extended beyond the creek, vanishing into thick undergrowth. Suddenly, a figure burst from behind the farmhouse, a disheveled woman with wild eyes and a torn cloak. She staggered toward them, sobbing. "My son, my husband, they took them," she wailed, voice raw with terror. Wolves, but not just wolves. They walked upright, half man, half beast, Elena and Lucian dismounted, rushing to the woman. She collapsed at Elena's feet, trembling. They dragged my family away in the night. I hid under the floorboards until dawn. Lucian's jaw clenched. Where? Did you see where they went? She pointed west, sobs choking her words, toward the old caves near the ravine. I could hear them howling. The group exchanged grim looks. If these creatures were indeed renegade werewolves, they were abducting innocents. For what purpose? Elena dared not guess slavery, forced turning, or some dark ritual. After ensuring the distraught woman would be escorted safely back to camp, Lucian led the scouting party further west, following the snow-laden trail. The tracks soon diverged, some weaving deeper into a tangle of pines. They found more signs of struggle blood spatters, broken branches. Then a distant snarl froze them in their tracks. A shape lunged from behind a tree, a towering figure in partial lupine form, claws sprouting from human-like hands, muzzle elongated, eyes blazing with feral intensity. It wore tattered remnants of clothes. Without warning, it charged, unleashing an unholy roar. The soldiers rushed forward, swords flashing. Lucian roared for them to hold formation. Elena knocked an arrow, heart pounding. The half-shifted werewolf barreled into the front line, heaving a guard aside with terrifying strength. Another soldier drove a spear forward, only to have the creature deflect it with a savage swipe. Elena loosed an arrow that lodged in the werewolf's shoulder. It howled, spinning to face her, jaws snapping. Before it could charge, Lucian leapt, sword slicing across its chest. A spray of blood stained the snow. The beast staggered, then collapsed in a trembling heap, half reverting to a more human shape as it died, panting. Elena stared in horror at the body, a man's face, contorted with agony. The lines of his build suggested he wasn't newly turned. He bore the scars of repeated transformations, as though living for years in that in-between state. Captain Alden knelt beside the corpse, brow furrowed. This is not typical. Even a werewolf in battle usually chooses a full or partial shift. But this seems uncontrollable. Lucian's knuckles whitened on his sword. They're living outside normal clan structures. No discipline, no acceptance of monarchy or any rules. Elena's gaze flitted to the surrounding forest, dread pulsing. If one such creature was here, there might be more. We have to find the others before more innocents are hurt. This clan, or pack, or whatever they are, they're terrorizing families. In the distance, another pained howl echoed, then abruptly cut off. The party rushed toward the sound, but found nothing but a swirl of footprints leading into dense undergrowth. As the day wore on, it became clear that these renegades knew the terrain intimately, staging harrying attacks, then vanishing. The scouts managed to slay 2 more half-shifted werewolves, though each skirmish left them rattled by the raw brutality and savage intelligence of their foes. By dusk, they returned to the main camp with new scars and heavier hearts. The renegade clan was real, and they would not yield easily. That night, as the wind howled across the lake, Elena hovered near the largest campfire with Marion. Soldiers bandaged wounds, recounted the day's harrowing encounters in hushed tones. Lucian stood with Captain Alden, conferring over a rough map of the region. Then a patrol stumbled back into camp, hauling an injured prisoner. To Elena's shock, the prisoner was a young woman, face streaked with dirt, eyes rimmed red as though from recent shifting. She wore ragged clothes, and though her features were mostly human, elongated canines suggested a werewolf nature. The guards forced her to kneel before Lucian, though she spat curses. One guard reported, "We found her trailing us, possibly a scout. She tried to flee, but we cornered her. She half-shifted and fought like a demon before we subdued her." Lucian studied the woman, voice taut. "We won't harm you if you surrender. You stand before the king of Silvercrest. She bared her teeth. Silvercrest. Ah, your kingdom is built on stolen ground. We owe you no allegiance. Elena stepped forward gently. Please, we only want to understand. Why are you attacking innocents? Abducting farmers? A fierce snarl twisted the woman's lips, but her gaze flicked to Elena's, something like uncertainty flashing in her eyes. After a tense moment, she muttered, Your monarchy sits on the bones of the first werewolf clans. We live by the old ways free from your false dominion. Our alpha says we must reclaim our sacred lands, or die trying. Captain Alden's mouth tightened. That doesn't justify murder. Her gaze snapped to him. You invaded our territories, built your forts on holy ground. We do only what is needed to survive. Elena knelt, meeting the woman's eyes, ignoring the guard's alarm, but kidnapping and slaughtering farmers. They aren't soldiers. They've done nothing to harm your clan. The captive exhaled shakily. We needed them. Our alpha commanded it. Some were to become thralls or mates, others to feed the newly turned. She shuddered, as if repulsed by her own words. These half-turns, they're unnatural. The alpha forces them with a dark rite. Those who survive become fierce beasts under his sway. A horrified hush gripped the listeners. Lucian's face hardened. Dark rite. She nodded, shoulders slumping in despair. He says the moon goddess has abandoned us, so he calls upon a twisted power to strengthen our clan. Those who resist vanish. The rest obey, or die. Marion gasped softly. Elena's heart pounded. So this clan had turned to corrupt magic, forcibly half-turning wolves into unstoppable creatures. That explained the monstrous behavior they'd witnessed. Lucian inhaled, reining in his fury. Where is your alpha? We intend to stop this. We have no wish to slaughter your people if there's another way. But we won't stand idle. Tears glistened in the captive's eyes. He remains in the old catacombs beneath these ruins. Near the southwestern corner, hidden tunnels lead to an underground temple. That's where he performs the rites. A hush. Elena reached out carefully, pressing a gentle hand to the woman's arm. Thank you. If you help us rescue the prisoners, we may spare you punishment. The captive let out a ragged sob. I'm no saint. I've done terrible things, but I hate what he's become. If I can save my clan from further evil, I'll talk. Lucian gestured to the guards. Treat her wounds. Keep her under watch. She may be the key to ending this before more lives are lost. At dawn, with the captive woman's guidance, Elena, Lucian, and a small strike force ventured toward the southwestern edge of Glenhaven's ruins. There, hidden behind a collapsed tower, they discovered a cracked stone staircase descending into darkness. A rancid stench wafted up, as though something foul lurked below. Marion stayed at the surface with half the soldiers, ensuring their escape route remained secure. Lucian led the infiltration team, 10 armed guards plus Elena, who refused to remain behind. The captive, named Kaela, walked at the front, trembling under guard escort, but determined to show them the route. The catacombs yawned like the maw of some ancient beast. Claustrophobic tunnels snaked down, torchlight illuminating damp stone walls etched with archaic runes. The air grew dank and cold. Drips of water echoed in the labyrinth. Kaela pointed to an offshoot passage. Down that corridor is where they keep prisoners. The Alpha's sanctum is further in. Lucian signaled half the group to peel off, free the captives if they could. Meanwhile, Elena stayed with him, advancing deeper into the labyrinth, torches painting shifting shadows across the walls. Tension coiled in her gut at every step. Eventually, they reached a vast chamber. Pillars soared into darkness, carved with snarling wolves. At the center, stood a raised stone altar crusted with dark stains. The stench of decay made Elena's stomach churn. Flickering braziers cast an eerie glow on robed figures standing at the edges. Half-wolf shapes prowled near the walls, snarling low, and atop the altar, commanding all attention, loomed a towering man with silver-streaked hair, eyes aglow with a malevolent light. One arm bore savage claws, half-shifted, while the other remained human. He wore a necklace of twisted metal that radiated an unnatural aura. At the sight of Lucian and Elena, the Alpha let out a thunderous laugh that echoed among the pillars. So the king and queen themselves dare enter my domain. Lucian stepped forward, sword raised. We won't allow you to harm more innocent lives. Surrender, or we put an end to your vile practices. The Alpha sneered. This land was ours before your line took it. The goddess turned her back on us, so we found another power to ensure our survival. Your monarchy is a farce. Elena scanned the chamber. At least a dozen half-shifted wolves lingered in the shadows, plus robed cultists. The odds were grim. She reached for her bow, heart hammering. You claim survival, but you murder and enslave. You dishonor all werewolf traditions. A feral growl rumbled in the Alpha's chest. Traditions. The old ways died when your precious monarchy crowned itself. We have no monarchy now, only strength. With a sudden roar, he thrust his half-clawed arm outward. The robed cultists began chanting in guttural tones. A sickly greenish glow pulsed from the Alpha's necklace, washing over the half-wolf thralls. Their eyes glowed, bodies contorting further. Captain Alden cursed. He's spurring them into a frenzy. Prepare yourselves. A heartbeat later, chaos erupted. The thralls charged, howling. Lucian's soldiers braced, swords and spears forming a defensive line. Elena let arrows fly, each sinking into fur or flesh with lethal precision. But the enemies moved with unnatural speed. One half-shift lunged at her from the side, only to be tackled by a guard. The two rolled across the stones, locked in savage combat. Lucian pressed forward, aiming for the Alpha. Their eyes locked king against usurper. The Alpha leapt from the altar with fluid grace, meeting Lucian's sword strike mid-air. Claw clashed with steel in a blaze of sparks. Meanwhile, Captain Alden led a portion of troops to hold back the thralls. Elena skirted the swirling melee, continuing to loose arrows at robed cultists. Some collapsed in shrieks, while others howled spells that set the air crackling with malignant energy. A jagged bolt of greenish light hissed past her, leaving a foul odor. She ducked behind a pillar, heart pounding. From the corner of her eye, she saw Lucian battling the Alpha near the altar. Each blow traded with ferocious speed. Wolfish claws scored Lucian's arm. Drawing blood, he gritted his teeth, pivoting to slash the Alpha's side. The Alpha roared, half-shifting more as the fight wore on, his features twisting into a monstrous snout, desperate to help. Elena fired an arrow at the Alpha's back. He wheeled, swatting it aside with supernatural reflexes. Snarling, he raked his claws across Lucian's sword arm, nearly disarming him. Lucian gasped in pain, but held firm. With the Alpha distracted, Elena sprinted closer. Another arrow flew, this time aimed at the glowing necklace. The arrow struck the metal, glancing off, but cracking one of the runic stones embedded in it. A spark of dark power fizzled, making the Alpha stagger. He glared at Elena, fury blazing. "How dare you meddle in our pact?" he roared, raising a hand, crackling with putrid energy. She felt an invisible force slam her back into a pillar, knocking the wind from her lungs. Stars danced in her vision. Lucian seized the opening, thrusting his sword at the Alpha's chest. The Alpha twisted at the last second, taking a deep wound but not a fatal blow. Blood spattered the altar steps. All around, the catacomb chamber raged with smaller battles. Captain Alden and the soldiers slowly gained ground, slaying the half-shifts or forcing them to yield. Kaela, the captive-turned-guide, appeared from a side arch, stabbing a robed cultist in the back with a borrowed dagger. She locked eyes with Elena from across the room, giving a brief nod. Elena forced herself upright, ignoring the pain in her ribs. She grabbed another arrow, knocking it. If they broke the Alpha's necklace, perhaps the unholy power driving these frenzies would collapse. Summoning her focus, she aimed as Lucian clashed once more with the Alpha, their forms nearly blurred by speed. She loosed the arrow. It streaked across the chamber, piercing the Alpha's necklace dead center. A shattering burst of green flame erupted, staggering the monstrous figure. He howled in agony, reeling as smoke and embers spewed from the cracked amulet. Then Lucian seized his chance, ramming his sword through the Alpha's chest, a mortal blow that drove him backward against the altar. For an agonizing heartbeat, the Alpha's eyes locked onto Lucian's. Then he collapsed, the dark aura around him dissolving in a ghastly hiss. The robed cultists screamed as their own energies backfired, leaving them dazed or writhing. The thralls froze mid-lunge, confusion washing over their bestial features. Some sank to their knees, returning to partial humanity. Others fled into the shadows, howling in disoriented terror. In moments, the chamber fell eerily silent, broken only by ragged breathing and the crackle of extinguishing green flames. Lucian tore his sword free, letting the Alpha's body slump. Blood dripped from his own wounds, but relief shone in his eyes as he scanned the room. Captain Alden and the soldiers methodically secured the survivors, while Kaela hurried to check on them. Elena staggered over, heart racing. She touched Lucian's arm, relieved beyond words. He let out a shaking exhale, pulling her close. For a moment, they merely clung to each other, absorbing the aftershock of their victory and the reality of how close they'd come to losing everything. By the time they emerged from the catacombs, dawn light filtered into the ruins above, painting the world in muted pink and gray. Soldiers led rescued prisoners out, along with dazed thralls who might yet be rehabilitated. Some of the cultists had perished. Others lay unconscious. The Alpha's body was left in the nether chambers, to be burned with the twisted amulet. No one wished to allow any relic of that foul magic to remain. Kaela, battered and grieving, stood with a handful of unturned clan members. The Alpha was our father once, a proud leader, until he found that cursed artifact, she said hollowly, tears tracing her cheeks. We wanted to live free, but not like this. Lucian gazed at her with sympathy. You can choose a new path now. Return to the rightful clans, or dwell in peace under the crown's protection. We'll grant you a chance at redemption if you vow not to harm innocents again. She knelt, trembling. We vow it. We've lost too much. I'm sorry for all the evil that was done. Elena approached, gently helping Kaela stand. Then help us care for the wounded and see these catacombs sealed. This place should remain a grave for dark ambitions, not a home for anyone. Kaela nodded, gratitude and sorrow mingling in her eyes. As the day progressed, the camp outside Glenhaven was abuzz with triage and relief. Freed prisoners tearfully reunited with loved ones. Some thralls reverted fully to human form once the Alpha's controlling magic vanished. Others, too far gone, had perished in the chaos. The victory was tempered by the knowledge of how many had suffered. Late that afternoon, Elena joined Lucian near the half-frozen lake. The winter sky, pallid overhead. Captain Alden conferred with the last group of soldiers, finalizing the plan to demolish key entrances to the catacombs. Snow crunched under Elena's boots as she approached Lucian. He turned, bandaged arm held in a sling. "We did it," he said quietly. "No more dark rites, no more abductions," she exhaled, letting the tension seep from her shoulders. "Still, it never seems to end, does it?" One threat after another. Her voice trembled, weariness breaking through. "I'm so tired of war." His uninjured arm slipped around her waist, pulling her close. She leaned her head on his shoulder, letting the cold wind swirl around them. "I know," he murmured, "but each time we stand together, we grow stronger and our kingdom does too." She closed her eyes, absorbing the steady warmth of him, the rhythmic sound of the lake's icy shore. "I love you," she whispered. "No matter what shadows crawl from the past or future, we'll face them." He pressed a soft kiss to her temple, voice husky with emotion. "Elena, I love you beyond measure." They lingered there by the silent lake, forging a moment of peace amid Glenhaven's broken past. Though the alpha of the renegade clan lay dead and the twisted artifact destroyed, the cost of preserving Silvercrest's stability weighed heavily on them both. Yet, in their entwined hands, in the vow they shared beneath the frigid sky, a new certainty grew. Whatever storms might come, their bond was unbreakable. That bond now extended beyond the forced marriage that had begun their tale. It had become the living heart of a kingdom rising from the ashes of war into the grace of a more hopeful dawn. Returning to the capital took another 3 days, escorting injured survivors and clan members who agreed to stand trial or accept the crown's oversight. Word of the renegade clan's defeat preceded them, carrying a mix of relief and stunned curiosity. The monarchy had quelled a threat out of legend, reasserting that no corner of Silvercrest would remain untamed or unprotected. Yet for all the applause they received upon riding through the palace gates, Lucian and Elena remained keenly aware of how precarious peace could be. The brazen infiltration of dark magic among exiled werewolves was a sobering reminder that not every threat hinged on politics. Some invoked ancient powers older than the monarchy itself. In the days that followed, official judgments were passed. The surviving cultists faced trial, some receiving harsh sentences. Others, evidently coerced, spared in exchange for cooperation. A small fraction of reformed werewolves, including Kyella, were offered sanctuary in a remote settlement under watch, with a chance to integrate if they abided by the kingdom's laws. As for Titus, rotting in the dungeons, he remained powerless, though he greeted the news of the Alpha's downfall with mocking laughter when a guard mentioned it. "You see," he reportedly sneered, "Silvercrest stands on a fault line. The ground will never cease trembling. One day, it'll swallow you all." Elena, on hearing this, only shook her head, let him rave in his cell. The kingdom had no place for his venom anymore. Meanwhile, the twisted silver bracelet that had heralded the clan's threat lay locked in the palace armory. Lucian considered melting it down, but Elena suggested keeping it as a dire reminder of what lurked beyond complacency. In the end, they tucked it away in a sealed vault. Days melted into weeks, and winter sank deeper, covering the land in a hush of white. Elena and Lucian found themselves busier than ever with administrative tasks, overseeing reconstruction in Glenhaven, distributing relief to villages that had harbored rebel outlaws, and hosting envoys from neighboring territories. Curious about the realm's new calm, the alliance with the northern tribes held strong. Warlord Rune stationed his promised warriors along crucial trade roads. Quieter undercurrents of discontent still existed in pockets, but no longer found the traction to rise as open revolt. Bit by bit, a sense of guarded optimism seeped into daily life. Merchants resumed normal routes, farmers prepared for spring planting, and artisans in the capital thrived on commissions to restore battered structures. The grand courtyard, once tense with watchful guards, now bustled with craft stalls, minstrels, and townsfolk crossing under fluttering banners. If not for the scars, one could almost imagine Silvercrest had never teetered on the edge of chaos. On a brisk morning in midwinter, Lady Clementine approached Elena in the Queen's solar, bearing an enthusiastic smile. "My Queen, the city elders propose a festival of renewal at winter's end, a chance to celebrate the realm's endurance and to usher in better days. They hope you and the king will give it official blessing." Elena's eyebrows lifted. A festival? After all this? Then again, the people likely craved a reason to gather and celebrate something besides conflict. That sounds lovely, Lady Clementine. A chance to unify hearts in joy rather than fear. Clementine clapped her hands. Splendid. The elders imagine feasting and a symbolic ceremony, perhaps lighting lanterns that represent hopes for spring. If you approve, we can begin preparations. Elena smiled, imagining the courtyard filled with laughter and lanterns, reminiscent of simpler times. Yes, let's proceed. The kingdom could use a moment of collective healing. As Clementine departed to inform the city elders, Elena noticed the warmth in her own chest. Perhaps it was time to let Silvercrest celebrate, to reaffirm that life continued beyond war. She resolved to mention it to Lucian immediately. She found him in the council chamber, finishing up a meeting with Captain Alden and a few advisors about border inspections. When the others left, she shared the festival idea. He listened quietly, then gave a rare, genuine grin. "It's a fine idea. Our people deserve a reminder that we stand for more than battles and trials." Buoyed by his agreement, Elena set about assisting Clementine in orchestrating the event. Over the next fortnight, decorations sprang up in the capital, strings of white paper lanterns, evergreen wreaths with tiny ribbons, and small carvings of wolves symbolizing renewal under the moon. Minstrels composed new songs about vanquishing shadows, and bakers tested sweet pastries shaped like moon crescents. The city's mood lifted palpably, echoing with hope. Elena oversaw it all with unwavering attention. She insisted on ensuring the festival was inclusive, welcoming peasants and nobles alike. Temporary stands offered hot, spiced drinks. Charity wagons provided blankets to the poorest families, and a public stage was erected for dancing and storytelling. Everywhere she went, people greeted her with a warmth that once would have been unimaginable during her earliest days at court. Lucian threw himself into his duties as well, finalizing trade deals, confirming that no new threats stirred on the horizon. He teased Elena that once the festival arrived, they would have to actually enjoy it, not just oversee it. She laughed, feeling an unfamiliar but welcome lightness in her heart. A few days before the festival, dusk fell early, and a soft snowfall added fresh powder across the palace rooftops. The air in Elena's suite was cozy thanks to a crackling fireplace. She sat brushing out her hair, thoughts drifting to the hectic schedule ahead. A quiet knock sounded, and Lucian stepped in, his expression tender. "Busy day?" he asked, settling beside her vanity, eyes catching the dancing firelight. She set the brush aside. Non-stop preparations. Musicians. Stalls. City permits. Even cleaning the old fountains so they can run during the festival. He smiled, lightly resting a hand on her shoulder. "You look worn. Let me help ease that tension." He guided her to a small couch near the fire, gently massaging her shoulders. At first, her posture remained stiff, accustomed to carrying so much worry, but under his soothing touch, she gradually relaxed. The muffled hush of snow outside made the chamber feel sheltered from the world. Her gaze flicked up to his face, noticing faint scars from recent battles, the bruise that had finally faded near his cheekbone. Emotion swelled. She turned, drawing him closer until their lips met in a warm, lingering kiss. The quiet parted for them, letting the vulnerability and closeness they'd seldom indulged fill the space. "Elena," he murmured when they broke apart, forehead resting against hers. "Every time I think I've seen all your strength, you reveal more. You lead with grace and fierce compassion. It humbles me." Her eyes shone with unshed tears. "We found that strength together. Lucien, I'm no more noble or brave than you." He pressed another kiss to her temple, arms tightening around her. The pounding of her heart fused with the crackle of the fireplace, weaving a sense of serene intimacy. Over the months of crisis, they had shared stolen moments of romance, but this was different, an unhurried tenderness that felt like stepping into the calm after a storm. Time fell away as they spoke in low voices, remembering pivotal struggles they'd endured, laughing at minor mishaps like the time they sparred in the training yard and he nearly sliced a statue's head off by accident. They reminisced about the garden party poisoning, the coded messages, the border skirmishes, the renegade clan's dark magic. So many near disasters, yet their unity had only grown. Eventually, they rested together on the couch, breath mingling. Snow-laden wind brushed the windows. For once, the monarchy's burdens felt distant. "I want to solidify this peace," Lucien finally said, voice quiet but resolute, "not through mere treaties, but by nurturing a realm that respects both tradition and innovation, where no one need fear oppression, where the monstrous never again find easy purchase." Elena laid a hand on his chest, feeling his heartbeat. "Then let's do it. Start with the festival. Show them this monarchy is here to serve, not just rule. And after that, we keep building, day by day." He caught her hand, threading his fingers between hers. "I'm with you, always." In that small, firelit chamber, the vow they'd exchanged countless times before resonated anew. Love had once been the least expected outcome of their marriage. Now it stood as the kingdom's most potent shield, a living, beating force entwined with duty, forging a new legacy for Silvercrest. On the morning of the festival, the capital awakened to a dazzling display. Snow glistened under a pale winter sun, reflecting the bright paper lanterns strung across every street. Vendors opened stalls brimming with steaming pastries, roasted nuts, and carved trinkets. Musicians tuned lyres and pipes, the air alive with anticipation. By midday, crowds thronged the city's main square, where a high platform awaited the royal couple. Families laughed as children darted between vendor stalls. The savory aroma of spiced meats mingled with sweet, mulled wine. Despite the chill, a warmth of camaraderie permeated the atmosphere. Elena and Lucien arrived on horseback, escorted by a small ceremonial guard. Cheers erupted from the populace. Flowers rained down in riotous color. Elena felt tears prick her eyes at the sight. She remembered the suspicious gazes that had once trailed her every step. Now, it felt like the people truly embraced her presence. They ascended the platform, arms linked. Lucien raised a hand for silence, scanning the sea of expectant faces. The hush came almost instantly, save for a few restless children. "Good citizens," he began, voice carrying. "We gather to celebrate the resilience of our kingdom. These past seasons tested our unity. We endured plots, battles, even nightmares from our oldest legends. But today, we stand together wiser and stronger." Elena stepped forward, her heart aflutter. "In the spirit of renewal, let us set aside bitterness and fear. The monarchy pledges to protect all under our banner, to uphold justice and to honor the moon goddess who watches over werewolves and humans alike. May this festival mark the dawn of a gentler age. The crowd cheered, the sound rolling in waves through the square. Elena and Lucian exchanged a glowing look. Here, in this moment, the realm's wounds felt soothed. The two motioned for the unveiling of a new fountain. Symbolically restarted, water flowed in a graceful arc, capturing sunlight in shimmering droplets. Children squealed with delight, while older townsfolk pressed hands together in gratitude. Throughout the afternoon, festivities bloomed. Dances erupted on hastily erected stages. Minstrel troupes performed comedic ballads about vanquished conspirators, and long tables offered free bread and soup for the poorest. Elena mingled freely, shaking hands, sharing smiles. Lucian did likewise, occasionally pausing to converse with veterans or traitors. The lines between ruler and ruled blurred in an atmosphere of joyful camaraderie. As twilight fell, paper lanterns glowed like stars across the city. A hush settled for the festival's culminating act, the lighting of sky lanterns. People wrote wishes or prayers on small slips of parchment, attaching them to lanterns made of thin rice paper. Then, at a signal, hundreds of lanterns rose into the night sky, their flickering lights drifting upward like gentle spirits carrying hopes aloft. Standing on the platform with Lucian, Elena released her lantern. She'd written a simple wish: may Silvercrest know lasting peace, guided by love, never by fear. Watching it float into the dark, she felt tears slip down her cheeks. Lucian's arm encircled her, and she turned to find his eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. The hush of the crowd lingered. In that magical moment, it felt as though the entire city breathed as one, hearts united in yearning for a future unburdened by violence. After so many scars, maybe, just maybe, such a dream stood within reach. The festival concluded with roaring applause, and people gradually returned to their homes, warmed by the memory of shared celebration. Elena and Lucian retired to the palace, exhaustion weaving with elation. They collapsed into bed, entwined in each other's arms, lulled by the rare sense of unburdened joy. But the monarchy's watchfulness could not lapse for long. Merely 2 days after the festival, a messenger arrived from Silvercrest's eastern border with alarming news. Lucian summoned Elena and key advisors to the council chamber at once. Captain Alden read the missive. Reports indicate unusual movements along the eastern frontier. A band of armed riders from a foreign land banners, unrecognized, was spotted surveying our watchtowers. Locals fear an impending incursion or infiltration. Please advise. A hush fell. Elena's pulse thrummed. One threat quelled, and another rose like an unending hydra. Who would test our borders now? She murmured. Lucian raked a hand through his hair. We can't be sure. Possibly a smaller eastern kingdom thinking our realm is weakened after the rebellions and the renegade clan crisis, or mercenaries scouting for vulnerabilities. Captain Alden frowned. Shall I ready a detachment to investigate? Yes, Lucian said. Send a capable force to greet these riders. Clarify their intentions. If they're an invading vanguard, we must respond decisively. Elena folded her arms. I'll accompany them. Lucian turned to her, concern etched on his brow. You've barely recovered from the last ordeal. Let me handle this. She shook her head, softly but firmly. We stand as one. The people trust us because we face dangers together. I won't cower behind the palace walls. If this can be resolved diplomatically, let us attempt it. If not, well, we'll be prepared. Reluctantly, Lucian conceded, though his protective instinct flared. He also recognized the power of presenting a unified front. The realm had grown accustomed to seeing their king and queen fight side by side. Abandoning that precedent might signal weakness. Thus began the planning for yet another expedition. Winter's final grip still froze the roads, making travel harsh, but Silvercrest could not ignore a potential threat at its gates. Scouts departed to glean more details, returning with fragmented reports, sightings of unfamiliar banners, possibly belonging to a coalition of smaller territories beyond Silvercrest's traditional alliances. Some rumored a famed warlord. Others claimed it was a diplomatic envoy, determined to clarify friend from foe. Elena and Lucien prepared for the journey east. Lady Marian insisted on joining once more, as did Captain Alden. They left a trusted regent to oversee the capital, hoping the newly minted peace would endure in their absence. As they rode east, the land gradually shifted from rolling snow-laden hills to broader plains. The horizon stretched in stark white and gray, blending sky and land until one could scarcely distinguish them under the muffled gloom. The party's spirits remained guarded yet steady, bolstered by the memory of the festival's unifying warmth. 2 days in, they spotted a distant camp by a frozen river-colored tents and flickering torches. Captain Alden dispatched scouts. By sundown, the scouts returned with cautious news. The force was perhaps 50 strong, bearing banners of black entwined with gold, featuring a stylized eagle. No immediate aggression spotted, though they remained heavily armed. Lucien and Elena agreed to approach with a moderate escort, enough to show strength, not so many as to appear openly hostile. The next morning, they crossed the frozen river and halted at arrow's range from the encampment. A standard bearer advanced from the foreigners, calling for parley in accented common tongue. Soon, a figure emerged, a tall woman clad in black and gold armor, dark hair braided severely. At her side rode a hawk-nosed man bearing a proud crest on his shield. They signaled for a meeting in the middle ground. Elena's heart thrummed as she and Lucien rode forward, flanked by Alden and a few soldiers. "Greetings," the armored woman said, halting her steed. "I am General Surya of the eastern realm of Viralia. We come in search of possible alliances and trade routes, not war." Lucien and Elena exchanged a glance. Viralia. They'd heard of that land isolated behind mountainous borders, known for its disciplined cavalry. Rarely had they ventured near Silvercrest. This expedition was unexpected. Lucien inclined his head. "General Surya, I am King Lucien, and this is Queen Elena. Our scouts saw your riders near our watchtowers. We found it suspicious." Surya dipped her chin. "Forgive the intrusion. We tested your defenses to gauge your kingdom's stability. Word reached Viralia that Silvercrest struggled with internal strife. Some suggested you might be open to, or in need of, outside intervention." Elena bristled. "We appreciate concern, but we've handled our troubles. What does Viralia hope to gain?" Surya's lips curved in a faint smile. "Trade, primarily. Our warlord, Lord Farhadi, eyes new markets for Viralia's fine steel and exotic spices, but we also consider alliances of mutual defense. If you truly stand united, we might propose a treaty beneficial to both sides." Lucien observed her carefully, then motioned to the makeshift camp behind. "We can discuss terms, but do not test our sovereignty again." A mild flicker of respect crossed Surya's face. "Understood, King Lucien." Hence began a cautiously cordial exchange. Over the next few days, the two parties established a neutral meeting spot by the frozen river, pitching tents to discuss potential alliances. The Viralians displayed immaculate discipline, every soldier stoic, every piece of gear pristine. They offered glimpses of exotic goods, shimmering fabrics, pungent spices, finely wrought blade hilts. In turn, Lucien's retinue shared samples of Silvercrest's textiles, grains, and the rumor of advanced forging techniques gleaned from the dwarven enclaves to the west. Elena joined each negotiation session, reading Suria's subtle shifts in expression. The general seemed earnest in forging ties, yet there was an undercurrent of ambition. She frequently inquired about Silvercrest's readiness for war, referencing neighbors who might envy the monarchy's newfound stability. The hawk-nosed man, introduced as Envoy Narek, probed politely about the werewolf tradition, hinting that Viralia found it fascinating, but also potentially volatile. It is no more volatile than any human realm's power struggles. Elena responded calmly. Our lycanthropy is guided by a code and a monarchy that fosters unity. We stand strong. As the days wore on, it appeared Viralia indeed sought an alliance, a chance to access Western markets through Silvercrest, and possibly secure a powerful friend. Lucian remained cautious, but intrigued, seeing an opportunity to bolster trade that could strengthen his kingdom's economy, which had been strained by civil turmoil. Elena, too, recognized that forging external ties might deter new rebellions from within. Still, old fears nagged. Had the Viralians truly come just to negotiate? Or were they sizing up weaknesses for a future invasion? Could an alliance with them provoke tension with other neighbors? The diplomatic dance was as treacherous as any battlefield. Eventually, as a bitter wind howled across the plains, an agreement in principle emerged, a preliminary trade pact with potential expansions for mutual defense. Envoy Narek pressed for a more binding military alliance, but Lucian demurred, stating Silvercrest needed time to heal before making new war pacts. In the end, they parted amicably, planning for a more formal negotiation in the capital come spring. Satisfied that the Viralians posed no immediate threat, Elena and Lucian led their retinue back west. The journey, though cold and wearying, felt more optimistic than many of their previous expeditions. They had not uncovered a hidden enemy this time, but rather a possible ally. Upon reaching Silvercrest's capital, the city greeted them with relief. The nascent peace had endured in their absence. No conspiracies lurked in the palace halls, freed from daily strife. The kingdom continued its slow but determined recovery. In the weeks that followed, official envoys from Viralia arrived, forging a foundation of trade that brought fresh vigor to the marketplace. Spices from the east perfumed the winter air, and local artisans found new clients for their woven tapestries. Travelers once again crisscrossed Silvercrest's roads, no longer deterred by fear of rebels or rogue werewolves. The monarchy's resilience had become a source of pride, and so winter approached its final thaw. Snowdrifts shrank into icy patches, revealing the first hints of green shoots beneath. The orchard in the palace grounds showed tiny buds, promising spring. Elena, overseeing the courtyard one afternoon, felt a sense of rebirth blooming not just in the land, but in her own soul. She had come to Silvercrest as a reluctant bride, forced into marriage to prevent war. Now, she stood as queen by choice, beloved wife to a king who had evolved into a thoughtful partner. She found Lucian in the orchard, examining the budding branches with careful curiosity. The crisp air colored his cheeks. His sling was gone, indicating his arm wound had healed. She slipped her hand into his, and he turned, eyes lighting up at her presence. Soon these will blossom, he noted softly, nodding at the branches. Life returns even after the harshest winter. She squeezed his hand, a metaphor for the kingdom. Perhaps we've weathered the cold. Now it's time to grow, not in fear, but in hope. He leaned in, pressing a tender kiss to her brow. You always see the best in what can be. I see the best because you showed me it was possible, she murmured. We stand on new ground now, a monarchy shaped by both of us. We've tamed conspiracies, reigned in dark clans, fended off foreign meddling. Perhaps the realm can at last breathe." He exhaled, the faintest smile curving his lips. "We'll keep watch. But yes, let's dare to hope." They strolled among the orchard's silent trees, content in a peaceful moment earned through so many trials. Overhead, a lone bird trilled, heralding the coming spring. The land, the monarchy, and their love each had endured hardships and emerged tested but unbroken. Together, they guided Silvercrest not through subjugation or terror, but through the gentle power of a devotion that bound them to each other and to every life under their banner. Yet even amid the orchard's hush, Elena remained acutely aware peace was not a final destination, but a living covenant that demanded vigilance. Still, for now, with Lucien's fingers interlaced in hers, she allowed herself to savor the calm. The nightmares had receded. The future glimmered with promise. And in her heart, she believed that so long as they stood side by side, Silvercrest's tomorrow would bloom in the radiance of a hope never again overshadowed by fear. With the snows receding, the kingdom's roads grew crowded again. Caravans bearing eastern spices traversed well-trodden routes. Local merchants carried crates of produce and wool to outlying towns, and travelers fresh from distant lands arrived at the capital in search of opportunities. The spirited bustle was a testament to Silvercrest's rebirth. In the palace halls, however, the monarchy still guarded against complacency. One bright morning, Elena concluded a meeting with Lady Clementine about further trade expansions. The city's markets brimmed with goods, once unimaginable, delicate fabrics from Viralia, new herbs from southern realms, and dwarven, forged novelties from the western mines. As the conversation ended, Clementine gathered her papers, beaming with pride. "We've never seen such vibrant commerce, my queen," she declared, voice lifting with excitement. "If this continues, the Treasury could finance more public works, repairing roads, expanding farmland irrigation, even building new schools." Elena's heart lifted. That would be a dream come true. "Let's ensure we distribute wealth fairly, so no region is overlooked." Clementine nodded eagerly and excused herself. Alone now, in the antechamber, Elena turned to stare at a map pinned on the wall, little flags marking territories where recent troubles had flared. So many dangers had been quelled or contained. The hush of the corridor felt oddly serene, as if the castle itself held its breath in an extended sigh of relief. She allowed herself a small smile. The monarchy had come so far from the day she first entered these halls as a reluctant bride. She recalled Lucien's cold reserve back then, the suffocating sense of being an outsider pawn. Now, it felt as though she had always belonged here. Their journey, arduous and at times scarring, had reshaped Silvercrest into a realm braced for the future. A gentle footstep broke her reverie. Lucien's reflection flickered in the polished marble floor. She turned, smile widening. He carried a scroll in one hand, expression torn between amusement and exasperation. "Busy day," she teased. He huffed a soft chuckle. "Diplomats from Viralia keep sending revised drafts of the trade agreement. They want more lenient tariffs on steel exports. We can't yield too much, or they'll sense an opening to exploit us." Elena beckoned him closer, lightly brushing her fingers against his free hand. "We'll find a fair compromise. The progress we've made together is worth the patience." He nodded, tension easing in his brow. "Have I told you lately how grateful I am for your calm sense of balance?" She smiled, warmth fluttering in her chest. Maybe once or twice. They exchanged a brief kiss, a gentle reassurance of their bond, before an approaching guard cleared his throat. "Your Majesties, Captain Alden requests your immediate presence in the council chamber." Lucian and Elena glanced at each other, subtle worry stirring. "Let's go," Lucian said, tucking the scroll beneath his arm. Captain Alden, standing at the head of the council table, greeted them with a respectful dip of his head. Lady Marian was present, as were a handful of key advisors and 2 uniformed scouts. The atmosphere felt solemn, as if braced for unwelcome news. Alden spoke without preamble. "Sire, my queen, these scouts have returned from patrolling our northern boundaries. They carry a troubling report." The younger scout stepped forward, removing his helmet. "We were surveying the passes near the mountainous border with the northern tribes. Instead of the usual routine, we encountered a group of armed men. They claimed to be from a breakaway faction of the northern clans, ones who do not recognize Warlord Rune's treaty with us." Elena's pulse quickened. "A breakaway faction? So they refused to follow Rune's leadership?" The scout nodded grimly. "Yes, my lady. They demanded we turn back, saying any further approach would be met with violence. They taunted us about the monarchy's weak alliance with Rune, implying they had their own warlord now, someone determined to challenge Silvercrest's might." Lucian's jaw clenched. "So Warlord Rune's authority isn't absolute among the northern tribes. If these defectors gather enough strength, they could disrupt our border or spark a new conflict." Captain Alden exhaled. "We've grown reliant on Rune's stabilizing influence. If he can't control his own people, it might drag us into another war, especially if these rebels start raiding." An advisor interjected, voice tense. "Should we muster forces to root them out preemptively?" Lucian shook his head. "I won't risk a large-scale northern confrontation without verifying the extent of this threat. We've barely recovered from the last wave of rebellions. Let's send an envoy to Warlord Rune. He must be informed and possibly needs our help quelling these dissidents." Elena placed a hand on Lucian's arm. "If we handle this carefully, we can maintain peace. Perhaps these defectors number only a handful. If not, we'll stand with Rune to prevent open hostilities." Agreement settled around the table. Captain Alden would dispatch messengers to Rune, requesting urgent clarification. Meanwhile, the monarchy would remain on alert in case the renegade northern faction advanced. Mere days after the council's decision, as if summoned by the swirl of tension, Warlord Rune himself arrived unexpectedly at Silvercrest's palace. His retinue of warriors turned heads in the courtyard, their grim expressions hinting at conflict. Rune wasted no time demanding an audience with Lucian and Elena. In the throne room, the warlord's typical boisterous edge was subdued, replaced by a frustrated scowl. He recounted how a prominent northern chief, a former ally turned rival, had declared Rune unfit to lead, splintering off with a group of fierce fighters. This rogue faction refused to recognize the treaty with Silvercrest, seeing it as a betrayal of the northern tribe's independence. "They style themselves the True Fangs," Rune spat, pacing before the dais. Led by a hot-headed pup named Garrow, he stirs old resentments, claiming we surrendered our freedom by bowing to your monarchy's demands for controlled borders. Lucian frowned. "We never demanded subjugation, only cooperation in maintaining secure trade routes." Rune's eyes blazed. "Try telling that to fools who see compromise as weakness. They vow to march south if we don't revoke the treaty. They've already attacked one of my outposts." Elena spoke up, voice steady. "What do you expect from us, Warlord Rune?" He halted, turning to her. "Help me ensure these traitors can't sabotage what we've built. Your monarchy stands to lose trade and stability if the border is thrown into chaos. I propose a joint operation. We corner them before they gather enough supporters to spark a full-blown civil war among the tribes or invade your land." The throne room hush deepened. Advisors exchanged uneasy looks. more conflict on the horizon, just when Silvercrest felt the first real breath of peace. But Lucien's expression steeled with resolution. "We've come this far forging trust," he said. "We won't let a rogue warband unravel it. If you need our assistance, we'll provide it." Rune nodded once, relieved though still grim. "Time is short. Garrow's men move swiftly. We should mobilize at once." Elena met Lucien's gaze. She read the determination in his eyes and softly sighed. "Then, let's proceed together." Captain Alden promptly oversaw preparations for a northern expedition. The plan: a combined force of Silvercrest soldiers and Rune's loyal warriors, enough to deter Garrow's rebels from any illusions of easy victory. The monarchy balanced caution with confidence, not wanting to appear as though they were launching an invasion of the tribes, but also unwilling to let the renegades roam free. Elena, despite having yearned for a season free from war, once again donned practical riding leathers. Lucien likewise prepared for the campaign, his face solemn. In hushed conversations, they admitted the heartbreak of leaving behind a kingdom that had only just begun to taste normalcy. But they could not ignore a threat that might soon spill over the border. On the eve of departure, they stood in the orchard at dusk. Pale blossoms, awakened by spring's warmth, carried a delicate perfume in the cool air. Fireflies blinked among the branches, leaning against Lucien's chest. Elena closed her eyes, inhaling his scent and the orchard's gentle fragrance. "Will it never end?" she murmured, voice barely above a whisper. "We've labored to heal the realm, yet conflict keeps rising like weeds in a garden." He stroked her hair. "Warriors, rebels, dark clans, now northern defectors. Sometimes I wonder if we're cursed to fight forever, but I believe each struggle shapes us, forging a kingdom that won't yield to fear." Her arms tightened around him, tears threatening. "Just promise me we'll return safely, that we can truly build the future we dreamed about." He pressed a kiss to her temple. "I promise. We face this together, Elena. We always return because we must." Their vow, spoken countless times in the face of adversity, felt heavier yet more precious with each repetition. They lingered a moment longer, hearts entwined, before returning inside to finalize the last details of the march. By dawn's first light, they would ride north once more, chasing the hope of preventing a war this time, not just for Silvercrest, but for the stability of the entire region. Their journey took them beyond the familiar trade roads, venturing deeper into mountainous passes that Warlord Rune's clan inhabited. Here, the air grew thinner, and pine forests cloaked the slopes in dark green, dappled with lingering snow. Rune led the combined column, each step of his massive warhorse betraying the tension in his posture. His loyal chieftains rode in bristling silence, occasionally casting uneasy glances at Lucien's soldiers. At a broad plateau known as Horrifying Vale, they rendezvoused with more of Rune's supporters, a camp of sturdy wooden huts near a rushing stream. The assembled northern warriors wore thick furs, their faces painted with clan sigils. Grim but respectful, they nodded at King Lucien's approach. Inside the largest hut, Elena, Lucien, and Rune conferred with the local chieftains. A large hide map spread across a table, depicting mountain trails and forest edges where Garrow's rebels roamed. "Reports indicate Garrow has about 100 fighters," said one older chieftain, stroking a braided beard. They moved swiftly, splitting into smaller raiding parties. Scattered homesteads already fear them. Rune's fists tightened on the table. "We crush them at once, before their numbers grow. Garrow whispers old grudges in the ears of clans who resent our treaty. If he unites them, we could face hundreds more." Lucien kept his voice measured. "We propose a two-pronged maneuver. Half our combined force flushes Garrow's men from the ravines, while the other half blocks their escape to higher ground." Elena studied the map. We also need to prevent needless bloodshed. If some rebels can be reasoned with, or persuaded to abandon Garo, we should try. Rune's eyes flickered with skepticism. Mercy is not the northern way, but perhaps if we allow them an honorable path to surrender, they won't fight to the death. A ripple of agreement passed among the chieftains. With a rough plan set, the alliance geared up for a swift campaign. Elena prayed it would be enough to prevent a larger conflagration. At dawn, their warband set out, splitting into two forces, as planned. Lucian led one contingent. Rune commanded the other. Elena remained at Lucian's side, determined to see negotiations through if possible. Snowmelt-swollen streams rushed through rocky defiles, making the terrain treacherous. Scouts advanced carefully, scanning for ambush. They didn't have to wait long. On the second day in the field, near a narrow gorge overshadowed by jagged cliffs, Garo's rebels struck. Arrows rained down from hidden perches, forcing Lucian's force to take cover. War cries echoed as a group of savage-faced northerners charged from the undergrowth, brandishing axes and spears. Their eyes shone with fanatic anger. "Hold the line," Lucian bellowed, sword gleaming. His men quickly formed a shield wall. Elena fitted an arrow to her bow, heart hammering. She aimed at a lunging warrior, loosing a shaft that caught him in the thigh. He stumbled, cursing, before being dragged back by a comrade. The chaos roared around them, despite being outnumbered. The rebels fought like cornered beasts, a lethal combination of northern ferocity and an almost cult-like devotion to Garo's cause. Elena glimpsed a figure at the gorge's far edge, tall and lean, features twisted by a sneer likely Garo. He wore a wolf pelt cloak and brandished a massive war axe. With a mocking gesture, he beckoned them to follow into the gorge's depths. Lucian growled, "He's trying to lure us deeper, possibly a trap, but we can't let them slip away." They pressed forward, pushing the rebels back. The terrain worked against both sides. Slippery rocks and swirling fog from the river below complicated every step. The clash echoed among the cliffs, sending birds screeching into the sky. Suddenly, another horn sounded from above. Rune's contingent appeared atop the ridge, cutting off the rebels' retreat. Panic showed in some rebels' eyes. Garo snarled orders, spurring them to hold position. Captain Alden led a group of archers who targeted the rebels from higher ground, thinning their ranks. Sensing the tide turning, Garo let out a feral roar. He sprinted along a narrow ledge, heading deeper into the gorge. Half his men followed, frantically seeking escape. Lucian and Elena gave chase with a handful of soldiers. The path twisted sharply, forcing them to proceed in single file. Loose stones tumbled underfoot. At a bend, Garo whirled around, hurling his axe at Lucian. Lucian ducked, the weapon scraping against rock. Elena fired an arrow that nicked Garo's shoulder, drawing blood but failing to stop him. He hissed in pain, then vanished behind a boulder. Moments later, a thunderous crack echoed. Garo had dislodged a precarious ledge, sending a landslide of stones cascading down. Elena yelped, jerking back. Rubble crashed onto the path, separating Lucian and Elena from Captain Alden's group. Dust blinded them. By the time the debris settled, Garo was gone. Lucian coughed, scanning the blocked trail. "He's escaping deeper in. Let's circle around if we can find a side route," skirting fallen rock. Elena and Lucian discovered a faint goat track climbing a steep slope. Holding hands to steady each other, they ascended carefully until reaching a precarious overlook high above a swirling ravine. The roar of a waterfall reverberated across the chasm. There, on a rocky outcrop, stood Garo, panting, blood trickling down one arm. He was alone, either separated from his followers or deliberately waiting. His gaze flicked to them, rage twisting his expression. "You won't cage me like you caged the North with your treaties," he spat, brandishing a short blade. "Rune is a traitor to our clans, and you, King of Silvercrest, are just another tyrant." Lucian lifted his sword, keeping his voice even. "This doesn't have to end in blood. Surrender. We'll grant you a fair hearing. Otherwise, your men are outmaneuvered. There's no escape," Garrow snarled, stepping back precariously close to the cliff's edge. "I'd sooner die than kneel." Elena took a cautious step forward. "Listen to reason. Your cause is lost. The clans remain loyal to Rune. Further violence only claims more lives. Spare your followers if you care for them." He let out a bitter laugh. "My followers chose the old ways. Better to die free in these mountains than live under a pact with outsiders." His eyes flicked between Lucian and Elena, brimming with twisted conviction. "Maybe I can at least rob you of your precious queen." Elena's heart jolted as he lunged, surprisingly swift despite his injuries. Lucian interposed himself, sword meeting blade in a harsh clang. Garrow threw his weight, forcing them close to the cliff edge. Pebbles rattled down, swallowed by the roaring void. One misstep could plunge them into the ravine below. Summoning her courage, Elena circled, trying for a shot with her bow. But Lucian and Garrow spun too quickly. Steel clashed in brutal arcs. Garrow aimed a savage slash at Lucian's torso. Lucian barely parried, wincing as an older wound tore open. Blood stained his tunic. "No!" Elena cried, stepping onto a protruding rock. She drew an arrow, carefully sighting. If she missed, she could strike Lucian or cause him to slip. Yet if she did nothing, Garrow might press him off the ledge. In a lightning decision, she shouted, "Lucian, down!" He heard her, dropping into a crouch. She released her arrow. The projectile hissed through the damp air and struck Garrow's thigh. He roared, faltering. Lucian seized the moment, slamming his shoulder into Garrow's chest. The rebel lost footing, stumbling on the precarious ledge. For an agonizing heartbeat, Garrow's eyes met Lucian's with a mix of fury and shock. Then the rock under his heel gave way. He pitched backward, arms flailing, blade clattering from his hand. A final guttural scream ripped through the air as he vanished over the cliff's edge, lost to the churning mists far below. Elena sagged against the cliff wall, trembling with relief and horror. Lucian panted, blood trickling down his side. Carefully, she edged closer, pulling him back from the ledge. They stared at each other, breath ragged, comprehending the finality of Garrow's downfall. In the aftermath, word spread swiftly. Garrow, the rogue northern warlord, was dead. His followers, hearing of his demise, scattered or surrendered. Rune's forces corralled the remnants, offering them a chance to lay down arms and accept a return to the tribe's unified leadership or face execution. Most, exhausted and disillusioned, chose surrender. Days later, in High Fang Vale, a great gathering convened. Chieftains from across the northern clans assembled to reaffirm their loyalty to Rune and their treaty with Silvercrest. Lucian and Elena attended the assembly, flanked by Captain Alden and a small guard. The atmosphere was markedly different from the anxious councils of before. Gratitude and a renewed sense of purpose pervaded the tribes. With Garrow's faction dissolved, the specter of civil war faded. Rune stood before the crowd, draped in ceremonial furs, gaze sweeping the ring of chieftains. "We severed a poisonous branch that threatened our unity," he declared, voice echoing over the valley. "But let this be a lesson. Strength lies not in blind hatred, but in forging bonds that benefit all. I remain committed to the alliance with King Lucian. May the North and Silvercrest walk as neighbors, not adversaries." Cheers erupted, horns sounded. Elena felt relief flood her. Though not all tension had vanished, some warriors still eyed the monarchy with caution. There was acceptance that open hostility served no one. The circle parted, beckoning Lucian and Elena to step forward. Lucian bowed his head politely. "Silvercrest honors the bravery of your clans. We fought side by side against those who threatened peace. Let this new dawn bring shared prosperity." Elena added softly, "May our alliance remain flexible to each other's ways, an alliance of respect, not domination." A chorus of voices responded in affirmation. Warm smiles and clasped arms replaced suspicion. In that moment, the broader region felt more stable than ever, a testament to the monarchy's willingness to meet challenges beyond their borders with empathy and resolve. Victorious, yet weary, Lucian and Elena finally journeyed back to Silvercrest's capital. The sun shone brighter, snow receding from farmland in watery rivulets. Budding greenery spread across hillsides, heralding the full bloom of spring. For Elena, the sight of the palace's spires shimmering in sunlight stirred a profound sense of homecoming. The city welcomed them with cheers. Though less boisterous than the festival's rapture, this was more a sigh of relief that the monarchy had once again averted disaster. Children tossed petals along the main avenue, and the palace staff lined the courtyard, applauding as the royal party dismounted. Lady Clementine dabbed her eyes, beaming at Elena and Lucian as if they were triumphant heroes returning from distant wars. Later, in the privacy of the palace, Elena stood on the balcony overlooking the courtyard. Lucian joined her, an arm circling her waist. Below, life bustled with an easy normalcy. Guards patrolled, courtiers strolled, stable hands tended horses. No sign of lurking conspirators or foreign foes. For once, a day's routine felt blessedly ordinary. She leaned into him. "It's done. The Northern Revolt ended before it spilled into a larger conflict. We might actually have real peace now." He pressed his cheek to her hair, voice gentle. "Yes, and though we'll keep watch, maybe it's time we trust in what we've built and plan for the future we truly want." Her heart flipped at the idea. For so long, they'd been consumed by survival, stamping out rebellions, forging alliances, confronting dark forces. She recalled faint daydreams of a monarchy that not only held the realm together, but also nurtured families, advanced knowledge, and welcomed new beginnings. Tentatively, she voiced the thought that had been nagging at her heart. We never had the chance to truly celebrate our union beyond the forced wedding. We were always reacting to crises. Perhaps we could renew our vows in a more personal ceremony, a testament to how far we've come. Lucian's eyes lit with warmth. "I'd like nothing more. Let's share that day with the people, to a sign that the monarchy's bond is firm not by duty alone, but by love." Emotions swirled in Elena's chest, tears threatening. Their forced marriage had evolved into a profound partnership. This vow renewal could be an act of healing, a chance to finally declare their love in open joy, unshadowed by politics. She smiled, blinking back tears. "Yes, let's do it." Word spread quickly that the king and queen wished to hold a vow renewal ceremony, open to all who wished to witness. The palace staff erupted in excitement, planning decorations and festivities. Clementine, thrilled to her core, led a committee to transform the orchard into a symbolic venue where blossoming trees could stand as a living tapestry of new beginnings. Marian teased Elena lightheartedly about choosing a special gown. "You wore your wedding dress under a cloud of political tension," Marian said. "This time, let it reflect your heart. Something that says, 'I choose this love willingly.'" Elena blushed but nodded, grateful for the chance to reclaim her wedding day's memory. Meanwhile, the kingdom buzzed with rumors of the upcoming event. Merchants readied wedding-themed goods. Minstrels composed fresh ballads, and travelers from outlying regions arrived, keen to be part of a moment that felt historic, the monarchy reaffirming unity, not as a forced contract, but as a love story. Lucian and Elena found themselves busier than ever, juggling final administrative tasks for their newly strengthened alliances. Virelian envoys politely asked for an invitation to the vow renewal, seeing it as a chance to deepen ties. Runa, too, expressed a desire to attend, symbolizing that the North now stood with the monarchy in celebration rather than war. One afternoon, Lucian caught Elena's hand, pulling her from a clutter of documents. "We mustn't drown in tasks and forget to enjoy the process," he teased, brushing a lock of hair from her forehead. She laughed softly. "You're right. Let's ensure we savor this." They strolled together through corridors bustling with servants carrying ribbons, floral arrangements, and crates of fine linens for the orchard. The atmosphere felt akin to the festival, but more intimate, a day that belonged to them as much as to the kingdom. Each corridor reflected the hope that maybe, at long last, Silvercrest had secured enough stability to celebrate love without dread. At dawn on the chosen day, pale sunlight kissed the orchard's tender blooms, shimmering with dew. Servants set out rows of benches among the trees, weaving garlands of fresh flowers between branches. A wide aisle led to a simple wooden arch, draped in white silk, under which Lucian and Elena would renew their vows. Soft music drifted from a small ensemble tuning lutes and harps. Guests filtered in a tapestry of courtiers, commoners, foreign diplomats, tribal chiefs, even dwarven representatives from distant mountains. No dividing lines, no hush of suspicion, just a shared sense of wonder. Children scampered, weaving between orchard rows, giggling in excitement. The air smelled of blossoming petals and sweet spring earth. Elena dressed in a gown of soft ivory, simpler than her first wedding attire, but adorned with delicate moonstone details. At the sleeves, a quiet nod to the werewolf heritage that the monarchy represented. Her hair cascaded in loose waves, pinned back by a silver circlet shaped like entwined wolf silhouettes, a gift from Marion, symbolizing both her personal growth and the kingdom's acceptance of her. Lady Clementine admired her with teary-eyed approval before ushering her toward the orchard. Lucian awaited by the arch, wearing a tailored coat of midnight blue velvet, silver embroidery at the cuffs. The regal lines of his posture conveyed unwavering strength, balanced by the gentleness in his gaze. When Elena emerged, the orchard fell briefly silent in a collective hush of awe. She walked slowly, heart pounding with a joyful, almost overwhelming anticipation. Standing face to face beneath the arch, they clasped hands. An officiant, one of the older palace chaplains, smiled at them with grandfatherly warmth. "We gather here to witness a vow not forced by treaties, but chosen from the depths of shared trials and abiding devotion," he said, voice resonant as it drifted among the blossoming trees. Elena inhaled, tears brightening her eyes. "Lucian, from the moment I arrived in this kingdom, I felt trapped by fate. We faced conspiracies and war, yet every challenge only bound us tighter. Today, the first reaffirm my love freely given. I vow to stand by you, not as an obligation, but in faith, respect, and passion." Lucian's hand trembled slightly in hers. "Elena, you transformed my life and my rule. Through betrayal, rebellion, and darkness, your compassion lit the path. I stand here renewed by your hope, vowing to honor your heart as my anchor. Whatever storms come, we face them side by side." Their words, soft yet heartfelt, carried across the orchard. A hush of emotion gripped the onlookers. Even hardened warriors blinked rapidly. Stirred by this sincerity, the chaplain nodded, eyes misty by the moon's grace and the realm's blessing. You are united again in love and purpose. May your bond guide Silvercrest into lasting peace. They exchanged a tender kiss to a swell of applause, laughter, and cheers. Petals rained from overhead, drifting onto the orchard floor in a shower of color. Lady Clementine clapped excitedly. Marian wiped away tears, and Captain Alden grinned with relief. Rune and the Viralian envoys smiled in respectful acknowledgement. In that luminous moment, all the kingdom's wounds felt on the verge of healing. A lively reception followed amid the orchard's aisles and the palace courtyard. Musicians struck up joyous tunes, encouraging guests to dance on the grass. Long tables offered delicacies, fresh breads, honey-glazed pastries, fruit tarts, spiced meats, and jugs of mead. The sun shone unclouded, as though nature itself rejoiced in the union. Elena and Lucian moved among the throngs, accepting congratulations from peasants and nobility alike. Gifts ranged from embroidered cloths to carved wolf statuettes symbolizing unity under the moon. Northern chiefs offered rare furs and mead, while Viralian envoys presented fine steel daggers with intricate inlays. Even dwarven traders brought hammered metal lanterns that glowed with captured fireflies. At one point, an elderly farmer approached, leaning on a cane. He bowed awkwardly. "My queen, my king, thank you for keeping us safe. We've had enough wars for a lifetime. May your love keep us from more." Elena gently clasped his hand, her heart brimming. "We do our best, honored elder." Nearby, children laughed, chasing each other beneath blossoming branches, scattering petals with every bound. The orchard air tasted sweet with promise. Lucian slipped an arm around Elena's waist, guiding her to a quieter corner. They stood by a tranquil pond ringed with small flowers. He sighed, contentment in his eyes. "This might be the happiest day I've known. No threat lurking, no urgent alarms. Just us, celebrating what we've become." Elena smiled, resting a hand on his chest. "Before, we had so many reasons not to trust. We overcame them all." He leaned down, capturing her lips in a tender kiss. The soft roar of voices and music drifted behind them, background to their moment of calm. When they parted, she spotted Captain Alden beckoning from across the orchard. With a sheepish laugh, they rejoined the festivities, not yet free of ceremonial obligations, but the joy in each step reminded them this was no burden, but a shared triumph. As dusk approached, lanterns bobbed in the orchard once more, reminiscent of the earlier festival. Laughter echoed, and couples danced to lively fiddle tunes. Elena, cheeks flushed from dancing, stepped aside to sip cool water. She felt an odd flutter in her stomach, more pronounced than simple excitement. Perhaps the day's overwhelming emotions had worn her down. Marian noticed her slight pallor. "My queen, are you unwell?" Elena shook her head, forcing a reassuring smile. "Just a bit dizzy. Too much whirling around, I suppose." Marian pressed a hand to her forehead. "No fever. Maybe rest a moment." She ushered Elena to a bench near a blossoming apple tree. The sweet fragrance made Elena's heart lighten, though her breath still caught. Lucian soon found them, concern shadowing his features. "Elena," she took his hand. "I'm fine, truly. Probably just fatigued. Let's not worry anyone." He frowned slightly but nodded, staying by her side as music resumed. Within minutes, the dizziness eased, replaced by a gentle warmth that suffused her. Yet an unexpected intuition flickered in her mind, something deeper than mere exhaustion. A quiet possibility she had scarcely allowed herself to consider during the realm's constant struggles. Could it be? Her gaze lifted to Lucian, a question stirring behind her eyes. She pressed her lips together, deciding not to voice her suspicion just yet. If it were true, it would be the greatest symbol of the monarchy's renewed future, a child, conceived not in political necessity, but in genuine love. She resolved to confirm it soon, after the celebrations. For now, she simply leaned against Lucian's shoulder, letting contentment lull her fears. The vow renewal concluded with a final serenade under the orchard's lantern glow. Guests filtered out, carrying memories of a day that promised a brighter horizon for Silvercrest. The monarchy's love, once mired in forced duty, now shone as a beacon of hope among the drifting petals. Elena and Lucian shared a private dance, no watchers, no dangers, only the hush of branches and the mutual vow in each other's eyes, reaffirmed beyond any doubt in the weeks after the ceremony. The orchard returned to daily palace routine, servants tidying, birds nesting in branches, small gatherings occasionally held under the blossoming canopies. Yet an undercurrent of serenity flowed through the realm. Rumors of renewed conflicts or insurrections failed to materialize. Warlord Rune managed his tribes with stable authority. The Viralians built on trade connections, and the renegade werewolf clan's darkness was a receding memory. Elena, for her part, noticed subtle changes in her body, increasing fatigue, a sensitivity to certain foods, moments of lightheadedness in the mornings, unmistakable signs that her earlier suspicion was likely correct. Quietly, she confided in Marion, who confirmed it with a mixture of tears and elation. Elena was with child. Stunned joy rippled through her. After so many trials, this felt like a blessing from the moon goddess. She shared the news with Lucian in the privacy of their chambers. At first, he stood speechless, then enveloped her in a fierce, trembling embrace. Words spilled forth gratitude, wonder, the promise of devotion. They had never dreamed of a child early in their forced union. Yet now, as soulmates, bound by unwavering love, the thought of raising a family seemed the most natural culmination of their journey. They decided to keep it close for a brief time, savoring the knowledge. But secrets cannot be hidden forever. And soon enough, Marion and Clementine's discreet fussing signaled that rumors of the Queen's pregnancy began to swirl. One morning, they chose to make it official, announcing it in the courtyard to a small gathering. The reaction was immediate and overwhelmingly jubilant applause, tears, congratulatory cheers. Courtiers bowed in heartfelt reverence. Townsfolk lit candles in windows that night, celebrating the promise of an heir. Though the monarchy had no illusions that a child alone could shield them from future perils, it undeniably boosted morale. In those radiant days, a soft hush of collective hope enveloped Silvercrest. Once haunted by rebellion, the palace now hummed with preparations for a royal child, a nursery, skilled midwives, subtle expansions of guard protocols to ensure the Queen's safety. Even the orchard received fresh maintenance, as though trying to bloom even more vibrantly for the child that would soon grace the realm. Time slipped by in gentle rhythms. Spring matured into a temperate summer, fields heavy with ripening grain. The monarchy's reforms advanced, new roads paved, trade caravans thriving, and local councils empowered to settle minor disputes swiftly. The realm's doors opened to cautious visitors from across the continent, no longer deterred by tales of werewolf conspiracies or savage insurrections. Each day, Elena felt her bond with the kingdom deepen as the child grew within her. Lucian, never one to show vulnerability, let his softer side bloom, doting on her and discussing imaginative names for their future son or daughter. One evening, with the sunset painting the orchard in gold, they walked amid the trees. Elena's belly showed a gentle curve now, not large but unmistakable. Birds sang softly overhead, as if blessing them with lullabies. Lucian paused beside a flowering pear tree, turning to face her. "I used to see these orchard trees as silent sentinels," he remarked, voice contemplative. "Now I realize they symbolize growth, rebirth, and how far we've come." She slid her hand into his. "I can scarcely believe how everything's changed. We began in shadows, forced to marry. We faced so many wars, conspiracies, ancient curses, yet each challenge paved the path to this moment." He cupped her cheek, love glowing in his gaze. "I never thanked fate enough for bringing you here, albeit under dire circumstances. You saved me from the bitterness that once hardened my heart. And you saved the kingdom, bridging divides I thought permanent." A gentle tear escaped her. "We saved each other. And now we create life hope for the realm's next chapter." He leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to her lips. The orchard air felt still, as though nature held its breath in reverence. When they parted, Elena placed his hand over her belly, letting him feel the faint stirring of the child within. A hush of awe passed between them. The next day, a ceremony was held in the throne room, less formal than typical state events, but steeped in heartfelt significance. The monarchy recognized the orchard's caretaker, a humble man who had tended those blooming trees for decades. They honored him with a small medal and a stipend, thanking him for the orchard's role in countless healing moments. He knelt before them, tearful and overwhelmed by the gratitude. It was a simple gesture, but it resonated with the new ethos shaping Silvercrest, celebrating unheralded figures, bridging social barriers. The monarchy was no longer a distant symbol of power. It was a beating heart, shared by all. Seasons turned. Summer glided into a mellow autumn, leaves drifting in copper and crimson. The realm remained at peace, forging onward in reconstruction and cautious optimism. Envoys from Viralia praised the stable commerce. Northern tribes reaffirmed solidarity. Even distant dwarven enclaves signaled interest in deeper cooperation. The roads abounded with travelers, bearing news of calm prosperity, a tale many had. Once deemed impossible for a land so scarred by internal strife. Through it all, Elena's pregnancy advanced with few complications, though her gait slowed and her appetite for certain foods, especially sweet pastries, became a palace legend. Lucian reveled in the transformations, supporting her at every step. Captain Alden teased that they'd soon be forging a tiny sword for the little heir, to which Elena laughingly said she'd prefer the child learn diplomacy before weaponry. As winter's first chills touched the wind, Elena gave birth to a healthy baby girl. The labor lasted through a moonlit night, culminating in the infant's lusty cry, echoing against the palace walls just before dawn. Lucian, having refused to leave Elena's side, broke into silent tears at the first sight of their daughter, her tiny fingers curling around his thumb. Breathless with relief and joy, Elena cradled the baby, heart swelling beyond anything she had known. A hush enveloped the palace. Servants smiled through their own tears. Marian offered a prayer of thanks to the moon goddess. Clementine prepared soothing broths and cordials. The entire city awoke to news that the monarchy had welcomed a princess, born in an era of unification, not strife. In an intimate naming ceremony in the orchard, they christened her Aveline, meaning bringer of light. Courtiers, tribal chiefs, Viralian envoys, and townsfolk gathered under branches dusted with early snow. Soft harp music accompanied the gentle blessings bestowed on the child. Elena, slightly pale from her exertions, but radiant with maternal pride, leaned on Lucian's arm, presenting Aveline to the kingdom. This child is born not into a forced alliance, but into a realm built on earnest cooperation, Lucian proclaimed, voice trembling with emotion. She is our hope for tomorrow and a testament that love, even shaped by adversity, can yield a future free from fear. Thunderous applause, tears of happiness, and an undercurrent of awe filled the orchard. The monarchy, once precarious, now felt anchored by a new generation and by the unwavering devotion they had nurtured through trial after trial. At dusk, Elena and Lucian stood at an orchard balcony, baby Aveline sleeping peacefully in Elena's arms. Lanterns glimmered below, the hush of the realm's contentedness blanketing them. Lucian wrapped an arm around Elena's waist, gazing at their child with tender wonder. "We made it," he whispered, pressing a kiss to Elena's temple. "Not every danger vanishes forever, but we proved we can face any darkness as a united front. And now, we have all the reason in the world to keep forging a better kingdom." Elena's eyes gleamed with tears and joy. "Yes," she murmured, leaning her head on his shoulder. "Together we overcame conspiracies, old curses, distant warlords, rebellious clans. We stood as partners, not puppets. This realm can finally bask in genuine hope." Aveline stirred, a tiny sigh escaping her. Elena gently rocked her, heart swelling with gratitude and the quiet certainty that no matter what storms the future might bring, their love, fortified by every hardship endured, would always light the way. Silvercrest, once a domain haunted by fractious shadows, now stood on the dawn of a bright legacy, guided by a king and queen whose hearts beat in unison. And in the orchard's serene twilight, beneath the watchful moon, that legacy felt boundless and strong, truly, the happily ever after they had dared to believe in.